Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, happy Thursday, everybody. The NFL starts today. You made it, America. You have your drug back in our lives. 520. Shout out everybody's fantasy football lineups for tonight. And oh, by the way, while you were sleeping, Matt Chapman signed a 6-year, $151 million deal with the Giants. So, yeah, we actually have news. I'm sure there's a good chunk of our listeners who may not know that because it wasn't announced until about 10:30 last night. So we start your day with that. Congrats to Chappie. Congrats to the NFL. Congrats to Marcus for being here today. Marcus Boucher, good morning, brother.
Well, I'm glad that you're congratulating me on being here today on your birthday, Murph.
Well, yeah.
First of all, happy birthday.
Thanks, brother.
One hell of a gift from the Giants to re-sign your favorite player, Matt Chapman.
True, yes.
That's your guy, Matty Chapman. It seems like everything is aligning in the world. Brandon Ayuk gets paid, Trent Williams gets paid, Matt Chapman and Steph Curry both get paid, and it's Brian Murphy's birthday.
Well, we don't have to make a big deal out of the birthday. Thank you for saying it. But I do want to acknowledge Mike Kohler with the Bob's Donuts waiting. Solid. And by the way, already never do this. Had 2.
Double dipping.
Utah, give me 2. So I just, at this point now where you get to be a certain age, you're like, just give me the second one.
Yeah, live a little bit. It's your birthday.
Oh, yeah. Like
it's officially cheat day, cuz.
There you go. 10 years ago, you're like, I'm really trying to watch my weight rather than trying to, no, give me 2. I hear the abundant life reads.
Oh.
And I reject them. No, I'm kidding. I hear the abundant life reads, and I appreciate them, and I understand you got to take it. I keep saying the plan starts next week. The plan starts next week. So right now, the plan starts next week.
That's a good plan, Murph. And again, I'll be doing my best Nick Bosa impersonation, just walking by the box of donuts.
I thought about Bosa this morning when I went in for my second. I'm like, here's a guy who just walks right past it.
Oh, Nick Bosa refuses to eat a donut.
So if people don't know, we had him on years ago. It was on his birthday, actually. Remember that? We had him on his birthday. That's when he famously said, yeah, I do love my birthday. And we said, hey, did you get any birthday donuts or something? He goes, yeah, they have them. We said, he goes, no. We said, well, how do you not have a donut when it's sitting right there? He goes, you just walk right by. That's what he said. And remember we had D Ford the next week and said, hey, D, Nick Bosa says he walks right by those donuts. And D Ford sounded so sad. He goes, oh, I do like a donut. He was like, am I doing something wrong?
No.
Like, no, bro,
I mean,
no.
Everybody likes donuts, but not everybody has the discipline of a Nick Bosa.
Well, and I said, and I don't. No. I don't. Today I'm not Nick Bosa. They say today we're all Americans. No, today I am not Nick Bosa. Here's the biggest news of all. I may not be done.
Uh-oh.
I may not be done.
I was going to say, at this rate, you might take down the entire box before the show's over.
I could, by the way. Could you eat an entire box of Bob's Donuts?
Oh, we're talking a solid dozen?
Solid dozen?
Yeah,
I think I could too.
Yeah.
Those things go down like freaking, oh my God.
I mean, especially like if it's all glazed. Now, would you mix it up? Like if you went with the preferred dozen? Like when you go to Bob's, do you just ask for a mix?
I go for the mix, yeah.
Or do you just like individually pick them out?
No, generally I say give me a mix, but sometimes I definitely want to put a fritter in there.
Oh, yeah.
And, I got a little thing for old fashions.
Okay.
So give me the old fashions.
I like that. I like throwing the crumble into it.
See, there you go.
The crumble has come along. It's changed my life.
Although, speaking of Crumble, Crumbl, that cookie place, Crumble. You heard of that place? Crumble?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's like really big in the high school. Well, certainly like if you have a girlfriend, like Declan and his gal. Huh. Like it's a big day for them to go out to Crumble and they get all coo. They coo. Let's go to Crumble. You know what I mean? And they coo. And then I see, yeah, you know what I mean?
I don't know about the bird sounds.
Well, that was a joke. When I was in freshman at UCLA, I had a girlfriend at San Diego State.
Ooh.
And these water polo guys who lived across the hall used to come in and see if we wanted to go get food. But I was on the phone. They were like, "Oh, Murph's cooing," and so they started going like this, "Coo, coo."
What happened to that boy?
They would roast me.
Thank you,
They
Tony.
would roast me. They would just be doing these coo noises in the dorm room. Coo.
What happened?
Murph, the OG Birdman. What happened to that boy?
So anyway,
I would guess the crumble, the cookie places are kind of like Froyo, frozen yogurt in high school.
Yeah.
When I was in high school, Froyo was huge.
They walk around with their big pink boxes. And it's funny, we were in Edinburgh, Scotland, saw some teenage kid walking with his crumble box. Like, oh, he's going to his girlfriend's house.
Hey, now.
So anyway, how about that game last night? Woo! Yeah!
How about it?
Woo!
What about it?
They almost got no hit, buddy. They almost got no blanking hit. And to be honest, you ready for this? I was rooting for the no-hitter.
Yeah.
I'm going to come clean. Because, I mean, it was so dead in life. So I'm like, might as well see a no-hitter.
Might as well see a piece
And then
of
I
history.
looked up, and Zach Gallen's pitch count was like at 93 through 5. I'm like, we're not going to see a no-hitter. And they took him out.
Did you think we would get a chance to see a Kono, which did happen last night with the Chicago Cubs?
That is correct. By the way, I've never heard it called a Kono.
Oh,
I've
it's a
always heard
Kono.
the very formal combined no-hitter.
I'm a Kono guy.
Which is, maybe the most useless thing in sports, the combined no-hitter, or the Kono, as you like to call it.
It just sounds cooler.
It's so bad. Yeah, I thought about it, but the very first batter was Tyler Fitzgerald, singled off a Ginkle, your boy Ginkle. And then Wade hit one in the water. The kids were very excited, and people know if they watched the game last night, they saw we had the Mill Valley Little League 12-year-old All-Stars, District League champs, don't you know, out at the game last night, courtesy of Brian Price. Shout out B. Price, who's a Mill Valley Little League alum himself. He took care of his own kids. Really nice. So we had 12 kids, 4 coaches on the field at 4:15 in the afternoon. You know who came over? And I'm pretty sure, I didn't nail it down, I'm pretty sure Brian Price told him these guys who came over and just absolutely dazzled the kids, signed every autograph, chatted them up, told funny stories. Will the blankin' thrill freaking Clark. All right?
What a
Let's
legend.
tell you that.
What a
You know
legend.
what? I am San Francisco. I am Will the Thrill Clark. I am forever a Giant. He is the best.
You should have had him go up to the team when you guys were still playing. I am Mill Valley. I am Brian Murphy.
I am going to crumble. Yeah. But no, he's just, I mean, it was so great. He was awesome. I said, Will, and he goes, I know. And he came over and dazzled them all. And then the kids were just so excited. By the way, shout out the batting practice, whoever the batting practice pitcher was, and Gerard Encarnacion and guys like that after a session. They saw the kids, and they just started chucking balls at them. They just rolled a bunch of baseballs over. So every kid got a baseball. So then Will signed it, and then we got Robbie Ray came over out of nowhere.
How tight
I
were his
had no
pants?
connection with Robbie. It was super tight.
Yeah.
And Kipe was standing
A little
right
too
there.
tight for the kids, Tony.
Kipe was fantastic. Kipe came over, and he was awesome. And Kipe was riffing on Robbie Ray's pants right in front of the kids.
Nice.
He's like, look at those pants, guys. Look at them. And Robbie Ray was just stoic, signing away. But you know who they got? Then they're savvy. As soon as like the Giants kind of went out, finished their BP, the kids sprinted over and got themselves some Diamondbacks. And they got a lot of D-backs time. And you know who was incredibly cool and posed for pictures with every one of them and signed for everyone? Little Corbin Carroll.
Wow.
Which is a pretty good get for the kids.
Was he the same height as the 12-year-olds?
I'm not kidding. Rory, there's a picture of him and Rory. It ain't that different.
What are you laughing at, Tony?
It ain't that
That's not a
different.
below-the-belt riff. He's short.
But he's a pretty, to be honest, I said, is he the best player on either team?
Was he the best player in the ballpark last night? I mean, he's having a down season compared to what he did last year, but I think when you're talking about who has the highest ceiling, Corbin Carroll would be at the top of that list.
Wasn't he Rookie of the Year last year?
You were correct.
Yeah.
But this year has not been the same.
And
year
you know
for
who
him.
else gave them time of day was Jock Peterson. Signed for all of them.
Nice.
Yeah.
Local kid.
Yeah.
Mr. 650 himself.
And then they kicked us out after an hour, and then we went down to I snuck him down to the clubhouse. Shout out Robert, the supervisor, who was going to block the kids, but I had to hit him with do you know who I am?
Did you
I have
really?
many leather-bound encyclopedias, and I like scotch, I went Will Ferrell on him. It's funny, I forgot my freaking press pass like an idiot. So I had to verbally, I'm like, hey, man, I hate to be an idiot, jerk about this, but I'm KNBR Brian Murphy. He's like, oh, dude, you should have said, oh, you're Murph. Come. He goes, bring the kids down. So we got down to the clubhouse, lined up right outside the clubhouse where the players go in and out, But they don't come over there. They just give the quick wave. Yeah. But then I saw Greg Johnson, the Giants owner, walk past us into the clubhouse. I said, whoa, that's Greg Johnson.
That's interesting.
He doesn't, thank you. He does not go to the clubhouse. So literally, I honestly wondered, was somebody getting fired? That's what I was wondering. And then Larry came out. Larry, he likes to talk, so I grabbed him. I said, Larry, meet my coaches, meet my players. And he's like, so Larry, Greg's in there. He's like, yeah, uh-huh. And he's Larry starts to try to walk away. I'm like, oh, Larry, get back here. I'm like, what's going on? He's, no. He goes, let's have lunch later. I was like, well, yeah, we'll have lunch later. We'll play golf in October, blah, 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 all the usual BS to get out of a conversation, right? And then I'm like, huh. And so my coaches are all like, something going down? Somebody getting fired? I'm like, maybe. And I said, maybe it's as innocuous as a charity thing. He needs he's doing a charity thing. He needs players to sign something. I don't know. But he would have somebody else do that for him, I would think. And then we find out at 10:30 last night that Matt Chapman signs a 6-year, $150 million extension. And I'm like, that's why he was there. So
it all starts to add up. I mean, especially when we got the news that he was scratched about 45 minutes before the game.
Which crushed the kids. If it
I'm
wasn't
sure they
Corbin
weren't happy
Carroll,
about it,
it wasn't one of the kids, little Hudson Wayne, had a Matt Chapman A's jersey. He was devastated that Chappie didn't play. It's only his 4th one out of 140 games.
Yeah, I mean, he's been pretty consistently out there, hasn't been dealing with injuries like he did last year in Toronto, but I think that proves a good point. And it's maybe one of the main reasons why they signed him to a 6-year contract extension, because the kids know who he is.
Yeah.
They care, because it gives you a player to go watch at the ballpark.
I'm here to tell you, I had 12-year-old kids. Matt Chapman was like a thing for them. There was hardly any other Giants that were a thing for
And
them.
I'm bummed that they didn't get to hear Matt Chapman's walk-up song, Not Like Us.
Yeah, they would have loved it.
The Mill Valley kids would have gone crazy.
It was on our playlist this year. And then Kruk and Kite put us on TV, which was really fun. And they got a lot of love. And thanks to everybody who reached out and showed it to us and all that. So
We had a good time watching you on TV, because I was also at the ballpark with the kids. Young Tony, Kyle Haar.
you were with your own kids.
I was with all the kids, the KNBR kids up in the suite. And we're like, oh, my God, Murph's on TV.
So the obvious analogy is pretty low-hanging fruit here. But this was Caddy Day at Bushwood, right? I mean, 1 to 115, right? Do you know about that in Caddyshack?
Caddy Day, yeah, where they pulls open
Yeah,
for
but
just...
from 1 to 115.
Yeah.
And the kids make their most of it. They do the whole Esther Williams dance scene. The girl tells him to shave his ass. You shave your ass, all that. So we're going to have to ask young Tony if he knows about Caddy Day at Bushwood.
Yeah, and the kids made the best out of it. Fridge, I can report, was empty. No beers left. No beer left behind, Murph.
Well done, boys. Were they rooting for the no-hitter, too?
It was funny. Are you familiar with the movie Little Giants?
Vaguely.
Okay,
Yes.
I don't know if young Tony will ask him on the other side. There's a scene in the movie Little Giants when they're playing a game and they go crazy because they gained 1 yard. And they're like, we gained a yard. That's how it felt yesterday when the no-hitter was broken up. We got a hit.
Yeah.
And me and Derek Papa looked at each other, we're like, this is the point we're at now with the Giants.
That's where it's
We're
at.
losing our mind over breaking up a
I
no-hitter.
can't believe you got Derek Papa to a baseball game.
That's what I'm saying.
I know.
It's the same guy
Was
who
he asking-
scheduled a KNBR draft today in the middle of one.
I know. Was he asking about the rules and stuff? Did he know how many innings there were and all that?
Tony was asking a couple rules yesterday. We can get into that on the other side.
All right. Well, listen, Matt Chapman, we'll get into that. The story of the night. 6 years, $151 million, easily the longest contract. Well, I shouldn't say easily. Jung-Hoo Lee was 6 years, $113. But the longest free agent contract for an American player that the Giants have signed. And the most expensive contract the Giants have given to anyone since Buster Posey.
How about that?
Got 9 and 167. How quaint does 9 and 167 sound, right? So Matt Chapman, 6 years, 151. We can talk about that. Niners were off yesterday. They're back at it today, and the begins in earnest. Kyle Shanahan's on the podium today. We get ready for Monday night, and the Ravens play the Chiefs at 5:20 tonight at Arrowhead. Get ready for Taylor Swift in your face. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival in Sacramento. The lineup includes Slayer, Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, and more. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896 KNBR to win 2 weekend passes. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you. So stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away at 9:15 this morning. It is all furnished by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
He throws a high drive to left, down the line, out of here. Chapman with home run number 20.
2-1, Chapman a drive, hit out to deep right center, going back Perkins, onto the track, looking up, it is gone!
And here is Matt Chapman. He belts one into deep left center field, back and to his right, and that ball is gone! Beyond Barossa, the center fielder, and into the Giants bullpen. Matt Chapman with a line drive home run.
Hey, Matt Chapman. So if you're just waking up and you didn't know because it happened late last night, the Giants announced at about 10:30, thank you, that Matt Chapman signed a 6-year, $151 million extension, which is a big deal. And this is, of course, his walk-up music. And he didn't even play last night, which much to the dismay of the Mill Valley Little League 12-year-old All-Stars, because he was like the one guy they knew. Although I must say, I think they were a little excited about Ramos, too, and they know about the promise of a Luciano, although more tough at bats last night. Matos also. But they were really, I think he's their guy. They all know him. They all like him. And the fact that he didn't play was like, you could see that lineup without him, there's a gigantic hole. And now there won't be because he's there for the next 6 years. So I got to say, to me, plus signing. What's the downside? 6 years, $25 million. In 3 years, $25 million will be a bargain. Second of all, I know he shouldn't be their 3 or 4 hitter. He shouldn't be. But he's a guy you want on your team. He's played out exactly as I have. You want him on your team. You want him at third base. I thought his leadership and his red assery would translate to more wins. Unfortunately, we can get into that, whether or not maybe that's just a bad take by me and maybe he's not as much of a winner as you think he is, or if there are things that are larger than him and one guy can't do that much. But to me, after seeing him for a whole year here, you'd seen him in Oakland, of course, but I'm talking about as a Giants fan, seeing him day in, day out, inning in, inning out. This is a guy you want on your team, you want on your lineup. And it seems to me it's about time they start doing stuff like this to keep players in the fold that kids will know. So these 12-year-olds will be 18 when his contract expires. Wow. I mean, we can talk about it, Marcus. Maybe the only downside is how productive is he at age 35, 36, 37? Shout out Bobby Evans and Evan Longoria. He got knocked for this, right? So, but for me, for a team that is adrift, I like it because it's something tangible, something knowable, something that we can kind of put our hands on, and it's not even financially brutal, and it doesn't even need to be financially brutal because they have really nobody signed long-term for the next 2-3 years.
No, and so to answer your question, I think the only downside would be the length of the contract. The fact that it is 6 years and he'll be 37, almost turning 38 in that final year of the contract. But that's so far down the road. I think bigger picture-wise, it's important to have him in the lineup. To your point, look at that lineup last night without him. Yeah. And I agree. This is a guy that should probably be your 5-6 hitter. And so looking forward for the next 5-6 years, it seems like the Giants have stability with a leadoff hitter and a number 5 hitter, with Jung-Hoo Lee signing that contract this offseason and with Matt Chapman. Now they got to figure out what's going to go in between. But having Matt Chapman in that lineup is going to increase your odds to recruit free agents because of what he brings to that clubhouse. Him as a leader, him doing his post-game interview a couple weeks ago in the referee jersey. Like, he lightens the mood, and it gives your lineup and your team some actual credibility when it goes out to recruiting other free agents.
Okay, here's probably maybe the biggest thing to come out of this other than the riches and security for Matt Chapman and the fact that we get to see this really enjoyable player play third base for the next several years. And you're right, the back end of it could get a little dicey. But here's the big question, or the big takeaway from this. Does this mean Farhan's back for sure next year? I think the answer is yes.
It means Bob Melvin's back next year for sure.
Well, I mean, and again, I know there's a lot of people out there down on Bo Mel. I'm not excited by being, what are they, 3 or 4 games under now? And it could get really bad, by the way.
4, yeah.
September could get really bad, guys. I still want Bob Melvin in my dugout. I do. I still want Matt Williams in my dugout. And I think, to your point, he's not signing unless Bo Mel's coming back.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think Matt Chapman knows about the future of Bob Melvin. And look, you can't be out here firing coaches every single year anyways. I didn't think that Bob Melvin was going to get fired regardless. And I know there's a lot of Giants fans who have Farhan fatigue, but after getting that contract extension this last offseason, it was pretty unrealistic to think that Farhan's going to be let go. Now, who knows what happens in this last month of the season, but it seems like signs are pointing towards Matt Chapman, Bo Mel, and Farhan all being with the organization.
Which might, right now at 6:23 in the morning, might cause acid reflux in a lot of listeners out there.
Absolutely.
They might be like, dude, I don't need this. I do not need more Farhan. The Greg Johnson I saw walking into the clubhouse last night, I was like, that's the guy who's not going to make the move. He's a pretty tame guy. He's not George Steinbrenner. He's not Charlie Finley. He's not a shake it up guy. And until Farhan continues to tell him, this is what we're working on. Farhan must have given the grease board. Okay, we got Jung-Hoo Lee leading off. I got Elliot Ramos is already a 20-homer guy. He's only going to get better, theoretically, right? So that maybe he's your 3-hitter next year.
Yeah, he fits in between 1 and 5.
Maybe he tells him Bryce Eldridge is on the team next year.
I think
is that
that's a
too
real
big
possibility.
of a leap?
I mean, with the way he's mashed at every single level, we'll see how he continues to hit at Double-A. He's still hitting home runs now, but once he gets to Triple-A, I mean, Murph, he might be knocking on the door. He might be your first baseman or your DH next year.
I look at the text line. The first one I see from the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 655 says, it makes no sense. They need to rebuild. I get it. I don't think this prevents a rebuild. I think he's just the stable guy at third, and you continue to. The rest of it is. Now, the other thing I'd say is, this is telling Casey Schmidt, it ain't happening, bro. They may need to trade him, or he becomes the second baseman that Luciano isn't, or but this is obviously a bad day for Casey Schmidt.
Yeah, and with the uncertainty overall with the middle infield, Tyro Shada was just placed on waivers. Brett Wisely is now with the big league club. Casey Schmidt or Marco Luciano. Tyler Fitzgerald was the 5th or 6th different shortstop to actually take that position this year. So to me, it tells me if you're worried about rebuilding and development, Matt Chapman absolutely helps the development of whoever's playing shortstop because he can take away half of the infield.
And Hassan Kim, guys? Is he the starting shortstop next year?
I think with the connections to Bob Melvin, with the connections to Jung-Hoo Lee, I think that Farhan's going to make a call this offseason. I wouldn't be surprised if he's the next year's shortstop.
What kind of year you think he's at? I haven't even checked.
To me, Hassan Kim is more of a defensive first shortstop.
So more guys who can't hit.
Yeah, exactly what the Giants.
He's hitting 233 with 11 bombs, 47 ribs, and a 700 OPS. He is He's Brett Wisely. No, and 22 bags.
But better defense.
He's stolen 22 bags, and he plays D.
Yeah.
He's 28 years old. So you would go Chapman and Ha-Seong Kim on the left side.
Fitz at second?
Maybe. Wisely, Schmidt.
I mean, Fitz has shown enough to get himself a roster spot 100% next year. The question is where do they view him long term? Is he going to be your number 2 hitter and playing shortstop? Is he going to be at second base? Is he going to be an outfielder? Is he going to be your utility man off the bench? Like, there's a spot for him on the roster. They just need to figure out what they're doing.
Squeeze in a call. Front row Chris up in Sonoma, bright and early. Front row Chris, good morning, bro. You're on KNBR.
What's up, Chris?
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Doing good, bro. What's up, man?
Well, the Chapman thing, I'm playing it both ways. I'm kind of happy that we've got him, but at the same time, it means we got nothing down in the minors. 6 years of Chapman. That means there's nobody down there that's a potential third base all-star. We just have nothing down there, and that's my takeaway.
I hear front row Chris, and David VR was supposed to be that guy, right?
That's it. It's VR and Casey Schmidt.
And Casey Schmidt too.
Yeah.
And Casey Schmidt. So, yeah, front row Chris, that is for sure. That's always the dark side of it, and you got to hope that the other farm system guys come up. But yeah, it's a double-edged sword because you also get a guy, a proven pro, who's going to be, I think, for the next 3 years, he'll be really good. I can't speak about the last 3 years, but thanks for the call, front row Chris. He likes to sit in the front row. Good. We were down the left field line last night.
I know. We could see you from the suite.
Oh, you guys could see us?
We were trying to scout you out. I was like, I know Murph's in here somewhere.
Well, I was wearing a brand new Giants hoodie. Ready for this? Because I brought my Mill Valley baseball hoodie because I wanted to represent. Well, so did Rory Murphy, but Dad, I left mine in the car.
Wow.
I'm cold.
I wonder where he gets it from.
I give him my sweatshirt.
You telling me a Murphy left something behind?
I gave him my sweatshirt, and I wanted to go. I said, I'm going to raw dog it. I just had my little coach's shirt on, my little Mill Valley coach's shirt on. I'm like, I'm going to raw dog it. I'm going, and like second inning, I'm like, no, I'm not going to raw dog it. I'm going to get a hoodie. So it wasn't even that cold. I was like, I'm getting soft, man. Getting soft.
Hey, no.
I've always been soft. No, I could usually handle weather, but I was like, so I walked up to the concession guy. I go, what's your cheapest sweatshirt? He goes, this one's on sale for $54. I said, plus, I'm a season ticket holder.
Ooh.
So I said, why don't you take that 54 and make it 44, bro, or 1080, 4320.
And why don't you take that 4320 and give it to Matt Chapman?
Yeah, right? 4320. I mean, I'll spend it on 2 beers. So I got a nice hoodie.
Yeah.
What is that, 2 beers?
Yeah, if you're not using the season ticket discount.
All right, guest list on a Thursday, September 5th, 2024, 9/5/24. Young Tony, I understand we have some stuff to discuss later on about baseball rules, but we don't have time because we got to get to cracking, but we will later in the show.
We don't have to discuss if we don't want to.
Okay, all right. How was your night last night? Good?
It was great. It was really fun being out there, yeah.
You guys and you guys walked back to the studio.
John, Joe, Curley, and myself.
How were the mean streets of San Francisco?
He was worried. I was not worried.
He was a native San Franciscan was worried.
He was like, you got to be careful out here. It's
Don't
late.
be scared, homie. Come on.
There you go. Marcus walked home.
I walked home.
Yeah.
But also, I walked to Momo's after.
Oh,
Young Tony and John Curley did not make the post-game
did
drink.
some of the other board ops go?
Oh, yeah. I bought a whole round for pretty much every board
You know
up.
what? Give this guy a round of applause right
Yeah.
now. Give him a round
I
of
was
applause.
disappointed. Young Tony just refuses to drink with me.
I got to drive home, fam.
Yeah, I know.
It's a late night.
He's responsible.
Well done, my
I
friend.
was
Yeah.
walking home.
Well done. All right, what do we got, buddy?
All right, well, coming up at 6:50, we will check in with the great Mark Canazaro. The Jets had a big offseason. Rodgers is returning to the field. We will talk to him about the Monday Night Football game.
This begins our hype, man. Jets, Niners. Here we go. Ooh.
Yes, indeed. We will check in with Susan Slusser. By the way, just for the record, Giants officially eliminated from the playoffs, if anyone was curious.
You're
No,
telling me
they're
there's no
not.
longer a chance?
0.0% chance. Fangraphs.
They're not
Looking at it right now.
eliminated. They got just 20 games left. They could. No, that can't be true.
I'm just reading what Fangraphs is saying.
Okay. All right.
The big hit is going to be at 7:50. We'll talk about that later.
Let me do a little dig on that. There,
Cooler
buddy.
content at 8:15, and then we will check in with Matt Mayoko at 8:50. We are going to try to get him on the stream today. On camera.
On camera.
Trying to encourage people to make us a multimedia production.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And that's good. And are we doing something next year?
Are we? You're telling me. I don't know.
Ooh, live
I thought
producing.
we were. I thought we were doing a little Freddie number 19.
It's Murph's
Ooh,
birthday.
are we? Or are we talking Chapman?
It's Murph's birthday.
So I think we might call an audible on
Okay,
that.
let's
'Cause
talk Chapman.
signed. Yes.
Okay.
Omaha!
That's good.
Omaha!
I'm good with that. I'm absolutely good with that. I was just reading off the sheet here, bud. That's all. All right. I see the calls coming in. 808 KNBR is the phone number. The Matt Chapman signings, cause and reaction. 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line if you're just getting in your car. Last night at 10:30, the Giants announced 6 years, $151 million to keep Matt Chapman at third, blocking Casey Schmidt, David VR, and any prospect, but bringing you great stability. Your take next on the Sports Leader. I'm going to raw dog it.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Now Chapman's got to fight. Bases loaded, 2 down. First inning. Here's Lodolo with the 1-2. Chapman, it's a drive out to left center field. Friedel back at the wall. It is gone! Matt Chapman! Man, that must feel good. A grand slam in the first inning. And it's 4-0 Giants.
There it is, Matt Chapman. Again, there's sure some of you don't know because this happened late last night, but the Giants announced at 10:30 last night, kind of strange timing, that Matt Chapman has signed what is very, very, very unusual, if not unprecedented, for Farhan Zidi, a 6-year, $151 million deal. Now, Jung-Hoo Lee got 6 years also. No opt-outs. So the Giants have their third baseman or, I don't know, maybe DH in his later years. Who knows? Although I don't know if you want a DH who hits 240.
Yeah, I don't think you take that glove off the field.
Right.
We're talking about a gold glove or a platinum glover that's going to be holding down the hot corner for 5-6 years now.
So bad news for Casey Schmidt, obviously, and it seems to me this is the kind of thing that tells you Farhan ain't going anywhere. So, I mean, for all y'all who were thinking Farhan's head was going to be on a pike out on 3rd and King at the end of the last game of the season, I'm guessing you're wrong. I'm guessing this keeps him here. Now, who knows? See how the next 3-4 weeks go and everything, but my bet right now is that he's back, and then we're just going to have to deal with it, guys. We're just going to have to deal with it and hope that Elliot Ramos and Marco Luciano, though I'm not seeing many signs from Luciano right now that he's here ready to perform.
No.
Did you see him last night?
Yeah.
I mean, Drew walk. That was the one walk when they all loaded the bases. Mm-hmm. That was a nice moment. And then Kurt Casale was up. Why wasn't Bailey playing? He had a game off Monday. I mean,
great question.
Get him out there.
I don't know.
And we can talk about Hayden Birdsong too another time. But the point is, this is a big, big signing, and it causes a lot of reaction in the Twitterverse and on social media. I'm just looking out here right now on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And by the way, before we get in, somebody commented said, "Are you serious with the light show for Doval in the 8th?" Bro.
I mean, I said it in the suite last night. I'm like, we weren't doing the light show when it wasn't a safe situation. Like there was earlier this year, Camilo Doval was coming in a non-safe situation, and they would not do the light show. And now all of a sudden he's back throwing, what was it, the 8th inning last night?
Yeah.
And we're turning off the lights?
And giving up 2 runs, too.
What are we doing?
He walked the first 2 guys, didn't he? Or, no, that was Birdsong. I'm sorry. But he walked at least. There were 3 leadoff walks yesterday. They all scored. Okay? So
maybe they should have turned the spotlight back on for Camilo.
707 says the Chapman signing brings much needed stability at third base. 707, excuse me. 916 says next year it's Chap and the kids. And, 707 says mediocre management of a mediocre team making meaningless, mediocre moves.
I mean, it's a good thing to have pillars of your franchise, right? Mm-hmm. To have pieces that you can build around. We all love Logan Webb being at the top of the rotation. You need a veteran, whether it's in the starting rotation, whether it's an everyday player. And that's what Matt Chapman gives you. Everyday defense at third base. He can give you 20-plus home runs in a ballpark where nobody's hitting 20-plus bombs. And you think about what he can do at third base, what Elliot Ramos is going to be next year in the outfield. Patrick Bailey, I know he's starting to decline offensively, but he's still a great defensive catcher. But you're talking about actually having like a foundation for the next 4 or 5 years here.
I mean, think of the options if he had opted out and left. What would you be doing at third base next year? You'd be a hope and a prayer on Casey Schmidt?
Come on down, Casey Schmidt. You're telling Marco Luciano to get some reps at third.
So he's 31 years old. So this contract will cover his 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37 years. He'll get $25 million each year for the next 6 years, which, quite frankly, is a bargain. It's kind of what the Carlos Correa deal was going to be, right? Here's a couple numbers for you. Do you like your WAR? Do you like your B WAR, your baseball reference WAR? 6.0, tied for third in the National League with Ketel Marte, who didn't play last night, right? Is he hurt?
It's a good question. I don't know.
Anyway, his highest B WAR ever was 7.8 in 2019, so he's approaching a career year. Now, that's if you guys care about WAR. You may not care about WAR. I mean, it's kind of hard. The traditional stats, 247, 333, 445. I mean, 237 batting average, 333 on base, 445 slugging. So he's a 778 OPS right now. The Freddie Lindstrom thing, the first Giants third baseman with 20 homers, 30 doubles, and 10 steals since Freddie Lindstrom. He's played 136 out of 140 games. If you go by Fangraphs, he leads all third basemen with 13 defensive runs saved. So these are just some of the stats to chew on as you ponder the deal.
Yeah, and you look at his stats throughout the entire season, and they're better numbers than he had last year in Toronto. And we know this offseason he was looking at a 5-year, $100 million contract extension with the Toronto Blue Jays. It looks like he finally got that deal. But is it significant that a Scott Boras client re-signs midseason? Because I would think with Scott Boras, the same thing he's going to do with Blake Snell this offseason. They love to test the market. So what does it say about Matt Chapman and these negotiations that Scott Boras is like, no, we're going to ink this deal in September?
He truly does like it here. He truly does love Bob Melvin. He truly does. He's comfortable in the Bay Area. After all the negative stuff people say, he's a guy who wants to be here. He said, I'm not going to hit the market. I'm going to go do this. 707 says now that Farhan is committed to Chapman, we have a surplus of infielders. He needs to make a big trade or two in the offseason, trading some of the young guys, too. 209 with a salty one. Now Chapman's hits don't seem so empty. Oh, man. I mean, Greg Poppin was bringing this up the other day, and I was agreeing with him. He said, there's times in Chapman's at-bats where in big moments, though, as Greg was using the phrase, he's pitchable. He's pitchable. He will fall for the high fastball in a big moment. He's a strikeout candidate in a big moment. That is true. He is not a perfect player by any stretch of the imagination, and there are vulnerabilities in big RBI moments, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Matt Chapman is a streaky player. He will get on these hot streaks where it seems like he's hitting everything, and then he'll go on his cold spell, and he'll drop that batting average, but somehow, some way, it seems like it's always hovering around 240. But that's the key here. You're not paying Matt Chapman to be your 3-hitter. He's a guy that you could put in the 5, the 6 hole every single day and rely on his defense. And again, what I said earlier at 6:05, it gives you credibility when you're recruiting other free agents that you have someone like Matt Chapman on the team.
Squeeze in a couple calls. Frank and Moss Landing at 808 KNBR early on the big news from last night. Matt Chapman, 6 years, $151 million. Giants have a third baseman for the next half decade. Frank, good morning. How are you?
What's up, Frank?
Morning, guys. I'm great.
What's up, man?
Hey, listen, a couple of, Chapman, he's been fun to watch this year, and I'm glad they signed him. He's solid. He's a 5-tool player. I have some gripes about the coaching. Bomel pulled the plug on this season when he let Rogers go 6 hits straight. For me, that was the end of the season. Matt Williams, I love him, a great player, but has anybody been thrown out at home plate this year? I mean, we've had so many guys stranded on base, and he is way less than aggressive at third base. He's no Flannery. And then we get to the major problem, and that's Pat Burrell. Come on, look at the 8th inning last night. 3 strikeouts. Those guys had no clue. They didn't identify pitches. Burrell, the hitting's been killing us, and he's a batting coach, but I haven't heard any criticism of him.
Yeah, Frank, I think about that a lot because this one's like personal because we like Pat and we have a relationship with Pat. And I will admit to you, it's hard for me to criticize him because I'm rooting for him. But Frank, I'm also going to tell you you're 100% right. Now that the Giants, what I mean, he's 100% right is that the Giants' situational hitting is poor and they often have poor approaches. The question is how much that is tied to a hitting coach. Anytime a team fires its hitting coach in the history of baseball, I always see that as just like a meaningless. It's like you're just trying to do something to. You're just trying to throw a head to the fans.
It's a scapegoat move.
It's a scapegoat move.
I mean, again, to Frank's point, Pat's not in the box when the guys are sitting out there with runners in scoring position. I mean, we could talk about the overall approach. Maybe you need to be more aggressive, see ball, hit ball, attack the first pitch, whatever. Whatever the message is behind the scenes. It obviously has not been working out this year.
Right.
But at the end of the day, the players have to produce.
Right. Then it brings up the question, then what is coaching? Like, you could say that for anything.
Yeah.
Steve DeBerg should have produced better. You know what I mean?
Well, it's different in football when you're the offensive coordinator, you're calling plays.
Yeah.
Pat Burrell can tell Matt Chapman to hit a home run every time. He's not going to hit a home run every time.
So it's hard to see the Giants not hit with Pat at the helmet. I agree. Justin Vealey is also on that, too, and he's been there for a while. Rob in San Mateo is next up. Rob, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Hey, morning Murph, morning Marcus. How you guys doing today?
What's up, man? It's all good.
I'm doing all right. Just want to say happy birthday.
Very nice of you, Rob. You should come by and get a donut, dude. We got him.
We got plenty.
We got him.
Oh, I got some in my car right now. I just passed you guys. I'm driving up to San Rafael today.
Oh, good man. All right.
But unlike the last caller, I'm actually very stoked about this Matt Chapman signing, and I'm excited for what the future of the Giants could look like.
Whoa.
I know that our hitting this is an understatement, has not been great. Our situational hitting has not been great this year. But I don't think that solely falls on Pat Burrell. Like you said, there are more than one hitting coaches, and it's been not just a this year problem. But I don't want to talk about coaches or anything right now. Like I said, I'm excited about the Matt Chapman signing. I'm actually probably going to go get a Chapman jersey
look at that.
This weekend.
All right.
So
there you
I've
go.
always been a huge fan of defense. That's why I loved having Crawford until we didn't. But I feel like defense wins you more games, or it can keep you in games, because you never know when you're hitting. Like you said, Chapman can be streaky. Our team can be streaky, but his defense has been there pretty much all season long. You know, so like they say, with speed doesn't slump. To me, I feel like sometimes defense doesn't slump, but it can, but it's harder than a bat.
Rob, thanks for the call. Appreciate that, too.
good call,
In
Rob.
fact, I asked Will, Will was over talking to the kids yesterday. Now I started doing the Q&A with him, and because they were so starstruck. But they asked who's his favorite player, and he said George Brett and Mike Schmidt were his favorite players. But then I said, hey, Will, we talk about your hitting all the time, but you're holding the glove right there. I said, what would you talk to the kids about defense? He said, you got to work on your defense as much or more than your hitting. He goes, because you can go, he goes, kids, can you go 0 for 4 at the plate? And they're like, yeah. He goes, can you go 0 for 4 with this? He's like, you can't go 0 for 4 with this. If you go 0 for 4 with this, we got a real problem.
Yeah.
He said, so.
If you go 0 for 4 with the glove, you're not getting those 4 at-bats.
Exactly.
That's the big problem.
And then we'll wrap it up with Vince and San Mateo before we get to the Niners-Jets preview. Vince, good morning. You're on KNBR. How are you, man?
What's up, Vince?
Good morning, Brian. Again, happy birthday.
Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah, good seeing the Italian club a few months ago.
Oh, yeah. Look forward to another one. I want to go maybe in October.
Man, right on. Yeah, numbers don't lie. Matt Chapman is obviously cranking out some good numbers with the Giants. On paper, looks like he's their best player. Best defenseman, amazing re-signing. It's that old school contract mentality that I think player like Tom Brady embodied. Stick around. You know, the pieces will, hopefully click and fall into place. And, I think the Giants are hopefully trending upwards with this Chapman re-signing. And hopefully it inspires Snell to do the same. I mean, instead of running around trying to chase rings, you know what I'm saying?
Interesting, Vince. Well, thanks for the call. But it's a good example, this Vince, for the call, that there's like people out there actually excited by this. It's like, as bad as the Giants are, they're 68 and 72, don't you know? This is actually getting people like, they're optimistic.
Because it gives the fans something to look forward to.
Was it Rob who said he's going to buy a jersey?
Yeah, whether it's Rob or whether it's the kids last night.
Oh, 100%.
Being disappointed that Chapman was on the field. Again, he's a name that people come to watch.
The kids were a really good sample size last night because they were like, where's Matt Chapman? Where's Matt Chapman? Where's Matt Chapman? And then, can we get Chapman? And I was like, and then one of the kids wearing a Chapman jersey. It was signed by Corbin Carroll, Will Clark, and Robbie Ray, but not Matt Chapman. So it's funny. Somebody texted in and said, yeah, Matt Chapman's an everyday player, except last night when he did not play.
Yeah,
so.
I was as bummed as the Little League kids. I'm trying to win a fantasy baseball championship right now.
Oh, you needed him?
Oh, I've got Matt Chapman on the squad.
Okay.
I got him in like one of the last rounds, too. Good value on Matt Chapman.
Let's get Marcus a ship, except for in today's fantasy football draft at 1 o'clock.
Hey, now.
When it's going down, which by the way, I'm going to openly tell you guys, I am woefully ill-prepared for this thing.
Well, Murph.
I might draft Tom Brady. That's how out of it I am.
Dude,
You know what I mean?
Tom Brady was available in our draft last night.
Get out of here.
Tony showed me his phone. He's like, dude, you can still draft Tom Brady. I was like, you won't do it. You won't do it.
No, that would be a bad draft pick. All right, guys, speaking of Tom Brady, he plays football, and football's back in our lives. Ravens, Chiefs tonight at 5:20. But the big deal, 49ers, Jets. Niners had the day off yesterday. They're back at it today. Shanahan's going to talk today. We're going to get the hype going. And Mark Canazaro, one of our all-time, if not the all-time friend of the program, who covers football in New York, will give us a preview of Aaron Rodgers, Robert Saleh, and the Jets, who are rolling in here Monday night. Mark next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Super excited. Go Giants.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, bright and early on a Thursday, our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, you want to talk to us about that ERC program, what to do if you did not get your check, huh?
Call us. The problem is there were a bunch of scammers. The IRS wanted to weed them out, so they kind of threw out the baby with the bathwater, and they stopped processing. And there's an awful lot of people do an awful lot of ERC, Employee Retention Credit money. They've been sitting and waiting for a long time. There's 3 different ways to hurry the IRS up. We want to explain what they are, and if you want us to do it, we'd be happy to do it for you. But what if the IRS disallowed your claim? You only have 30 days to file an appeal, and the IRS, we think, is using some AI because we see them denying some claims, and they don't have the information to know if you're entitled to it or not. So we'd want to contest that for you. Or if you're being audited, represent you there. The bottom line is anything that's gone wrong with your ERC, you didn't receive your check, or they told you they're rejecting it, or they're auditing you, call us. We want to take care of you. The Congress provided this money to help small business. We want to help you get what Congress originally intended.
Well, that's the deal. Call him up. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call. 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, if we're getting vintage Bruce, we're going to an elite guest here. Before we welcome the great Mark Canazaro of the New York Post, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Turn that up, brother. We need a little Rosie. Rosie's going to come out and play, just like the Jets are going to come out and play in Levi's Stadium Monday night. 49ers, Aaron Rodgers. The man to break it all down for us is our great friend, Mark Canazaro of the New York Post, a.k.a. Marky Mark. Marky Mark, good morning, brother.
What's up, Marky Mark?
Murphy, Murph, Marcus, good morning, San Francisco. You ready for week one?
Let's
go.
I gave you a little Rosie. I could have gone any number of directions. Jungle Land's too profound this early in the morning,
Well, it's never too profound for me. It's kind of my anthem, but Rosie is strong to quite strong.
There you go. That's all we were looking for, was a strong to quite strong. So first and foremost, I need to get the personal stuff out of the way. Did you lose out to Serby? You're not making the trip?
Sadly, I am not. I'm doing the Giants opener and not the Jets opener. So I was hoping we would send two columnists out there, but we decided to just send one.
There's two teams in New York? Come on, man.
You'd hardly know it, honestly, with A-Rod, obviously. I mean, this is, the anticipation for this is it's been building, and I mean, honestly, I think there's a sense from Jets fans that they're coming out of their skin waiting for this game to start and for Rodgers to play again, but there's also this sense of dread after what happened last year with the ruptured Achilles 4 plays into the year after he charged down to the field, carrying the American flag on 9/11. So I mean, there's a lot of, I think there's a little apprehension there too, just because everybody's kind of wondering, is it true? Is he going to finally play and lead them to the promised land? If I could throw another Bruce-ism in there for you.
Nicely done, Mark and Mark. And yeah, I think you're right. I think everybody's wondering what version of Aaron Rodgers is going to show up on Monday night, especially when he didn't play any preseason snaps this season and then missed OTAs because he was out in Egypt. Like, what's that anticipation level like, and is there concern that Rodgers hasn't taken a snap
Mark,
since last year?
It's interesting you say that, because I was, and I wrote about this a couple times in a couple columns over the summer, I did not agree with him not playing any preseason snaps. Like, I get it, that's the new trend now with many NFL teams, although I believe the Niners, I think that Purdy played, at least at some point, but I know Patrick Mahomes played. I asked Rodgers this directly a few weeks ago, and he said that preseason is not real football; it's fake football or whatever. I get all of that, but I just feel like for a guy that that has not played a snap since he snapped his Achilles, has got almost an entirely new offensive line. Why would you just not want to be there in a game circumstance for a couple of series anyway? And I get it. I mean, listen, who am I to say what's best for him? I mean, this guy's been doing it for 15 years. He knows what he's doing. But I felt like it would have been I felt like it would have been advantageous for him just to get back there for a couple of series, get the operation down. Their center is a guy named Joe Tippmann who's had the snapping yips this summer, which is a little bit of concern. And that's why would you not want to get in there in a game circumstance for at least a series or two or three or whatever? And but they just didn't do it. I'm not 100% sure that Rodgers didn't want to do that. I think it was more about Robert Saleh not wanted to have him out there. And Saleh insisted it wasn't being afraid of injury, that, they do these, these inter-team scrimmages and blah, blah, blah. I just didn't think that was smart, to be honest with you. I mean, he's going to be stepping out on the field on Monday night against one of the best defenses in the league, having not, stood under center in a game circumstance since last year and against Buffalo when he got hurt.
So if you have two choices, Mark Canazaro, New York Post, great football columnist, and, of course, our dear friend, two choices to guess whether Rodgers will be Aaron Rodgers, the four-time MVP who slings it like no other, or 40-year-old guy who starts to look fragile. I see. You read the Mike Sando quarterback tiers piece in The Athletic. A couple unnamed execs or coaches said looked a little fragile. Said, do you lean more towards the possibility that he could look fragile and slow, or that it's just let it rip, it's vintage Aaron Rodgers?
I think it's going to be somewhere in between, but closer to the real Aaron Rodgers, I believe. And this is just from watching him slinging it around in practice this summer. I mean, the arm is still there. The command obviously still there. And he's got a better offensive line. The Jets had a horrific offensive line last year. They brought Tyron Smith in from the Niners, from the Cowboys, who was if he can stay healthy. They brought Morgan Moses in, who's another veteran tackle. So they kind of shored up their tackle situation. They're healthier. They're deeper. Garrett Wilson, they're one of their top receiver I think is going to be potentially a superstar. He's that good. Breece Hall, who's their running back, I think he's going to turn into a star with Rodgers throwing it to him and in that offense. So I think that Rodgers is going to be that Sando thing. I saw that. I'm thinking, honestly, how can you really tell? I think they were trying to. If I'm not mistaken, that unnamed coach or whomever was analyzing just off the couple of plays that he played in the Buffalo game. I mean, honestly, that's not a big enough sample size to say the guy looks old, in my opinion. But I do believe we got to see him in game circumstance. I think there's a serious anticipation and curiosity to see what it's going to look like, when guys are coming at him for real. But I think he's still. I think he's still got it. I think he's healthy. I don't think we're going to see a compromised 40-year-old dude out there. I think he's a little bit of a unicorn. Like Brady. Tom Brady was. I think that you don't lose all of that greatness all at once. I don't think, even at his age, and he's obviously been doggedly working out and recovering from that. Achilles from last year. So I expect to see him closer to himself than some, aged dude who's stumbling around.
Mark, you mentioned Garrett Wilson and Breece Young as some of the young players on offense. There's also young studs on defense, too, with guys like Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams. This is a Jets roster that has a lot of talent, but you're also going into year 4 with Robert Saleh, and he's yet to have a winning record. So what is the expectation, and how's that reaction to the first 3 years of Robert Saleh?
Well, Marcus, I would say the expectation is more of a demand from ownership and from the fan base that they have to win. So, listen, do they have to win the Super Bowl this year? No. I mean, listen, everything has to break right for any team, even Kansas City win the Super Bowl. But they've got to get into the playoffs. They haven't been to the playoffs in 13 years. That's the longest drought in all major sports, not just the NFL. It's NHL. Baseball, MLB and NBA. So that's pretty pathetic. If they're not in the playoffs, then they're blowing the whole thing up. I mean, Rodgers will be gone. Saleh will be gone. The whole staff will be gone. They've just got to reboot. If they scrape into the playoffs and win like a wild card game or get bounced in the wild card, I don't know. I don't think that's good enough. Here's the thing. Guys, the Jets won 7 games last year without an NFL quarterback on their roster. I mean, they played the entire season with Zach Wilson, who we already know can't play. Trevor Siemian, Tim Boyle. I mean, you can't make up a worse quarterback room than that. And they won 7 games, and they were relatively relevant until late. So. I felt last year if they had any quarterback that was mildly competent and just upright, they would have had a chance to maybe challenge for a wild card spot. So if you can't bust this thing up and win 10 or 11 or 12 games this year, I mean 10's modest. with this cast of characters, as long as Rodgers stays healthy, then I don't know. I don't know if a Jets fan has I don't know if they have a hope ever. I mean, this is a stacked team. It really is. I mean, the defense is, was ranked 4th in the league last year. Playing with an offense that couldn't stay on the field. So I think, given there's so many positive things, as I said at the beginning, that it almost I think has the Jet fans skittish about what next could go wrong, because this fan base has just been tortured for years.
It's true, man. I mean, it's hard for me to think of the Jets as a force. It's like I just can't think of them that way. It's like they got this, they got this, they got that. I'm like, no, they don't. They're the Jets. It's kind of
listen. That's the way. I mean, there's an apprehension there. There is from the Jet fan. I mean, we have a guy here who was on the radio. You probably Joe Beningo. You probably know he's one of these. He's a local Jersey guy who was a caller on nighttime, on WFN radio out here, and went to like Connecticut School of Broadcasting and got himself, God bless him, onto the air. And he was for years and years. He was an overnight guy. Anyway. There is no more rabid fan than Joe Beningo of the Jets, and I've spoken to Joe. He's apprehensive. He's waiting for something to go wrong. He doesn't want something to go wrong, but he's waiting for something to go wrong because everything does go wrong with the Jets somehow.
Well, it's true. I mean, 1969 was the last Super Bowl win, baby. Last Super Bowl appearance, 1969, man. So the only one, yeah. Last one, Marky, because I don't want to take you too long, but just that you mentioned the defense. The coordinator's our old buddy, Jeff Ulbrich. He's a longtime 49er, Bay Area guy, and there's a guy Kyle Shanahan wanted badly as his D coordinator. I don't know if there was any follow-up on that and how he's feeling about this defense. You alluded to it, how good it is, but just the Ulbrich story, almost coming to the Niners and then staying there.
He is. I think he's one of the more underrated coordinators in the league, Murph. When you look at what they've done with that defense and built it in the last couple of years, obviously they've drafted quite well. Sauce Gardner is terrific. I mean, he's a fun guy to watch. Their cornerback they drafted a couple of years ago. I think, when you have a guy or a defense that's been as good as the Jets defense has been generally on a team that's just not been good for the last few years, I've kind of felt like Ulbrich has deserved a little bit more recognition and attention than he's gotten, to be honest with you. I really think that he was on the cusp last year of being in the conversation for some of these head coaching searches and whatnot. I don't think he ever got a sniff, but I'll tell you what, if this season goes the way it's expected to go for the Jets, and they have their defense is stout. The one thing that's weirdly missing here, and I wrote a column about it the other day, not to go too deep, but Hassan Reddick they made a trade for. This guy's got 50 sacks in the last 4 years, and he's been holding out. The Jets let go of a couple of guys who combined for like 13 sacks last year. This guy Bryce Huff, who they let go in free agency, who the Eagles signed, had 10 sacks last year and like 20-something quarterback hits. As good as that defense is, they're missing some of that pass rush ability that they had last year, and they thought they bettered it by trading for Reddick. Reddick wants a new contract, and he hasn't worn a Jet uniform yet. He hasn't even been in a mini camp. He hasn't been in anything. And that's an issue right now. So that's something to keep an eye out for. I mean, particularly with the Niners just having re-signed Trent Williams, get back in the fold. They could certainly use Hassan Reddick, pass rushing against Trent Williams is one of the best in the world, as you guys know for years. So, it's not perfect, but they do have a really good defense. And getting back to Ulbrich, I think if they have a successful year this year, I'd be shocked if he's not in the head coaching conversation in the next offseason.
Yeah, Mark, and actually that was my last follow-up question was about Hassan Reddick and his holdout status. As you mentioned, Trent Williams signed on Tuesday. He'll be playing Monday night. Is there any possibility that the Jets and Hassan could work out something this weekend and that he could actually play on Monday?
I do. Well, listen, if he shows up on Sunday, he'll play Monday because, a pass rusher can get right out there and play. And I'm sure he's clearly been keeping himself in shape. He's throwing out some stuff on social media, working out, all that like they all do. But I think he's got to kind of, today's Thursday. They're practicing full for the first time all all week, with the Monday night game, practice Thursday, Friday, Saturday before going to San Francisco. There's no signs right now that he's close. So I'd be very, very surprised if something happens in the next couple of days. I think, for the Jet fan, they better hope something does happen pretty soon, because I think they could really need him. They use him. They could not just could use him. They need him. They need that pass rush. Their defensive line is very stout, but less on the pass rushing side and more, I think, on the interior.
We're going to end it on this. Let you two Yankee fans discuss here. You guys going to choke this thing? You guys going to choke this thing?
Who's going to close games, Mark?
Listen, you got to worry about Holmes, right? I mean, what are we doing here?
11 blown saves, Mark.
What are you doing? You're going into October without a closer, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
That's not in the manual.
We're just a few weeks away from crunch time. I'm not somebody that's I don't really care that much about whether they win the division. I mean, the wild card teams have been winning World Series the last few years, right? So, but the bottom line is, once you get in there in October, and you got to trot this guy out who's given up grand slams in the bottom of the ninth. I mean, that's a problem, So, that's a concern.
Yeah,
that's a problem.
So you guys you're gripping. You're gripping a little bit. I like it.
We're scuffling a little bit.
I like it.
Hey, listen. At least we got a team going to the playoffs around here now.
Oh, dude, tell me about it.
Maybe two.
No, tell me about it.
The Mets are playing
that's right.
well.
The Mets are playing well. Frankie Lindor, low key, make my backdoor the MVP in the National League.
I know. Well, listen, you guys have had your share of
I know, but you've said that a lot. You've said that a lot to us, but with each passing year, that gets more and more distant. But then again, we just referenced the Jets, 1969. So
exactly.
There you go.
We just had the Warriors 2 years ago.
Hey, that's true. It's true. Hey, last one. I don't want to be that guy. You never talk about your own birthday or whatever, because I don't. It's like stupid. These people are like, it's my birthday week. It's my birthday month. But the only reason I'm bringing it up is our producer, John Joe Curley, yesterday did something that I want to tell you about, because I know you get a kick out of it.
Yeah.
Unbeknownst to me, he had arranged a caller to call into the show to wish me an early birthday, because the guy, freaking Fred Lynn, dude, my all-time favorite childhood baseball player, who I'd never had on the show. Dude, he threw Freddie Lynn on, bro. We immediately broke it down.
That's tremendous.
We immediely were breaking it down.
Well, that's kind of quite frankly, it's breaking news that Fred Lynn, who was the crafty, left-handed hitter, freaking ripped the ball all over the place. Yeah. How is that your favorite player? I don't even understand that.
Marky. I probably keep that low key because I don't want to anger your pinstripe blood, But when I was at 8, the 75 World Series was my first online year. And I was enthralled by Fenway Park's look and their uniforms, and he was the best player. And I was like, that's my guy. And I just was obsessed with him. Obsessed.
Well, him and Rice were, those guys were unstoppable.
What do you got a problem with Dewey Evans? Come on, man. Come on.
Oh, now we're going Now we're going deep Red Sox. I mean, I think your Gigantes fans might be a little disturbed by what's taking
you're
place
allowed.
right now.
Did you have a second team other than the Bombers growing up? Like a little crush?
I totally did not.
You didn't have a little crush on like the freaking Dodgers or something, or the?
You know what? This is going to be really weird. I actually have always been a San Francisco sports fan. I'm not just saying that. And I had. I don't even know where it came from, but I still have it to this day. I have an old school San Francisco Giants ball cap,
dude.
Like those. Why
aren't you wearing that down at Mario's Bohemian Cafe when you're in town?
You know what?
Come on.
The next time I come out there,
yes,
I will bring it out. I don't. So I've always, and I was a Niners fan when I was a kid because my dad went to high school with Dick Nolan.
Get out of here.
So, White Plains, New York. That's where Dick Nolan is from.
And then his son Mike was our coach too, yeah.
I know. Mike was a Giants defensive
Did you ever talk to Mike as like his dad's old friend?
Absolutely, yes. Okay. Oh, I've talked to him a bunch of times about it. Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
So I mean, my dad, those kind of connections when you're a kid. I mean, that's that kind of shapes you a little bit. Who you root for. So I was always a huge Niners fan back in the the Gene Washington, Vic Washington, the Broad.
Well,
that was my legit football team.
So there you go. There you go. So you got a little bit. So anyway, the Red Sox were forever it, and then so anyway, I just wanted to tell you, I thought you get a kick out of it because you're from that era.
And also, Mark, he's leaving out the best part. He brought up game 163.
I did.
To Fred Lynn.
I did. We had to break down the Bucky Dent game. I did.
Oh wow! I skipped school. I skipped school for that. Sat on my beanbag chair and watched it on a 9-inch black and white TV screen in my room. When
you know what? Lynn slid in there. He said, "Only park in the bigs where Bucky Dent's ball leaves the yard. Only park in the bigs." Said,
so it's not that he's still bitter about it. Then.
One of the great, really, that sporting event left more like epic aftershocks than almost anything I can remember. We're still talking about it too.
Oh my God! I mean, I can still hear the Yankee announcer Bill White.
Yeah.
I could still the Yankee announcer, Bill White saying "Bucky Dent deep to left," and then boom, it was done. It was, it's iconic.
I ran home from middle school. It was about an 8-9 minute run home to my mom downstairs saying, "Come home, Carl Yastrzemski." The only play I saw was Yaz popping out to Greg Nettles to end it.
Wow. Greg Nettles, one of the great third basemen of all time, by the way.
you know my Bill Lee story about that? I've told this on the air before.
No.
So the Spaceman is from Marin County. He's a North Bay guy.
I did not know
Even
that.
though he's like associated with the wilds of New England, he's up in a cabin in New Hampshire or whatever, you know what I mean? But the Spaceman's a Marin County guy, so he spends a lot of time back in the area, and he was at TNB Sports with the great Tim, my buddy Timmy, Springsteen Tim. You know Tim. Have you met Tim Coughlin? You have? Yeah. Anyway.
I think I did, yeah.
Anyway, I was visiting Tim at TNB Sports one day, and Bill Lee walked in, and he just started, and we're just talking. Like we were old friends. And like within 10 minutes, we start talking Yankees, Red Sox, and he goes, "Hey," let me show you something. He pulls out his wallet, and he's got a baseball card of Greg Nettles in there. He goes, "I got Greg Nettles in my wallet." I go, "What?" He goes, "Yeah." I keep it in there so that every single day he can kiss my ass.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Because I guess they had a brawl, and he and Nettles squared off. Anyway, all right. Fun stuff, buddy. I'm sorry you're not coming, but we'll get you out here, and you'll wear that Giants cap down at Mario's and at the Italian Athletic Club.
Listen, hopefully, by the way, we got to work that.
Yeah,
I need to be a member there.
Yes, you
do.
Yes, you do.
You need to facilitate that. I feel like they need me as much as I need them.
This is all true. It's symbiotic, as they say.
Yeah, it is.
All right, buddy. Thanks for the chat.
All right, thanks, Mark. Good talking to you.
The great Mark Canazaro. Always fun. Susan Slusser, 7:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center. It's Bigelow tea time. It's Bigelow tea season. Every season is Bigelow tea season. That's why we tea proudly around here. It's the number one tea in the Bay Area. We have it here at work. We reach for that mug full of English breakfast. That's my flavor. Get me going. I love all their flavors, actually. You can give me any of them. Perfect for someone who makes a living behind a microphone. Perfect for you. That's why you want to do this. It keeps me going. It keeps you going. So what you want to do is you want to grab a mug of Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The runners go, the pitch. Little bouncer hits slowly to third. Chapman barehanded, one hop throw to first, and Wade makes the grab. What a play on both ends. Wow. The Giants have won it on a miraculous play. Vientos hit a soft ground ball to third. The Mets will immediately challenge and ask for the replay review on that one. But the barehanded pickup by Chapman, who was sprinting in for that ball, and then made a one-hop throw to first, and Wade was able to grab that one-hop throw and hold on to it.
It's confirmed. The runner is out. The game is over.
And there you have it.
Well, there it is, guys. You're like, wait, I just turned into KNBR on 9/5/24. Why the hell are they playing a highlight from New York in May? Well, you may know by now, you may not know by now, but Matt Chapman made big news last night with the Giants at about 10:30 p.m. when most of you had given up on the Giants after another desultory loss in which they got no hit for 6 innings and actually kind of rallied and almost made it a little bit of a game near the end, but lost 6-4. While you all gave up and turned off and went to sleep and kind of blew off the Niners and started thinking about the NFL back in your lives, Matt Chapman, it was announced, signed a 6-year, $151 million deal to stay in San Francisco. Big news that we've been reacting to all morning long. You guys can at 808 KNBR or 415-808-5627. I have to tell you, Marcus, it seems like for the most part, Giants fans are giving this a big thumbs up.
Yeah, there's been a lot of positive reaction this morning. Now, of course, when you go on social media, you'll find negative comments. Surprise.
Didn't you tell me once comments suck?
Yeah, comments suck. Social media sucks. For the most part, people suck. Just not anybody who's listening to the show. You guys all rule.
As the great Jerry Seinfeld once said, somebody said, and that one episode, somebody says, people. They go, people. And Jerry goes, they're the worst.
Yeah. They are. So, of course, there's people complaining about the length of the contract and bringing up the fact that Matt Chapman's going to be 37 years old at the end of this contract. But, Murph, when you're looking at this infield, when you're looking at this overall roster, when you just don't have consistent guys that you can count on to be out there every day, and I'm talking about guys that fans actually want to go see, and we can talk about what he does at the plate. We can talk about what he does defensively. I mean, my favorite takeaway of this entire thing is you look at his contract, and you see that it lines up with Logan Webb's contract. And the fact that Logan Webb has one of the highest ground ball rates in baseball. So for the next 4 years of Logan Webb's contract until 2028, he'll have arguably the best defensive third baseman in the league fielding ground balls.
So this is all true. I mean, I can hear people in their car saying, yeah, this is true. This is true. They're 68 and 72. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like, I get it. And everything we're going to say that's positive is going to ends in they're 68 and 72, which is true. And that's where we have to kind of figure out, like, what's going, like, why is it good to sign Matt Chapman when he's part of a 68 and 72 team? Why do we brag about the Logan Webb ground ball and Matt Chapman defense when they're 68 and 72? I mean, I'm with you on all of it. Mm-hmm. I like it. I want Logan Webb on the mound. I want Matt Chapman at third. They're 68 and 72. So obviously it's other things going on. Or Chapman's not a perfect player. I heard Greg Papa saying this the other day, and I was nodding in my car. He said he is pitchable in big situations. You can strike him out in big situations. He can't be your 3 or 4 hitter. He can't. Mm-mm. He can't. I don't even know if he can be your 5 hitter. Can he?
But here's like my big takeaway is you look at that lineup last night without Matt Chapman.
Just empty.
The way that we're looking at that lineup is the same way that free agents are looking at that lineup. It's me going back to the well complaining about the Giants going into Anaheim last year with A.J. Pollock as your cleanup hitter when you're trying to showcase the team to Shohei Ohtani. Having Matt Chapman in your lineup gives you a credible bat, gives you somebody that says, okay, I can hit in front of that guy and get better pitches. Because outside of Matt Chapman, who's that guy on this roster? Yeah. We're hoping that it's Elliot Ramos, but it's what we were talking about earlier. Like, you look at Jung-Hoo Lee and the contract that he got, you've got your leadoff hitter. Now you've got your 5 hitter with Matt Chapman. You got to figure out who's 2, 3, 4.
Ramos is in there.
Yeah, I think Ramos you pencil in Ramos.
What you're seeing from Marco Luciano, is he?
No.
I mean, dude, I'm seeing a very tentative guy, by the way, right now. We can talk about that later.
He just looks lost.
But I go into the text line and back-to-back texts, 408. Does this mean Farhan stays? 415. The bad side is Farhan is staying. That might be even bigger than Chapman, is that, guys, this gives every indication Farhan ain't going anywhere. Because Greg Johnson, and I told you guys, if you just tuned in, I had a wonderful day with the Millville Little League All-Stars and our coaches out there yesterday, and thanks to Brian Price for hosting us. And we had a wonderful day. We were on the field. The kids were excited. And who was, by the way, the one guy they really, really wanted to see was Matt Chapman. It was really funny. Where's Matt Chapman? Where's Matt Chapman? Little Huddy wore his Matt Chapman jersey, an A's jersey, by the way. But anyway, the point is, we were down in the clubhouse, the tunnel that leads to the clubhouse. They were begging for autographs, and Greg Johnson walked past us. And I was like, Greg Johnson, what's he doing down there? He doesn't go to the clubhouse. And I was like,
that's interesting.
I was like, is somebody getting fired? Is somebody getting fired? And my other coach was like, dude, is he getting fired? I'm like, I said, he might be doing something charity thing or something. I don't know, but he doesn't go to the clubhouse a lot. Now we find out why. It was to extend. It was like to congratulate Chapman or whatever. But the point is, I was like, well, there he goes. That's telling me you hitch your wagon to Matt Chapman for 6 years. Farhan's coming back.
Yeah, and this is the same guy that gave Farhan a contract extension last year after chopping off the head of Gabe Kapler. And we've gotten texts not only about Farhan, but also about the future of Bob Melvin. Look, you can't just fire a manager after 1 year.
Some would say you could.
Some would say you could. It's probably not the best way to, rebuild something. And also, I think the deeper meaning, if you're looking into this contract, this tells you that Matt Chapman obviously knows about the future of Bob Melvin. I don't think he signs that deal if Bob Melvin's not back next year.
Right, exactly. So anyway, guys, and we're seeing it. Somebody wrote in 559. You know who's not giving it a thumbs up? Casey Schmidt. Casey Schmidt. I mean, this is a guy we had high hopes for. He came up. My kid got a jersey. He had that great start to his season. And I mean, listen, he may not be done. He could play second base for you. He could, but he has been inconsistent. He's on your rant yesterday about fantasy football. He's on that shuttle. He's on that fantasy team where he's dropping, pick him up, dropping, pick him. So Casey Schmidt's head's in the spin cycle too. He doesn't know what's going on. Luciano's still a baby. I mean, Matos is still trying to find his footing after getting shell-shocked too. I mean, can the Giants build up? Guys, there's one name that might be on this team next year, and that it might be Bryce Eldridge.
Oh, give me Bryce Eldridge.
It might be Bryce Eldridge.
I need Bryce Eldridge.
I mean, he'd be 20, but it's not unprecedented. Jackson Merrill down there in San Diego is doing it, right?
20-year-olds playing all over the bigs.
Jackson Churio?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
I mean, Mike Trout, Bryce Harper, they got called up when they were 18, 19 years old.
Elite outliers. Is he an elite outlier?
I mean, the numbers and the comparisons that I've seen so far across 3 levels of AAA, he's putting up like Vladdy Jr. type numbers with the home runs. He's hit 22 home runs across 3 different levels this year, and he's not even done yet.
In 530 with a very salty text. Yeehaw, 240 hitting third baseman for 6 flipping years.
Yeehaw!
I mean, if you like your WAR, buddy, he's tied for third in the National League in WAR. There's more to baseball than a batting average. I do like a batting average, but that third base defense, you just heard young Tony play that play coming in. We came in. That New York play was the best play I've ever seen to end a game. So he just needs to be surrounded by better guys where he's not the focus of the lineup.
No, exactly. He's a building block. Whether it's offensively or defensively, he's a guy that you can stick in your lineup, and he's a guy that's going to take away half of the infield when you're trying to figure out if Tyler Fitzgerald or Casey Schmidt or Marco Luciano or Hassan Kim or whoever is going to be your next shortstop.
Third base defense is not a problem for the Giants, and it's other things. It's freaking timely hitting is what it is. They can't freaking hit, all right? And so Chapman should be probably a 6-hitter on that lineup. But anyway, we'll talk about it with Susan Slusser. It's a big story next on The Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about Marin Health, North Bay's world-class secret, world-class healthcare. Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care. It's the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health. World-class care, closer than you think.
Quite simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle's senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Murph and Marcus on KNBR. Now.
Well, does Susan get my ever-changing moods when she doesn't answer her phone? I'm kidding. So we'll get Sluss on there real soon. It's amazing how much reaction for a team that has angered a fan base and turned off a fan base. Last night, again, season low crowd, 22,000. We were out there. We were doing our part. You did your part. We did our part. 22,000 out there. For a team that has like just mostly just angered everybody and turned off everybody and the apathy and the rage and all, people are reacting to this Chapman sighting. Like it's causing a lot of we see what lights up the text line. We see what lights up the phone lines. And this is something that's got people going. And surprisingly, I'm saying surprisingly because people are so down on the Giants right now. I feel like almost any time they poke their head out of the hole, they're say, you stink. Like if Farhan just says his name, no, But most people are like, I like this. Yes, of course, we see some negatives. I mean, you're going to get 100% of the people vote. Hey, heck, we got an election coming up in 2 months that'll show that people have different opinions. You know what I mean? So, exactly. So it's why they have, as my grandpa used to say, it's why they have horse races, Bri. You know, you can pick the horse you want, right?
I understand.
Most people are positive. Here's the things. One, it's not an opt-out contract. It's these Farhan instability contracts where you don't know who you're getting. So now you have two guys, Jung-Hoo Lee and Matt Chapman, everyday players. I mean, you could throw in Logan Webb. You mentioned him too. At the top of the rotation or in the lineup you can count on. A lot of people saying, don't sleep on the power numbers. What's he at, 22 bombs right now?
22 bombs in that ballpark.
He might finish with 25. You'll take that, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, the batting average is a thing. It's a problem. The batting average will drive you nuts.
It's a problem across baseball.
It is a problem across baseball.
Yeah, just in general.
Yeah.
And that goes back to the approach and the hitting coaches and all that stuff, Murph. But I think like the whole point of what you're saying is the Giants finally feel like they have something to build around. Whether it's Logan Webb and Matt Chapman or Jung-Hoo Lee and Elliott Ramos or Kyle Harrison and some of these youngsters, Ryan Walker in the bullpen, it seems like there's a building kind of foundation for moving forward.
Well, again, they're 68 and 72.
With all that being said.
Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle. Sluss, it is always great to have you. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Susan.
Hello. Happy birthday, Murph.
Thank you, Susan. When's yours? December, right? I knew that.
Yeah, very good. Late December, the worst all-time possible.
I know, because you're always like right around Christmas and New Year's, aren't you? What is it?
Yeah, I'm right between them. Nobody's ever around. You get the best is you get the re-gifted presents.
No, Susan, let's be honest. It's. I'm going to say this with all love. It's a bad birthday. It's a bad birthday.
It is. Yeah, it really is. Yours is perfect, of course.
June. My brother's is June 13th, and it's always like right around the last day of school. That's a boss birthday. Waterboy's is in June, too.
Yeah, but the end of the June, so I never got to celebrate in school.
That's true.
Nobody ever bring me a cake or balloons.
Yeah. Is that to count for your damage sight?
Same.
All right. We now know Waterboy's excuse and your excuse. What's the Giants' excuse? No, let's talk about Matt Chapman, Susan. I mean, you've known him forever. You've covered him forever. And we're going to say a lot of positive things about him, right? His advanced analytics are great. Defensive runs saved, WAR, you name it. His personality is great. He's a leader, all that good stuff. But I say that, and I ask you, how can all that stuff be good and the team is still 68 and 72?
Because he's one of 26, one of 28 right now.
Yeah.
Look, this is a really good move for the Giants. Good for them to do it now. A little against the grain to do this time of year. I kind of like a little pick me up, but yeah, this isn't really necessarily a season to celebrate. I like that they've wrapped up a big piece. One of the big complaints the last few years is the roster churn. And here's one of the elite defensive players of the past decade or two wrapped up for a long time, which is wonderful. And you mentioned it, team leader by far, fiery, wants to win. He is the kind of a guy you build around. And they've added some of their younger players are really starting to come around, and, you could see potentially a nice young core forming around Matt Chapman as the leader. But there's a lot more to do, guys. It's not going to be enough.
Yeah, Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle is sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com, Marcus.
And Susan, I think the timing of this is what surprised me the most because we know that Scott Boras likes to hold court out at the winter meetings. He likes to have his clients shopped around on the open market. So what's the significance of a Scott Boras client signing in the middle of the season?
Yeah, it's funny. Scott's always like, I get a bad rap for that. Like, if my client really wants to go someplace and has a deal that they feel is fair and that they want, we'll do it. Like, he's always like, I'm not just holding out for the last dollar. I really do look out for my clients. And here's an example. It's been clear for about a month or so that there was a lot of willingness on both sides. I still assumed it would be an off-season thing just because, that's how it kind of works with trying to piece together your entire budget. But that this is, even from ownership on down, this is a good sign. Ownership went like, you know what, let's get this done. We've got one piece to get out of the way. And they go into the off-season with something already decided and maybe even a little bit of more of an idea of the budget that they're working with.
Yes, good stuff. Okay, Susan, so the other big part of this is we are deducing with our spidey sense, this means Farhan Zidi stays into 2025 because we're thinking they don't let him have the ability to sign this long-term deal without having him running the ship. Is that a correct deduction? He's back in 2025. Is that your read on this?
Yeah, and I had thought that was probably the case anyway. I've never gotten the sense that ownership has, really turned on Farhan at all. We've talked so much about the moves last offseason. Yeah, you don't get Shohei, but that was going to be such a long shot anyway. And also look what it does to you financially for a very long time. That said, those moves that Farhan Zidi made last offseason were very good ones. They were strong ones. They didn't work out, injuries, underperformance, and all of that. But you still, you can't necessarily grade a GM's moves entirely on hindsight. At the time, they were really, really good moves. So I think they see that. I think he probably gets, another year. But never say never. It's a big ownership group. There are a lot of people with different voices. I don't know if this necessarily 100% nails it down, but certainly the indications are that Farhan Zidi is back and has at least one more year to kind of turn things around. And I do see some good things, as I mentioned. I think this young core could be good. I think the young pitchers, especially some of the guys that are coming, could be good. But they still need to go out and make some big splashes this offseason. It's going to be interesting to see what they do and if they include Blake Snell.
How big of an influence do you think that Bob Melvin was in Matt Chapman initially coming back to the Bay and also signing this contract extension?
Certainly coming back. I think he had, he wanted Chapman. I don't think that was a secret. Who wouldn't? What manager wouldn't? But they've always had a good relationship. I think as much as anything, and Chapman said it when he signed, he loves the Bay Area. He loves playing in the Bay Area. I think the Giants, so that's like kind of an overblown narrative. The players don't want to come to the Bay Area. Players don't want to be in San Francisco. That gets a little old. And Matt Chapman is a guy who loves it here, is very comfortable here, knows it well. And that alone is something that should go a long way when you're talking about such an elite player.
Yeah, it is true. You don't, that's the knock. Nobody wants to come up. He's like, no, I'm not. Give me that contract, because he would have done Scott Boras maybe have gotten more. And so if you're okay, Susan, then listen, I know it's only September 5 and they got a month to play, but if you start looking ahead, like we were saying, we were sort of spitballing. Jung-Hoo Lee back, we're assuming he'll be healthy and ready to go, leadoff hitter. Matt Chapman, we're saying, he shouldn't be your 3 or 4 guy. He should be like your 5 guy. We assume Ramos would be somewhere in the 2, 3, 4 mix for next year. So does that mean that going into the offseason, either through trade or free agency, they have to find a 3 or a 4 guy, which is same movie we've seen before?
Yeah, that's about the size of it.
You'll see the movie again.
I've already seen them linked to Juan Soto. I just don't. Soto to me is a guy who stays in New York one way or the other. And maybe they kick the tires there. I just don't see it happening. And I don't know if there's necessarily any answers out there for a big middle of the order hitter. You go like, well, Soler was a pretty good one on a pretty reasonable contract. But hey, maybe they could do better if they're not going after Soto. But I think Ha-Seong Kim is probably a guy they're going to target if you're looking a little further down the lineup, and a very nice piece. But yeah, somebody either has to step up in a big way to be a real threat in the middle. Look at this lineup is not overly threatening in any way. They strike out too much. They don't score early. You guys know all the issues with the Giants offense this year. They have to have a big bat. It has to come from somewhere. And honestly, I'm not really seeing where it is right now. Who do you target?
Well, Susan, here's my big question, and I might be getting too far ahead of myself. Is that big bat already in the system? We've talked about Bryce Eldridge before. He's played at 3 different levels in the minors now. Is now in Double-A Richmond. Is it possible that Bryce Eldridge could be in the big leagues next year?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's going to be in the big leagues in their cleanup hitter. But, yeah, I do think that if he is – I mean, it could be very similar to what we've seen with, say, Grant McCray. If there's the need and he's playing well, for sure. I don't think that he's a guy they're going into the offseason going like, this is our guy. He's going to be up and, the big savior of our offense. I think they're still going to need to go out and get something offensively. I like a little bit of the shift that we're seeing towards more athletic, some running. I'd love to see more running. If McCray's on the roster next year, and I hope he is, and Fitzgerald, you add a little bit more speed and you could be, kind of win the way the Diamondbacks have been winning. The way we've seen the Brewers have just taken off with their running game. I think in an era where offense is down all the way around, that might be as good a way to go as just depending on a big slugger in the middle of the lineup to get you going.
And then finally, is this just like a bad day to be Casey Schmidt? Or is he like, okay, I'm going to go win the second base job then?
I hope that it's the latter. Knowing Casey, I think that's probably the way he would approach it. He's a pretty peppy, optimistic guy. And he's a good defensive man. He's a really good defensive third baseman. So he's available in the event of injury, obviously. Very nice depth to have at that position because he is so good at third. But if you're that good a third baseman, I assume that you can play second pretty well. What happens, however, if they do make a big push for Ha-Seong Kim?
Right.
Where's he going to go?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So there. I mean, trade. I think this is going to have to be a winter of big trades, and it may even be a pitcher too. You may have to throw in a young pitcher that you have high hopes for. So, all right, Susan. Well, for you being around the clubhouse, I know on a personal note you like going to work and having Matt Chapman to talk to. So, on a personal note, that's good for you.
Absolutely. He's a good stand-up guy, very accountable. He's been one of the voices front and center during this slide going like, this is unacceptable, which, you always want a team leader doing that.
No, it's good stuff. All right, Celeste, thanks for the time. Be good.
Yeah, thanks, Susan.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Susan Slusser, she's an avowed Matt Chapman fan going back to the Oakland days. Mm-hmm. And I do want to say it's our big hit, obviously, because the Niners were off yesterday and the lousy game. Giants lose 6-4, but they announced at 10:30 last night that Matt Chapman signs a 6-year, $150 million extension. That has a lot of ramifications. This means Farhan staying, probably. Is this blocking the likes of a Casey Schmidt, a David Villar? Yeah. Does this mean what's going on at shortstop? What's going on with next year's lineup? 808 KNBR is the phone number. It's time for you guys. You guys have all been bubbling. I know the Giants fan passion is out there, man. You guys want this to get right. Is this getting it right? 808 KNBR is the phone number. Susan was brought to us by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Big hit next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival in Sacramento. The lineup includes Slayer, Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, and more. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 weekend passes. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you. So stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away at 9:15 this morning. It is all furnished by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Football is back, and so is Prize Picks. What's up, everybody? Happy Thursday morning. Welcome to the start of the football season. And it's a perfect time to join Prize Picks because right now you have the opportunity to cash in on Caleb Williams passing for 1 yard this weekend in his NFL debut against the Tennessee Titans. That's right. They got promos all over Prize Picks. And if you're looking for some action tonight, why not take one of my picks? I'll take Mark Andrews over 47 yards from his quarterback one, Lamar Jackson. All you need to do is pair up these picks together and you got a chance to double your money. Hell, throw together 4 picks and you got a chance to win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks. I've been using it during the baseball season. I'll use it during the football season. I'll use it for some MMA fights. I'm always mixing in some Prize Pick action into my repertoire for the start of the football season. So join us and download the Prize Pick app today and use code word LEADER and get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code word LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to get the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game.
Give me my money.
And now, this is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
The runners go. The pitch. Little bouncer hits slowly to third. Chapman barehands it. One hop throw to first, and Wade makes the grab. What a play on both ends. Wow. The Giants have won it on a miraculous play. Vientos hit a soft ground ball to third. The Mets will immediately challenge and ask for the replay review on that one. But the barehanded pickup by Chapman, who was sprinting in for that ball, and then made a one-hop throw to first, and Wade was able to grab that one-hop throw and hold on to it.
It's confirmed. The runner is out. The game is over.
And there you have it.
There it is, Matt Chapman, the signature play of the season. You're like, wait, why are they playing a Matt Chapman highlight from New York in May? Well, if you didn't know, because it happened late last night, this might be the rare occasion, Marcus, where people are actually getting news from the radio. Matt Chapman signed a 6-year, $151 million extension late last night when most of you were asleep. Maybe you've been getting the kids off to school, you didn't check your phone alerts, et cetera, et cetera. Now you know. The Giants signed a 6-year, $151 million extension with Matt Chapman. It's causing all kinds of reaction this morning. I'm going to be honest, I'm actually surprised at the amount of reaction we're getting on KNBR. First of all, God bless KNBR listeners for caring and for checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and on the phone line. But this has caused a lot of reaction. People really, really, really want to see the Giants get things fixed. And what's surprising, and I'm just throwing this out there, and you all can react on your phones and your voice texts on your commutes and all that stuff, that it seems like most people are very positive on this move. Now, mind, there are negative Nellies out there saying mediocre move, mid move, don't like it, this, that. But most people are saying stability, a guy they like, I don't want to call him a star because he's not a star, but a very good player who's recognizable, has charisma. You can buy his jersey. And, oh, by the way, probably the best defensive third baseman you've ever seen. So we can discuss, Marcus, your thoughts.
Well, just focusing on the positive aspects, and we'll get into the negatives later. Think about this offseason and how the positive reaction about the guys that Farhan brought in, including Blake Snell, Matt Chapman, Jung-Hoo Lee, Jorge Soler. I mean, we were doing shows where the phone lines were lighting up saying this is an A-plus offseason. It's an A-plus offseason. People were even coming for me because I was like, I think it's a B-plus offseason. But still, at the end of the day, there was excitement because you could show up to the ballpark and see Matt Chapman at third base, not a platoon player, and you got to figure out who's pitching to figure out who's in the lineup tonight. And so to have that stability and to have something to build around. I know Matt Chapman's 31. He'll be 37 when his contract ends. That's what people are going to nitpick here. But for the remainder of Logan Webb's contract, he's got a Gold Glove third baseman when he's got the highest ground ball rate in the entire league. Like, this is a positive move for the building blocks of the Giants franchise for the next 4 or 5 years, which includes Logan Webb, Matt Chapman, Patrick Bailey defensively behind home plate, Elliot Ramos, throwing a Kyle Harris and a Ryan Walker. It feels like there's actually something trending in the right direction instead of just calling these guys up, sending them down, which is another problem we'll address a different day. But it feels like this is building towards something.
Yeah, I would agree. So listen, it's been no secret. I told you guys in the moment he signed, he's my favorite Giant, right? Number one. And it has borne out. I truly do enjoy seeing him at third base. I, like you, all y'all, I'm with you guys. I get frustrated at some big strikeouts in some big situations. I heard Greg Papa a couple of days ago. I was driving to pick up the dogs at the kennel, and I heard Greg Papa saying, he's pitchable. He's pitchable. You can strike him out in a big situation. I was nodding in my car. I was like, gee, Pop, I'm with you. I'm with you. And it does gnaw at me. But when you find the perfect ball player, let me know. Like, if you find Ronald Acuna, healthy Ronald Acuna, let me know. He's not, right? And he's not Cal Ripken. He's not Alex Rodriguez. So let's be honest.
I mean, even the perfect ball players. Let's use Shohei Ohtani as an example. What is he, 0 for 8 with 8 strikeouts against his last 8 at-bats against Eric Miller? Like, everybody's got holes in their swings.
Right. Well,
and Matt Chapman's is more glaring than Shohei Ohtani. I'm just using it as an example.
I will confess, I have been frustrated at big moments. He doesn't seem to have a knack for the big RBI. We could talk about that. I mean, but again, he's not a perfect ball player. It's like, if you ever go house hunting, when you guys get a little into your later 30s, young Tony, when you're going to buy your first house?
Oh, Tony's got a house.
That's right, he does. Holy moly, what am I talking about? Well, when you finally decide Potrero Hill can't contain you anymore and you want to buy your mansion in Pacific Heights.
Oh, mansion, huh?
So the real estate people tell you there's no such thing as a white swan, which is like a perfect house. Oh, the backyard's perfect. Oh, the laundry room's perfect. The garage is perfect. Oh, the bedroom's amazing. No, man, when you're shopping for houses, there's always something. You're like, wish it had more storage, you know? Young Tone, as a real estate guy, is your house the white swan? Is it perfect?
I mean, I would say so, yeah.
Oh, it is.
It was
you
also
found
like
the white swan.
I mean, it was remodeled.
Okay,
so they added.
There's got to be something in that house that's gnawing at you. Like we could do better at this.
Yeah, I would say the storage was not
there it is.
the best.
There
but
it
we
is.
added
That's
storage.
the 240 batting average for Matt Chapman.
And you didn't have that backyard barbecue set up when you initially moved in, right?
Correct.
That's right. So you had to add a couple things to it.
There you go.
That's what we're talking about with Matt Chapman.
So,
he's the house. We just need the backyard barbecue.
I like what he brings to the table. I like the cut of his jib. I like seeing him out there every freaking day. And you know what's crazy? Last night was the night Brian Price, the Giants pitching coach, had us, the Little League All-Star team out, District 3 champs, don't you know, out to the yard because that's his hometown and his Little League was super nice. Thank you, Brian Price. And Matt Chapman didn't play, and the kids were like, where's Matt Chapman?
Yeah.
Where's Matt Chapman? So, all that said, we give him all this praise. They're 68 and 72.
Absolutely.
So he didn't wave the wand and make them. I thought, red ass attitude, hum baby attitude, kick somebody in the butt, make a winner, make a play, get dirty. Well, they're 68 and 72. And as Susan said, well, that's because he's one of 26. Look at Mike Trout, for example. Best player we've ever seen until he's been so in. My God, how about Mike Trout? He's just disappeared, right?
Bummer.
But for how many years was he the best player in baseball? How many playoff games did he win?
None.
Exactly. So is that a knock on Mike Trout?
No.
Yeah. So I mean, you got to have Aaron Judge buffeted by Juan Soto and Giancarlo Stanton, right?
Yeah. It goes back to what we were breaking down earlier. With these long-term contracts with Jung-Hoo Lee and Matt Chapman, it feels like you have your one hitter and your 5 or 6 hitter figured out. They got to figure out what's going to go in between. But just having those two guys in the lineup is going to influence other free agents to join that lineup.
You hope for sure. He's saying, I believe in what Bob Melvin and Matt Williams are doing here, even though it's 68 and 72, guys. But let's go out to the phones and see what you guys have to say. Mark is in Clovis, California. Go Kate Scott's hometown, Mark in Clovis. Down in Clovis. Mark, good morning. You're on KNBR.
What's up, Mark?
Happy birthday, Murph. How are you doing today?
I appreciate you, Mark. God, we got a lot of donuts. I'll tell you that. We had a second box. Remember old Triple E who used to work on our show? He sent us a huge box of donuts with an apple fritter in there. So I want to publicly thank Triple E and the cackle. So anyway, Mark, what you got, man? What do you think about this signing?
Well, I like the signing. And you guys have pointed out all the pros and cons. And the cons are the biggest thing I want to talk about is I think they got to get rid of Pat Burrell and the other hitting coaches because you said it, and Kruko said it yesterday. All these other teams are hitting ball up the middle. They're getting balls for getting on base. And ever since Mullins was there too, they started going and hitting the long ball. And boy, face it, Oracle Park is not a home run hitter's ballpark. If it's going to be your home park. And I think they need to change that philosophy and play the old style Dodgers small ball. And they'll have less of these people leaving runners on base, and they'll have a lot fewer strikeouts if they just start trying to put the bat on the ball.
Mark, I hear you.
Go back and learn how to play Pepper.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I wonder if that's not just the Giants, that's just everybody around baseball. But then again, like last night, for example, the Diamondbacks rolled in and hit a couple of tanks. And I was like, the other team just seems to... Josh Bell came up last night with 2 outs and 2 runners on in the first inning and got a 2-run single up the middle. And I'm just wondering where is that for the Giants? Where's that 2-out, 2-run single up the middle? Where's that tank? And I don't know, Mark, if we can exactly blame Pat Burrell for it. I mean, wasn't this a problem last year and the year before too?
Like I said, it's back to Mullins. Mullins started that whole philosophy of getting the ball out in the outfield. So I just think, I think if they went back, I don't hear anybody playing Pepper anymore.
No.
That's where I learned how to hit the ball.
Yeah.
The eye to bat the ball.
You and me, buddy. We're from a different generation, Mark, though. Thanks for the call, man. I appreciate you, buddy.
I think it goes back to the bigger question here. Is it the ingredients or is it the chef? Because we can talk about the players and the coaches and who's executing and not executing. At the end of the day, like the way that this team was built, the way that this roster was built, Farhan Zidi has gone out and tried to pick guys who can hit 20 home runs, 15 home runs, and piece them together. You look at that team like the Arizona Diamondbacks, that's an athletic team. That's a team that's built around speed, built more with a contact approach. So again, playing in this ballpark, that probably should be the approach you have. And we saw this year how the Giants had a lack of speed. That's why we're getting excited about guys like Tyler Fitzgerald and Grant McCray, because they do bring that different style and different approach.
And I should ask, if we had Jung-Hoo Lee all year, would we be talking more contact? Would we be talking about runner on third with less than 2 outs and he gets the ball in play to score the run?
I mean, he probably had some of the best bat-to-ball contact skills on the entire roster. And again, it goes back to how you build your roster and if you want players like Jung-Hoo Lee or Jorge Soler.
Kevin in San Mateo is next up at 8:08 KNBR. The big news, if you missed it, for the big hit, Matt Chapman late last night, 6 years, $151 million, easily the biggest dollar contract Farhan Zidi has ever given out, and it matches in years the longest he ever gave to Jung-Hoo Lee. So, Kevin, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well, guys. Love the show. So I'm in favor of the signing because Chapman, despite the Giants' record, is a winning player. I mean, you see that day in and day out. And his defense is phenomenal, and he's a guy you can root for. So love all of that. But at the end of the day, offensively, on a good team, he's like a 6 or 7 hitter.
Yeah.
Because he strikes out way too much.
Yeah.
But I also wanted to talk about Farhan. And I really think Farhan's got to go. And I'll give you a couple of examples. One is at the beginning of the season, or prior to the beginning of the season, they said Luciano is our shortstop of the future. It's his job. And that was contrary to what was known about Luciano in baseball. So Keith Law was on your airways at the beginning of the season, and he said, look, I've talked to more than a dozen scouts, and all of them say Luciano can't play major league shortstop.
Mm-hmm.
He's not an infielder at all. They need to move him to left field and see if he can play in the outfield, but he can't play major league infield defense, period. And that proved to be 100% correct. To me, that's on Farhan. He's got to evaluate that and know that before the season starts. That's an example. And the other big example is just the direction of the organization as a whole. It just feels rudderless. They don't seem to have a game plan. And they don't play situational baseball, which Kruko talks about all the time. There are teams that do play situational baseball, like the Diamondbacks. Like if there's a runner on third and less than 2 outs, they find a way to get it home. They take some swing out, as Kruko puts it. You just put it all together, and Farhan, to me, he's got to go.
Kevin, great call. Much appreciated. Touched on some of the things that Waterboy had in his rant yesterday that we used on digital about Farhan and the lack of the big picture. Let's specifically talk about that shortstop thing for a second. I agree. Totally bungled. If he knew that Marco Luciano was not going to be the everyday shortstop, and there's evidence that they did know that, how do you go into the season without a shortstop? How did you not make that trade for Willie Adames? How did you not make that trade for Hassan Kim to at least lock down that position? So that I totally agree. And then the other part is what you were talking about. You said the lack of a macro, the shuttling of the prospects in and out, the guesswork, the fantasy football dropping and adding. So, Kevin, I hear you. That said, we feel like this signing means he ain't going anywhere. That's our feeling.
Yeah, exactly. And that was my biggest gripe yesterday when I went on that rant. It's the fact that you did not have the awareness to maybe move Marco Luciano around the infield, before this season, before those offseason comments where you said he's going to be your shortstop next year. When you're having talks with guys like Carlos Correa, and if you're going to sign that long-term contract, then obviously Marco Luciano's not your long-term plan at shortstop. So it's having the awareness and the ability to move him around the infield and figure out how you do play him. But I also want to touch on the situational hitting aspect of all this and how it goes back to the different approach of old school baseball versus analytics. Keyword, situational hitting. I don't think analytics take into account the situation. They've got all the numbers. It's all predetermined. They can tell you, oh, yeah, we don't want to bunt because we don't want to give out an out because the analytics say that's bad. But if you're in the situation and it's a one-run ball game and you're playing for a single run, lay down a bunt. You have to use your eyes. You have to use your gut. You got to be able to adapt during the game, but the numbers do not adapt during the game, and that's my biggest problems with this analytic approach that has taken over baseball.
You play to win the game, and to be honest, I thought we would see more of it under the Bob Melvin regime. We have not. I've been disappointed by that, which means that it sounds like Farhan's calling more shots than I would like to admit. Dave in San Rafael is on KNBR 104.5 and 680. Dave, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Hey, I want to say, happy birthday.
I will definitely be at the Old Mill, if that rings a bell. And I love for your birthday.
Dave, that's where I had my first legal drink, legal, air quotes, when I was 21. I went to the Old Mill Tavern right there, which is now a new fancy place called Corner Bar, don't you know, Dave?
Yeah, it's pretty fluffy, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is. You can get a burger for under $20, though. I'll give them that. $19 burger. All right.
Hey, shout out to San Rafael Women's Lacrosse. Could be the best ticket in town this year.
Okay, I'm down. And by the way, you know how we feel about San Rafael sports with Sean from San Rafael, right?
But I want to say I think the Matt Chapman call is the right move. It's we need a guy to plant the flag for a while, the way Buster did and the way other guys have in the past. And this team has just been adrift for a long time. And it'd be very easy to peg it on the previous coach, and it would be very easy to peg it on Farhan. And I think you'd be right in both. So that's what I have to say.
Appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for the birthday wish. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for the call. Let's quickly do a couple more. Steve in Oregon checking in. Steve up in Oregon. Beautiful state of Oregon. What's up, Steve?
What's up, Steve?
Sun River says hi, Murph.
Oh, yeah. We like Sun River. Yeah, I'm due for a hit. What's up, Steve?
Great. Yeah, great acquisition. The left side is sewn up. Although I do think Farhan overpaid a little bit. He's kind of like that thrice burnt eBay bidder that sets a threshold 200% over list price of the item.
Okay, that's inside eBay. I'm not. Do you guys do eBay, Tony, Marcus?
I'm not on.
So you're saying like with a guy who's just like, I'm gonna only pay this certain number, and then he keeps paying higher. Is that what it is?
No, it's just you're not going to burn me this time. I don't care if it's at a market price. I want this guy, but he's been burned so often he may have batted it 10%. But can you imagine if they presented an offer sheet to Snell tomorrow, and Snell looks at it and goes, "Huh, what's this?"
I feel like Snell's the kind of guy I feel like he does like Matt Chapman had roots in the Bay Area through Oakland and Bob Melvin. I don't feel like Snell has that.
No, one foot out the door. But anyway, it's a great signing. I'm all for it. Left side is sewn up.
Thank you, Steve.
Have a great week.
Enjoy
guys.
Sun River in September. 360 said, please explain how this Chapman contract ties Farhan to this team. 360, this is my guess that Greg Johnson, who makes this call, doesn't let Farhan do this deal without – it's kind of like in business. Like you're tied – you're sort of saying you get to call the shots. Okay, fine. You want to sign this guy for 6 years, 150? Okay, well, since you're our guy, let's do it. I don't think he does this and then says, Farhan, you're gone.
No, you're not going to clean house and bring in a new front office, a new coach and everything and be like, hey, by the way, you're tied to this guy who you did not want to bring in for the next 6 years.
All right, big hit is going on the other side, by the way. A very funny text from a guy says, I got an idea for your big hit. You guys should – this is 209. You guys should be like the Giants. You should say you're going to have the big hit and then don't have the big hit because the Giants never get – the big hit. There it is. All right, we're going to extend it. The big hit is it's popular, so we're going to continue to get your guys' reaction to the Matt Chapman signing. Are you seeing any overt negatives that we're missing here? Are you seeing this as a sign that you want to be ready for 2025 spring training? 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk Provident Credit Union. Big news for your money, big news for your savings. Very important. Let's talk about something scoring big for your savings. They're called Pick a Term certificates from Provident Credit Union. And right now you can earn an impressive 4.25% annual percentage yield on your savings. So whether you choose a 3-month or a 6-month term, this limited time offer is perfect for meeting your short-term savings goals. Imagine your money working as hard as you do. So, if you're looking to grow your savings without tying up your money for too long, this is your chance to earn 4.25%. With rates like these, why wait? So visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch today to get started. Do not miss out on this chance to maximize your savings. This rate is effective as of August 13, 2024. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providencecu.org.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival in Sacramento. The lineup includes Slayer, Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, and more. So when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 weekend passes. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you. So stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away at 9:15 this morning. It is all furnished by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
On the ground, and Chapman's going to come up with it, and his off-balance throw is
no way.
Time!
What did we just witness? Watching that on the field, you feel like there's no way maybe he can just put this in his pocket. And he runs this down, full body going that way, fade away on the money to Wilmer. Are you kidding me? Get used to it. There's a reason he's got some platinum.
Oh, man, there it is. Hunter Pence gushing like everybody gushes about Matt Chapman's defense. Yeah, do you wish it was better than 240 and a couple strikeouts in big situations? Sure. But then again, it's as my dad used to tell me frequently, it's an imperfect world, Brian. And people in hell want ice water. He frequently would say, I want Chapman to hit 280. Well, people in hell want ice water.
Yeah.
All right?
Murph, I had a buddy, we used to go to the bar together, and around last call, he would just look at me and say, Marcus, beggars can't be choosers. Yes. And then he would disappear into the night.
A 2 a.m. Angel, dude. Yes, big win over Hawaii. Hey, somebody wanted to know, do you have that Brody Brazil cut we were going to play?
Ooh.
Somebody remember the Brody Brazil
That's right.
Matt Chapman take when we had him on at the start of the season?
Yeah.
Brody Brazil, the A's broadcaster here.
Dr. Brody Brazil.
You know, when they did x-rays on his hip, they found something interesting in Matt Chapman. They found that dog in him.
Can't get over that connection, too, that Brody Brazil connection. Speaking of connections, we're going to have Matt Mayoka on at 8:50, and we're doing our new stream where you can see the actual dude on the stream. Ooh. It's like it's 2024 and we're finally like getting to like 2014 technology here.
And Murph, tell the people where they can watch the stream.
YouTube at KNBR 1045. Is that it?
Yeah, and on Twitch and on the KNBR app.
Woo!
We're everywhere, baby.
And on Twitter.
Ooh, tell them, Tony.
All right, Young Tone. By the way, I know we're doing the big hit now, but do we discuss the Young Tony thing here? Because we got to have what did Young Tony learn today?
Yeah, maybe we'll save it for later.
Well, wait, okay. All right. Richard in Petaluma is chiming in. We're continuing our big hit into segment 2 because so many people have takes on the Matt Chapman signing. And surprisingly, for a team that inspires a lot of anger, negativity, bitterness, rage, apathy, all the above, there's a lot of people who seem to be pleased with this signing. If you have a negative, let us know. If not, if you want to keep the sunny vibes going and already looking forward to 2025's lineup with Matt Chapman at third base, then let us know. Richard in Petaluma, though, he's got some thoughts. Richard, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing quite well. And happy birthday to you.
You got a little Stevie Wonder for me there, a little Stevie?
Oh, come on, happy birthday
This is how we do. All right, Richard, what's up, man?
When it comes to Matt Chapman, it was a great deal because he's a Bay Area guy. He played for the A's. He's now with the Giants. He loves California, and I'm sure his wife had some influence in that. So, and the other thing, I remember this third baseman. His name was Dirty Allen Gallagher.
Ooh.
Remember Dirty Allen?
You're dating yourself now. Well, San Francisco native, Dirty Al.
Dirty Allen. And he held that corner down. Didn't hit much. And so I got a question for you.
Yeah, Richard.
What if the Giants held on to Brian Crawford for one more year with Chapman at third?
I mean, listen.
Crawford at shortstop.
Yeah, Richard, I appreciate the question, but I mean, it was quite clear that you couldn't play Brandon Crawford every day. It's quite clear that somehow, some way, and this happens to every athlete, it stopped working. He couldn't hit big league fastballs anymore. So we only wanted him to be a veteran backup and a spot backup, but you can't have him out there every day. But unless you're just asking in a fantasy world, is that what you're asking? Like in 2012, if they could have played together?
Yeah, in a fantasy world. Thank you. I like the way you put that, Murph. Yes,
okay.
In a fantasy.
Oh, sure. And your all-time Bay Area infield, Matt Chapman at third and Brandon Crawford at short, that's your all-time Bay Area infield right there. That's the left side. You're not going to do anything. I mean, Eric Chavez is in the conversation. Omar Vizquel was here for a year for the Giants, but dude, Crawford at short, Matt Chapman at third. Let's go.
Crawford better glove than Tejada.
So you're going Field of Dreams, Richard, huh?
Field of Dreams. Gotta go, man. Gotta go.
All right, we appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for the call, man. Chris in San Jose is next up, checking in on the big hit. Matt Chapman, 6 years, $151 million, announced late last night around 10:30 p.m. Chris, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
We're doing good, brother. What's up?
Good.
Hey, I like the signing. I like the defense. Chapman at third. I mean, everybody, the hyperbole is real. This guy's one of the better defensive players we've seen, probably within the last 20 years. 6 years is a long time, but if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. I mean, you have to have a cornerstone at the hot corner. I think they got it. I'm a longtime KNBR listener, and I love that soundbite from Mike Singletary when he went on that rant about can't win with them, can't coach them, can't work with them, can't do it. That's how I feel about Luciano. Luciano's terrible. The footwork's terrible. The glove work's terrible. He doesn't belong in the big leagues right now. I'd like for the organization to find him another place to play, along with Doval.
Yeah, I got to tell you, and thanks for the call, Chris. Appreciate you, man. I mean, listen, he's 22. There's a lot of growth to go, but man, he's so gun shy right now. Any ground ball to second base last night, I held my breath.
Yeah.
And there were some tappers that were hit, and he was approaching them like he was walking on eggshells.
Yeah, he's not comfortable at all. But it's also like you can't have your cake and eat it too. We can't sit here and complain about this lineup and not having any bats and then sit here and say, well, then Mark Luciano doesn't have defense. That's why it's so important to sign a guy like Matt Chapman. Because if Luciano was going to play shortstop, and it looks like those plans are long out the window, at least you would have that veteran presence. At least you would have somebody like Brandon Crawford who could be a role model and like lead by example and maybe help these guys develop defensively. And he can still do that with Tyler Fitzgerald or Casey Schmidt, whoever's going to be playing shortstop next year. But to have that piece is a positive. But getting back to Marco Luciano, we've seen positive things with the bat. And it comes down to the development and how he's been handled in this organization. And maybe the fact that they should have taken a route to find him a different spot prior to this season.
Oh, man. I don't know what they're going to do with him. Can you trade him? And if you do trade him, what do you get? I don't know. My goodness. And who plays second base next year? I don't know. Does Hassan Kim become your shortstop next year?
Yeah,
I don't know.
And like just to respond to that last caller, Chris, it's like, what are the Giants playing for this last month of the season? They're playing for 2025. They're trying to figure out if Marco Luciano can be serviceable at second base. They're trying to figure out if Grant McCray or Luis Matos is going to be the left fielder next year. There's a lot of questions that still need to be answered about this team.
Here's a guy just, again, last night went 2 for 4, and he's hitting 297, and his OPS is over 900. I mean, Tyler Fitzgerald continues to produce at the plate. And now he biffed one last night, a simple ground ball. He kicked it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can live with him at shortstop. Maybe. I mean, his bat literally right now is better than Hassan Kim's.
Yeah, and I think Tyler Fitzgerald has earned a spot in the lineup next year. The question is where? Is it at second base?
Shortstop?
Is it at shortstop?
I mean,
but if it is going to be at shortstop, then this is even a bigger kind of positive with the Matt Chapman signing because, again, he can help take away half the left side of the infield. And so that's why when you have 5 or 6 different shortstops this season, it feels like the defense has been solid with Matt Chapman.
Do you worry about him as an everyday shortstop?
Fitz, yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm not.
So you can't.
I'm not sold with him being an elite defender, and especially at shortstop, you need elite defense.
Can he just spend the entire offseason taking about 7,000 ground balls a day and get better?
Yeah, but hasn't Marco Luciano been taking 7,000 ground balls a day over the last 6 years?
He's a baby. He's 22. Fitzgerald's 26, going on 27.
This is true.
Fitzgerald played college in the U.S. a lot more reps than Luciano. Luciano, right now, you're just seeing a guy who's just not a natural defender. He's just not. There are certain guys, they got the iron skillet out there, man. And he's just one of those guys. You see these guys through the history of baseball. You're like, that guy can't field.
Yeah, then what do? Do you put him at DH? Do you try putting him in left field? Shuffle things around?
Yeah,
I mean, we've seen it before. Fernando Tatis.
DH.
He's down in the outfielder. He's a former shortstop. We've seen guys move from short to third. That's obviously not going to happen now with Matt Chapman holding down the hot corner. But you got to figure out a way to get that bat into the lineup since we're sitting here complaining about the overall team average and not hitting with runners in scoring position. You can't just go all defense. There does have to be a mix of some offense and defense.
It's all brought to you by Marin Health, sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Joe is in El Dorado Hills, beautiful El Dorado Hills. Joe, good morning. You're on KNBR. How are you?
Morning, Joe.
Morning, guys. Doing well. Was happy overall to see the Matt Chapman signings this morning. I heard it from you guys first coming back from the gym. And we had to get him signed because he's our best player. Imagine where we'd be right now without him. And I don't want to rip Farhan for doing a long deal because he finally got one done. I guess other than the center fielder we got in the offseason who's on the injured list. But, I hope his batting doesn't drop off at all. He's a gem defensively. I mean, I love watching the guy play defense. I get worried going into an age 32 season. I think back to the final years of Hunter Pence. Brandon Crawford, obviously, he earned that deal after 2021, what he did. We're farther off than we think. But if we have the rose glasses on, we're closer. We get Kim back. If we can get the rotation locked in, if our young guys can stretch out their arms and make it past August, we have a shot for that 3-team wild card. But I'm not going to knock Farhan like we've all been doing nonstop. I mean, I still don't think he should be here next year. But if we're going to pay Chapman, hopefully that doesn't stop us from paying somebody else because I think the back years is going to be an overpay.
Yeah.
So if they're willing to open the pocketbooks again like we used to when we were going for it, I'm all for the signing.
I hear you. Good call, Joe. Very reasonable, and glad you got the news. It's funny, in today's day and age where everything's phone alerts, like this one will sneak up on you because it happened late last night, 10:30, and maybe you're getting your kids out and everything. Interesting take. I mean, and Creative Tony just checked in saying, I hate to be a buzzkill, but 6 years, no thanks.
That's what everybody's focusing on.
Right.
The length of the contract. But how many times have we talked about Farhan in this front office being reluctant to pay anybody over 30? Yeah. Whether we're talking about Kevin Gausman walking away, Carlos Rodon walking away, we'll see what happens with Blake Snell this offseason. Again, you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah,
you can't complain about no long-term contracts, and then you lock up a gold-gloved defensively third baseman, and you're good to go.
I mean, my thing, like, I get it. This is just the price of doing business. And sometimes by 2030, $25 million as dead money might not be that big a deal. It might not. So now I'm looking at, like, 2026. Here's their committed contracts. Robbie Ray, $25 million. That's if he stays. Logan Webb, $23 million. Jung-Hoo Lee, $22 million. Jordan Hicks, $12 million. And now Matt Chapman, $25 million. So that's 25 and 40. That's 48. That's 70. That's 82. So they have over 100,000 already committed to Robbie Ray, Logan Webb, Jung-Hoo Lee, Jordan Hicks, and Matt Chapman. That's 100,000. I mean, that's a lot. Now, at that point, you would hope that Bryce Eldridge is under club control and banging the ball all over the yard. Yeah. You're hoping that Tyler Fitzgerald or one of these guys, Tyler Fitzgerald or Marco Luciano has blossomed into something. But so they have already, there's some outlay cash. Now, will Robbie Ray opt out or is he coming back?
I'd say with the injuries that he's been dealing with lately, he probably opts in.
Yeah. 2027 right now, the Giants have committed. I'm just going ahead and looking down the road. 2027, they only have, as it's Spot Track's taking a second to load up. In fact, while it's taking a second to load up, why don't we go to Green Mountain Boy in San Francisco on 808 KNBR. Green Mountain Boy, how are you, man?
Murph, how you doing, buddy?
We're good, Green Mountain Boy. Good to hear from you, dude.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And regards to Paulie when you see him.
Yes.
The signing, I like it. As you know, I'm an A's fan. I kind of made a good effort this year to try and get behind the Giants with Melvin and Chapman on board. They've kind of disappointed me. As I was telling whoever answered the phone there, I think this is a little Farhan covering his butt a little bit, maybe trying to appease the fan base by bringing, getting Chapman on board. Because I think it's an awful long time to give Chapman. He'll be 40, right?
37.
37 when it's over. So, but I love the guy. I hope he picks up the bat a little bit. And because watching him play third base, as I did over in the East Bay for years, the guy's just a wizard over there.
Yeah, Green Mountain Boy, you're right. It's two things can be true. And this is the deal with good deals, is that you're happy. Both sides win, both sides lose kind of thing, where maybe Matt Chapman would have wanted more money somewhere down the road, but the Giants have to pay him now through age 37. And he was, I mean, what's he going to be at age 37? I don't know. Is it, hopefully at that point in time, like I said, $25 million is not a debilitating number on your cap. Or it's not a cap, but luxury tax.
And then we're getting back into the Evan Longoria situation.
Right.
And those comps.
But I think demonstrably, Longoria is a good player, but I think Chapman's a demonstrably better fielder.
I would say so.
Maybe that's a bad take. By the way, I just looked at the clock.
Longo's no slouch, but yeah.
We're way late. I went way over the clock. But I also want to tell you, people checking in saying, how could I put Matt Chapman automatically on the All-Bay Area infield when the Giants' third base coach used to play third base for the Giants?
Uh-oh, Murph.
Matty Williams.
Oh, no.
I will accept that criticism. We can have a debate. It's an open debate. All right, guys. Well, listen, that was a big hit that went so long, it went like over the time limit. We spilled our cup. That's my bad. So before we get to Matt Mayoko at 8:50, we'll squeeze in a little cooler content. So cooler content, always good with the latest sounds from the intrawebs. And then Matty Mayoko, 49ers Jets on Monday on the Sports Leader.
What's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Thursday morning to talk about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I've been on this program for over a month, 5 weeks down, and I've lost 20 pounds this summer. The best part about it, there's no counting points or calories, no exercise, and no prepackaged meals, no surgery, no drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110. Or you can visit online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, happy Thursday, everybody. Happy NFL Day. God, how about somebody wrote in and said the best part of this Matt Chapman signing is I'm a baseball fan and you guys aren't talking about the NFL opening today.
Oh, I got some prize pick picks for tonight's game if you want them.
I'm interested.
Oh, well, then you should have been listening during the last break.
I have to make a pick. I'm in that pool again. I'm in that big money pool. We're playing for points, not dollars.
Points, Murph, points.
And I had a really good first week, so I'm off and running. But this is now, the NFL has entered the chat because last week was all college. And so I got to make a pick for tonight. And it's Chiefs -3. I only do point spread. I know you do everything else. You do yards, you do over-unders, all that stuff. I'm an old-fashioned just point spread guy.
You're not doing round-robin parlays?
No, you just made me laugh. I don't even know the round-robin parlay.
Exactly.
I'm just going to go ahead and say, I haven't made my pick yet, but I think the Chiefs cover. I do. Yeah, I'm going to go Chiefs.
I'll take Ravens the points.
Okay. I know that there's a lot of reasons to do that. Chiefs start slow a little bit. Derrick Henry, all that stuff. Chiefs are still on the banquet circuit, all that stuff. I don't know. I just kind of see it. I don't know. I see the Chiefs winning by 4 tonight. That's what I do. And, that's my call. I'm sticking to it. The last time you and I had this exact matchup, we went opposite ways, and your boy here had the right pick.
That is correct.
And I took the Chiefs.
Ended up playing in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You're right about that.
Yeah.
And that's why everybody should tune in tomorrow morning right around 6:50 for Brian and Bobby's Best Bets making their return.
Yes! Saturday Murphy's back, baby.
The crowd goes wild.
Saturday Murphy's back. Young Tony, what did you say in my ear right there, buddy?
So we're going to get to Leonard Floyd here, further down on your cooler sheet, cut E. He was talking about sacking Aaron Rodgers last year and,
look at you.
ending his season.
So you're introducing the cooler content now. I got you. I see it. So cooler content, what's out there? Leonard Floyd, 49er pass rusher, is out there. He went on Adam Schefter's podcast. Did you guys know he was the guy who sacked Aaron Rodgers to cause the Achilles injury that ended his year?
You know, I heard this storyline come up a couple times this offseason, and it kind of refreshed my memory. And I was like, ooh, it was Leonard Floyd, and now it's going to be the same guy breathing down the neck of Aaron Rodgers on Monday night.
Do Jets fans hate Leonard Floyd?
Just, I guess the fans just like threats, hoping the worst for me, basically. I kind of didn't pay no mind to it. I'm using it as my crutch for this game, as my
motivation.
Yeah, motivation for this game. That's what I'm using it as. But yeah, they was talking crazy
on social media.
Yeah, social media. More on my Instagram.
What were some of the things that were said to you after you sacked Aaron Rodgers and he got hurt?
It's like I hope you die. I hope your family, something happened to your family, something. It was just a whole bunch of different fans just inboxing me. And I'm like, dang, I just playing football. I ain't want to hurt him. You get what I'm saying?
Jeez, you hear these stories all the time. Who are these people who log on and say these things?
They're trolls, Murph. There's trolls.
Is it a bot, perhaps?
It could be. Could be AI. But no, it's just trolls. And like fan bases, this happens all the time. It's ridiculous. It's not like Leonard Floyd went out there with the intention of taking down Aaron Rodgers. But I'm sure this stuff has been happening going back in the day. Like, were people mad at Lawrence Taylor for taking out Joe Theismann?
Probably.
Yeah. They just couldn't bitch and complain about it on Twitter and social media.
Don't bring up Leonard Marshall. And preschool dad Peter, do not text me, all right? By the way, so that's speaking of Leonard Marshall and Joe Montana in 1990. Chiefs are going for the three-peat, which has never been done.
Yeah. Now, real quick, refresh my memory. Wasn't it Hassan Reddick who sacked Brock Purdy and tore his UCL?
Good question.
In that Eagles game, in the NFC Championship game.
Oh, it definitely was, yeah.
Yeah, so now here we are coming full circle. Leonard Floyd squaring off Monday night against Aaron Rodgers, but we still don't know if Hassan Reddick's going to end his holdout and be out there Monday night against Brock Purdy.
Yeah, we talked to Mark Canazaro about that. He said there's no indication he'll be back. Part 2, Leonard Floyd on the Adam Schefter pod, in dealing with crazy Jets fans after he injured Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, it was quite a few. It only happened after the game. The days on after it stopped. It was really just right after the game. I guess they felt emotional.
How did that make you feel when you got those threats or you saw those threats after the game?
I felt like that. What they were portraying wasn't me. I just play football. I just love to play, and I knew that I wasn't trying to hurt him because Aaron really one of my favorite quarterbacks to go against. One of my favorites to watch. So for them to say that, I knew. It wasn't me, but I used it as motivation. Like, all right, this year, let's go.
All right, Leonard Floyd. That's our new. By the way, we've talked zero about Leonard Floyd this summer. Zero.
That's right.
He's going to show up tomorrow. He's going to show up on Monday night and be like, "Who's that guy?"
We did have him on the show when he signed.
I know, yeah, and he's the greatest Floyd since William, bar none. Floyd, number 40, fullback, right?
And also, I got one more take on this, Murph. Shouldn't Jets fans be mad at that artificial turf at MetLife that every player has complained about playing on?
Yeah.
Shouldn't Jets fans be mad at that offensive line that was atrocious last year, that everybody knew was atrocious going into the season, to let Aaron Rodgers get sacked in the first series and tear his Achilles? Like, you could be pointing the finger at a million different people not named Leonard Floyd.
Yeah, for sure. And then, by the way, good luck on that turf this year. That's brutal. Their first 2 games are on the road, then they come home.
Yeah, thank God the 49ers are playing them at Levi's.
Yeah. Brock Purdy is next up. He went on the Rich Eisen show.
Brock.
How about Rich Eisen getting Purdy and us not getting Purdy? What's that all about?
Mike
anyway, tuning out the media. Why does he need to tune out the media? We love Brock Purdy. Anyway, here's Purdy on the media.
There are members of my profession. You saying you tune them out? That's insulting, Brock. You know what I mean? You're tuning out the media.
Sorry, man.
We're talking for a living. How do you not hear us? You're not You're not hearing us?
I mean, no, I hear some stuff here and there.
Okay.
You know, Debo will be telling me stuff in the locker room.
What do you mean? What do you mean Debo's telling you stuff? What do you mean?
Just stuff throughout the year. Last year, the backwards hat dilemma. I don't know if you remember hearing about that. So Debo came up and he's like, dude, they're saying you can't be a franchise quarterback if you're wearing your hat backwards. And I'm like, dang, bro, they're saying that? So I got my news sources in the locker room with some of the guys, but it's all we laugh about it and we know what's real and what matters most.
They're not trying to stoke your flame a little bit, do you think?
I don't think so. I think all the guys like to joke around about stuff and yeah, man, it's a good time.
It's good to know, though. Somebody's always listening out there, brother. Somebody's always listening.
Oh, the message will get back to players.
Yeah.
Whether it's a friend of a friend or Steph Curry driving around listening to the morning
That's
show.
right. That's right. Don't forget that. Stuck on the Caldecott. Took a picture, 680 on the radio. All right. Well, listen, that was good. I love hearing Brock, by the way. I'm excited for him on Monday night.
Now, Murph, for people who are out of the loop, do we want to put it in context and play the original Colin Cowherd take about Brock Purdy wearing the backwards hat? Tony?
Hey, you guys want to hit some golf balls?
Oh, you don't have the entire clip.
I can't find the entire clip.
Okay, that's what
But he was talking about him wearing a backwards hat, and he's not a franchise quarterback, and riffed and saying, you're wearing a backwards hat, you want to hit some golf balls.
That was a tough take.
Bad take.
Yeah, that was a bad take.
Freezing cold take.
Freezing cold. All right, Matt Mayoka will join us talking 49ers. They were off yesterday. They hit the field today. What are the big storylines going into the week? Week 1 is here, man. Monday night on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Hey, you guys want to hit some golf balls?
Michi's East Coast Pizzeria. It's pizza time. It's football time. Football and pizza, the most perfect combination. So if you can't make it to your games in person, you're watching on TV, college or pro, treat yourself to your favorite Amici's thin crust pizzas, pastas, salads, and flame roasted chicken wings while watching the games on TV this weekend. That's a no-brainer, guys. You can pick up an order from any of Amici's 14 locations. We got Hayward, we got Sacramento. Or order for delivery at amicis.com and have your food delivered directly from their kitchens to your location with no stops along the way, no third-party charges. Yeah, direct, man. Don't do the third-party thing. Come on. And, of course, you can always drop in. You want to go in person, your nearest Amici's. And the newest location we brag about, that top level of Pier 39 in San Francisco. That's cool. Catch a game on one of their big screen TVs. So that's a no-brainer also. So whether you prefer to order for delivery or pick up at amicis.com or to meet up with family and friends at an Amici's restaurant to share your favorite pizzas and catch some football action this weekend, Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus keep rolling with our KNBR 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko. It's Murph, Marcus, and Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
Thank you for the great Stevie Wonder there, young Tone. He's pretty much the greatest thing America's ever produced, Stevie Wonder. Second of all, this is sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. Third of all, bro, that Mayoko intro didn't tell the half of it because we're going multimedia up in this piece. So I would urge y'all to get your KNBR app out, tap on it. I would urge y'all to go to YouTube, tap on it, log in, do your thing, because Matt Mayoko is not just audio, he's video, baby, on the screen. Look at you.
Look at that face.
You handsome bastard, you. Look at you.
Sitting in my candlestick seats.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Nice. Very, very good at home, buddy. How are you?
Great. Happy birthday, Murph.
I appreciate you, Maddie. It's a little overhyped, but we'll take it.
You were you're the highlight of the Giants game last night, you and your crew.
I'll tell you a true story. The amount of people that responded to that showed me, like, that's pretty impressive pull the Giants have because they're a team going nowhere. The game was lousy, and people were still tuned in. Mm-hmm. So there's a little juice there.
I was out. You mentioned on your show yesterday that only the true fans would have been there for that game on, let's see, my days are getting mixed up here. So that would have been the Tuesday night game. Uh-huh. Well, my daughter Lucy and I, we picked up tickets. We went to that game, had a great time, stayed till the end, and walked out entertained, I guess.
Lucy's
so it's still baseball.
Lucy's legit. I like it.
Lucy's a gamer. Anytime I say, Lucy, you want to go to a game? She's like, let's go. Let's hit it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and there might be some people listening who do not know that you are actually in the season ticket group with Murph. So, Matt, before we start talking 49ers, what's your big breakdown on the Matt Chapman extension?
I mean, gotta love it, right? I mean, he's a guy. I mean, it's a little bit. I haven't seen the structure of the contract. If there's, in NFL terms, it's voidable years and all of that. So. Is it 6 years? Mm-hmm. That seems like a very long-term contract unless there's some outs on that. But no, I mean, he's been one of the guys that's just been solid, right? I mean, you know what you get with him every day, so he's an easy guy to root for.
We haven't talked to you, Maddie, since the incredible incident with Ricky Pearsall. Just shocking. And what's almost as shocking is how quickly he's recovered and been back in the building. Yeah. And obviously there was news yesterday about the teenage suspect being arraigned in court and all that. But I'd love to get your take. We haven't talked to you since. Is there a sense, I guess the question is this. I can't even believe I'm going to say that there's a positive out of this because it's a horrible story, but is there a possibility that this somehow unites or galvanizes the team?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it already has in a sense. There was probably rightfully so some people wondering, like, boy, they went ahead with that party. And I think people who obviously weren't familiar with everything that was going on were probably, probably jumped to some conclusions about why the party went on Saturday night. But then when you hear John Lynch say that, that was one of the first things that Ricky Pearsall said. And by the way, he was conscious throughout the whole thing, very lucid, gave a statement to police, was administered first aid, obviously taken to the hospital. John Lynch was one of the first people down there to visit him. And so, talking to some players in the locker room a couple of days ago, who Juwan Jennings said he didn't even want to leave the house. And then the text messages start going around that he's okay, he's fine, he wants the party to continue. So everybody showed up, and it sounded like, really one of the highlight of the night, as everybody was dressed in their 1920s outfit, Great Gatsby and Flapper Girls and all of that. One of the highlights was seeing Ricky on a FaceTime. And one of the players, Ronnie Bell, told me that you could see his face light up when he saw everybody around the phone. And then he said once that FaceTime call happened, that, the entire mood of the evening changed and everybody was very much uplifted and everything else. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot that will be written and said and has already been written and said about the off season and what it means. And so my guess is 4 or 5 months down the road, we'll all be able to kind of connect the dots and say that, this instance, this situation led to this, and all that is to be written. But we'll see how the 49ers perform this year, and that'll go, that'll be, the result will probably be what we talk about in relation to how the previous events set all that up. So it really remains to be seen, but that is certainly a factor, or it's something that to kind of keep in the back of your mind as the season goes on, how galvanized this team is.
Yeah, Matt, we also haven't talked to you since Trent Williams signed his new deal with the 49ers, but what stood out to me about his press conference was he wasn't too focused on the money that he was getting. He was focused on Ricky Pearsall and how that incident kind of made him want to be back with the team. So what does that kind of tell you about Trent Williams, that he already has a relationship like this with a rookie who he hasn't even played a snap with, and also just having Trent Williams back in the building around his teammates?
Yeah, I mean, they hadn't had much interaction at all, but the interaction that they did have during the offseason program was very positive. Trent Williams is a 36-year-old guy, been in the league for a long time. Ricky Pearsall is a 23-year-old kid trying to make his way in the NFL and comes to the 49ers as a first-round draft pick. And Trent Williams did not spend much time around the 49ers building in the offseason. He, perhaps a little bit tongue-in-cheek, said 30 minutes. He was in the building for 30 minutes. But in that time, Ricky Pearsall sought him out, shook his hand, introduced himself to him, and that left an impression with Trent Williams. And he said that one of the joys of his training camps is not necessarily getting on the field and practicing every day, which he hasn't done for quite some time, but it's getting to know some of the young guys and, building a rapport with them and figuring out, their path to get to an NFL training camp. And so, he missed out on some of those guys who are now gone, meeting them and getting to know some of the young guys who are sticking around, which is basically all but one of their draft picks and some of their undrafted rookies. So I will say this about Ricky Pearsall. I haven't had a whole lot of one-on-one interaction with him, but I have had some, including an interview, probably 12, 14-minute interview. And he really gives off these, genuine vibes, for lack of a better term. It's just the body language, the way he communicates, just the tone with which he talks as far as how football is important to him. And he really comes off as a really down-to-earth guy who, tries to do everything the right way. So that was certainly what struck Trent Williams in the very short period of time that they had a chance to interact in the offseason.
All right, Maddie, who's on video, by the way. Everybody check him out on YouTube at KNBR 1045, on our Twitch app. We're going multimedia, baby. Maddie's got the AirPods in, and he looks great. He looks fabulous. Getting ready to go down to the 49ers who were off yesterday. Let's talk turkey, man. Let's talk about the Jets. Let's talk about this game. It's been waiting forever. I mean, to you, is the story pretty much Aaron Rodgers, how fragile he'll be, how epic he'll be? Is the story to you, how does Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley's new defense look? Is the story to you, is Brock Purdy now as Tim Ryan told us, the AI throwbot is what he's going to call him because of his process. Wow. I know, right? Timmy's got a way. He's got a way about him.
Yes,
so anyway, give us your top storyline going in.
Well, I think you just kind of hit on it there, Murph. There are multiple storylines, and that's why this game is so intriguing. It is Aaron Rodgers. It is Robert Saleh coaching, for his future. It's that Jets defense, and, can the Jets offense catch up to the Jets defense? And, Aaron Rodgers hasn't played in more than a year and a half, right? Aside from the 4 snaps he took. It's Leonard Floyd, the guy who sacked him on that 4th play. Now he's playing for the 49ers, trying to sack him opposite of Nick Bosa. It's, how sharp is the 49ers offense with Brandon Ayuk and with Trent Williams and with Christian McCaffrey, 3 very key guys who did not step on the field at all in training camp. it is Brock Purdy. And, the thing with Brock Purdy is he had a great season last year. Yet I'm sure there are still people who wonder, like, boy, how is this possible? And so as he goes into his second full year as a starter, and now he has a full season's worth of game film out there, are there any things that defenses can do to try to limit his effectiveness? And so there's been so much talk about where this season goes, and this is the last time the 49ers will have, this basically a quarterback playing for free. What does the future hold? Well, I can say this, is that if Brock Purdy has the kind of year that prompts the 49ers to pay him $50 million a year, then the long-term health of the 49ers is in really good shape, because they will have had, a guy who's proven it, a franchise quarterback. And the big money for Purdy won't kick in 2025, or probably not even in 2026. So, their window remains open. And I just don't buy the notion that this is it for the 49ers. They have to win now, or they'll never have another chance to even sniff the playoffs. I don't buy that. Now, they do have a roster that's filled with a lot of veteran guys who have been around a while. So, I kind of view this as their next best chance. But all those things, man, and this is the leaping off point for the 49ers, for the Jets, in what figures to be for both franchises, two very critical seasons.
Matt Mayoko, NBC, of course, NBC Sports Bay Area, and KNBR's 49ers Insider. And you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Niners back at the practice facility today to get ready for Monday night's opener against the Jets.
Yeah, and Matt, one of the matchups that I'm going to be keeping an eye on Monday night is Sauce Gardner going up against Brandon Ayuk. Now, of course, after skipping all of training camp, I'm curious if we have a snap count on Brandon Ayuk, how much he's going to be used on Monday night, and overall, do you think that him skipping preseason is going to affect him this year?
I don't know how it can't affect him. I mean, for as long as we've been following football, we've heard of the importance of not necessarily the preseason games, but just training camp to build that rapport, for receivers. They do a lot of running in training camp. And as you head into the regular season, there's basically 4 days off. The 49ers had Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday off. And then it's the regular work week. I just don't know how a guy can put up 75 catches, 1,342 yards, and 7 touchdowns, not take part in any on-field work during the off-season, including all of July and August, and not be impacted by that. So, yeah, that is definitely something. And, as far as Sauce Gardner, will he shadow Brandon Ayuk, or will he play one side? And, whether it's him or Deebo Samuel, I think that Deebo Samuel is in line, if he stays healthy, to have a really big season. He looked good in training camp. Of course, there are a number of different ways the 49ers can get the ball to him. So, as Brandon Ayuk signs this big contract and is now up there in the upper echelon of wide receiver pay, he's still not the focus of opposing defenses. It'll always be Christian McCaffrey. And when the 49ers break the huddle, people will be identifying where Deebo Samuel is. Teams have to game plan for George Kittle. Do they cover him with a strong safety? Do they cover him with a cornerback, a linebacker? And where are those mismatches going to be for the 49ers? And then there's Brandon Ayuk, who's more of a traditional wide receiver, a very good route runner, can beat man coverage and zone coverage. And so, it all kind of fits into the mosaic of the 49ers offense. So, I think it's unrealistic to expect this 49ers offense to be clicking right away, with Trent Williams, with Brandon Ayuk, with Christian McCaffrey. Now, how long is it going to take those guys to get up to speed? I'm guessing McCaffrey and Trent Williams will get, into midseason form, maybe faster than Brandon Ayuk. So it's all of this, part of this kind of fascinating team and where this team is going to go to open the season, and how sharp they can be, how quickly they can get sharp into the regular season.
Maddie, I'll end it on this. And again, Matt's on video. Check him out on our YouTube stream at KNBR 1045 on our Twitch. Very easy on the app. If you just download the KNBR app and tap it, you get us. And Maddie looks great. Looks like he's put together. He's a TV guy. But, Maddie, just the macro. It's our last chance to talk to you before the opener. So you've covered the league for 30 years. Where are you on Super Bowl loss hangovers? Is it real? And is that the thing this year?
Yeah, I think it is real, and I think it's multifaceted, and then when you throw in not only the 49ers Super Bowl hangover, but the way they have a Super Bowl hangover. I mean, they're the first team in the history of the NFL to have 2 fourth-quarter leads and a lead in overtime in any game, and lose it. And this happened to be in the Super Bowl. And to feel the devastation in that locker room among the players, the coaches, heck, the families, I mean, that's real. And then you also add on to that the extra games the 49ers have played now for 3 consecutive seasons. So, I mean, there are a lot of obstacles that this team has to overcome this year to get back to where, they finished last season. But also being around the team, you see the character, you see the talent, the leadership of this team. So it's going to be a really difficult season for them to maintain that level, that standard that they've set. But, you guys have talked to probably, all the big time players on the team and the coaches and everything else. This team is capable of doing it, no question about it. But, they start the season under considerably unfavorable odds just because of what history has shown us about the Super Bowl hangover.
There it is, man. It is a real thing. All right, Maddie, you look great. Go down there and continue to look sharp on Today's the Day. Well, who's talking today? Kyle and other players? Or?
Kyle, yeah, there'll be some players. They have a schedule of which players talk on what days. Brock Purdy is on a Thursday. Today's Thursday, I know, but because it's a Monday,
be Friday.
He'll talk on Friday, so it's the whole football. You remember those days, Murph, where today's a Thursday, but it's actually a Wednesday.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's what we're at.
Do you guys are the days gone? This is now. I'm going to talk personally to Maddie here for everybody. Are the days gone of the opposing coach and player conference call where we all gathered around that speaker and yelled our questions?
That ended a couple years ago.
So you guys get no access to Saleh and all them?
Correct.
Wow, that's too bad.
Yeah, and now I think the idea was just because so much stuff is out there and, we can all watch Robert Saleh streaming live and Jeff Ulbrich, streaming live tomorrow or whenever. So they're just like, let's cut this out and kind of streamline the day.
A little personal moment. Do you have a favorite memory from those? Because I have one. It was the Saint when we had Mike Ditka on from the Saints.
Yeah. And
remember we were in the room around the speaker, and Mike Ditka was talking through the speaker, and Carmen Policy snuck into the room with his finger to his lips. Shh, he says, "Don't say." And then he says, "He goes, let me ask the next question." Remember that? And we're all. Yeah. And so he says, "Coach, this is Carmen Policy from the Youngstown Vindicator." And then Ditka just bursts in. He goes, "You are the Youngstown Vindicator."
Do you remember Jim Harbaugh?
Yes. In fact, tried to bring it up with Harbaugh once, and he just blanked me on it. I was like, you gave one of the great. He talked about his dog dying and everything, and
his dog. He didn't talk about his dog dying. He talked about his dog being sick or something.
It was sick, and then.
And then he called back about 15 minutes later and said, "I forgot to tell you guys, the dog's okay."
The dog lived, man. The dog lived because he was talking about how things were going bad. He lost his job or he got injured, and he hadn't given the Colts called, and then the dog was sick, and then he goes, "The dog got better, man. The dog got better."
He called back just unannounced. One of my favorites was, I think it was Mike Martz's final year with the Rams, and I asked him something about, are you at this stage in the season, things weren't going for the Rams at that point. Are you at all concerned about your job security? At which point he started laughing, like the full-on belly laugh, and he goes, "Me? Worry about job security? Do you know how much money I have in the bank?" It was the greatest thing ever. He's like, "Why would I be worried about job security? I'm rich, baby."
How about that? Yeah. Oh, man. Then he was going to dial up some plays for JT O'Sullivan, as it turned out, right? Oh, man. All right, Maddie. Those days are over, but you're now the guy. So, all right. Enjoy the day.
Yeah.
Thanks for the time, and have fun Monday night.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
That's Matt Mayoko on video, brother. On video.
Almost looking as tan as Freddie Lynn.
Oh, don't get me going on Freddie Lynn. That was so exciting. That was yesterday. That was so great. You know what was even better? After the interview was over, he retweeted the KNBR video and said, "Here, let me give you this." It was so awesome.
By the way, if anybody has not seen that video, it's must watch just for the facial reaction of Brian Murphy.
Yeah,
I need our digital team turn that
Jack
into a
Loader
GIF or
did
something.
kind of a bad move on zeroing in on my face.
Oh, that's a Jack Loader
My
special.
kids were laughing at me.
He loves zooming in.
Fred Lynn, the great Fred Lynn, retweeted the KNBR thing and wrote, "It's fun for me to surprise a great fan of the game and mine. Happy birthday." And then he tagged at KNBR Murph.
Look at that.
How about that, man?
Even giving us the plug.
I know, right? All right. Well, anyway, we can react to what Matt had to say, but also the story of the day is Matt Chapman's 6-year, $151 million extension announced last night at 10:30. Do you think this saves Farhan, or is there a world where it doesn't save Farhan? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I understand it's Brian Murphy's birthday, 57, and I just wanted to wish him a very happy birthday.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival in Sacramento. The lineup includes Slayer, Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, and more. So when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896 KNBR to win 2 weekend passes. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you. So stay tuned. We're going to give these tickets away at 9:15. It's 9:14. So following this break, we are going to give these tickets away. It is all furnished by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
He throws a high drive to left. Down the line. Out of here. Chapman with home run number 20.
2-1, Chapman a drive, hit out to deep right center, going back Perkins, onto the track, looking up, it is gone!
And here is Matt Chapman. He bounced one into deep left center field, back and to his right, and that ball is gone! Beyond Barossa, the center fielder, and into the Giants bullpen. Matt Chapman with a line drive home run.
There it is, Matty Chapman. He's got that dog in him, says Brody Brazil. Very funny cut. In fact, you know what? Let's get that cut. I like that sound. I like that clarity of the connection on the Brody Brazil interview when he was talking to us about Matt Chapman coming to the Giants in March of this year when he signed. Here it is.
You know, when they did x-rays on his hip, they found something interesting in Matt Chapman. They found that dog in him.
Very good, Brody. Very good.
It's a great line.
Yes.
Usually it's used for like the chest, like they did x-rays on the chest, and he's got that dog in him. But I like the idea of Matt Chapman having that dog in his hip.
Got a dog in a hip, baby. And we got not a dog in our hip. We got 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival. Rock out with your sock out, everybody. Let's go. Slayer, Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, Ministry, Pantera, Judas Priest, Evanescence, Breaking Benjamin, Anthrax, and more. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR wins 2 weekend passes to Aftershock Festival in Sacramento. That's going down October 10th through the 13th. That prize is furnished by Danny Wimmer. It's very nice of Danny to do that.
Thanks, Danny.
Retail value is $860. How about that? So it's a pretty good prize there. Tickets are on sale at AftershockFestival.com.
They found that dog in him.
Quick digression. When we talked to Freddie Lynn yesterday at this time, and it was so great, and he was so generous with his time and enthusiasm and all that, and John Joe Curley's such a sweetheart for arranging that. But when I was just so excited, and I was, yammering away like a kid at him, oh, it's Fred Lynn. I was like, dude, I was at Fenway, 3 weeks ago, and because he said he was flying to Fenway to be part of this homestand. He goes, they bring back an old player for every homestand. I was like, oh, they did that when I was there. And I was all excited. I said, you know who it was? He's like, who? And I said, Luis Tiant, who's 83 years old, by the way, El Tiante. And the way he casually goes, oh, Luis is great. He goes, I talk to him all the time, him and his son, Danny. And I just laughed, and I was like, you know what? I need Danny Tiant in my life. That's what I need.
John Joe Curley, book him. Book him, John Joe.
I was like, what's your name? My name's Danny Tiant. I'm Luis Tiant's son. Of course you didn't just get Danny. It's so good. So anyway, back to the Giants, buddy. 6 years, 151. We found out. When did you find out?
I found out as I was closing out my tab at Momo's last night.
After you bought a round for the kiddos. That
and
was nice.
Shout out to the young kid, Kyle Haar, who rewarded me for buying him a drink with the news about Matt Chapman. He simply showed the phone to me. He says, I think you and Murph are going to have something to talk about tomorrow.
Kyle's a sharp cookie, that kid.
Yeah, I like that
him.
kid.
Did he behave well in the suite last night?
He did, and he also invited me to be in his golf group, which I think young Tony might get jealous of. How about this golf foursome? Is that what you call it, right?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Me, Kyle Parr, Jacob Liceboy Violante, and Cole. How about that squad here at KNBR?
Let's be honest, guys. It's kind of the cool kids, isn't it? Yeah.
They're calling us the No Quarter Zip Golf Club.
That's good.
You, John, Joe, and Tony are not invited.
It's the cool kids. Those are all the kids. They walk into a bar. They're willing to chat up a lady.
Tony, thoughts?
We could probably beat you in a round of 18 for sure.
Oh,
But
now we're going head to head.
You'll be wearing a quarter zip, and who has more riz after the round?
Look good, play good, right?
All right. So, who would you assemble then? Who fleshes out your force?
Who's your squad?
I mean, probably you, Murph.
Look at you. You don't want me, but anyway, go ahead.
Curly, and then maybe a Mike Holler.
Oh, we're taking your guys' money.
Here?
We're taking your guys' money.
We would be extremely geeky as opposed to those guys.
Nerds.
Hey, did you have Scotty Scheffler out there? Because if you get me, you know you're going to get this from Scotty Scheffler in the because this happened to me. And by the way, I'm going to go back into the lion's mouth Sunday. I'm going to play. I'm going to stare down this incident right here.
Oh, shanked it.
Unbelievable.
Believe me, man. Dude, it's a mental test to get that out of your head. It's a mental test.
Case of the yips.
I'm just kidding. You know who never has the yips? Matt Chapman. And I'm talking about his throws from third to first. One of the things I just want to say about him that I have truly, truly enjoyed. I've watched him baseball all my life since Freddie Lynn was patrolling Fenway Park in 1975. I have never seen a guy throw the ball from third to first better or more consistently than Matt Chapman. He throws frozen ropes constantly. When's the last time? I think he had one throwing error this year where I think he brought Wade off the bag. And he was just, it was like, what just happened?
Yeah, it feels like Lamont Wade or whoever's at first base barely even has to pick any balls. Of course, there's that backhanded play that Lamont Wade picked early in the year that was beautiful.
Oh, that was,
But it seems like every single time first baseman throws up a target, Matt Chapman's throwing it across the diamond, which is also like the same length as 40 yards on a football field. Shout out the Oakland Coliseum for teaching me that as a kid. It's a long throw.
And he throws chest-high ropes every single time. Dude, Lamont Wade, the guy who's most happy about this is future Giants first baseman.
Yeah, dot after dot after dot.
Will he be throwing them to Bryce Eldridge?
I see that in the near future, Murph.
I mean, that's pretty exciting. Okay, we got to talk about what your reaction is at 808 KNBR and the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. But Aaron's up in Plumas Lake, and that's Aaron. That's Aaron who brought us the coffee pot, by the way. Aaron, buddy, it's always good to hear from you, man. What's up?
What's up, Aaron?
Hey, guys. Hey, first off, happy birthday, Murph.
I appreciate you, Aaron. It's way overhyped, but thank you very much. Yes.
Oh, no. Don't be modest. Hey, I'm also really happy for you guys. You've come a long way with the visuals because it was Paulie Mack drawing your guests. Now you actually have them up and we can see them. So, congratulations.
Great. See, Aaron, you are the ultimate P1 to remember that. He drew a stick figure of Matt Mayoko.
Yeah,
actually.
it was Matt Mayoko. Yeah. That's hilarious.
It was pretty close. But so I want to say, the Matt Chapman signing, I'm happy about it. But I think it's kind of low-hanging fruit. I think it's an easy one for Farhan. This was like a layup. I'm not going to be impressed until I see some more moves. What will really impress me is if he can do the same thing with Blake Snell. If he can re-sign Blake Snell before the end of the season so we don't end up losing him, and so this trade deadline that just passed doesn't look like a complete waste, which right now it does, then I'll be a little bit more impressed, and I'll feel a little bit better about where we're going. So,
Aaron, I hear you, buddy, and thanks. It's always good to hear from you. And by the way, don't forget that coffee pot still plays a role in our life. It really does.
Yeah.
Within the last 3 to 4 weeks, we had a breakdown, and John Joe Curley broke out the pot, and boom, we were up and running. So,
my lasting legacy.
You're the man, buddy. Thanks for the call. Here's a good text from 209. He says, I love this contract. He says, people are out here are wildin', is what he says, wildin'.
People be wild.
He says, Chapman's the best free agent the Giants have signed in a while, and now people are pissed because you signed him? Okay, we all want to sign stars, but just not old ones. Man, he'll be a cornerstone. I don't know about his age 37 season, but he'll be a stud for us for a while. I think 209, I think that gets to the essence of what it is there. This is somebody who I think everybody agrees is a plus on the roster. Now, again, there's no white swan. 240 gets frustrating, as Greg Papa was noting a couple days ago, and I was agreeing with him. The strikeout in an RBI situation will frustrate you. It will. But again, as I said, when you're hunting for a house, there's no such thing as a white swan, No. Does he have a flaw on the high fastball? He does. Let's be honest. But do you want him in your lineup every day? The answer is yes. And I think you and I agree on this in that he just can't be your 3 or 4 guy. He might not even – I don't even know he should be your 5 guy. I mean, maybe, but your 5 guy needs to be able to hit a sac fly. Your 5 guy needs to be an RBI. Is he your 6 guy? Maybe.
Well, the issue is on this roster, you got about 6 different 6 guys. That's the issue with the overall
Mike
lineup.
Yastrzemski to me is a 6 guy.
Mike
Lamont Wade is a 6 guy.
Yeah, it should be a 4th outfielder.
Lamont Wade should be a leadoff hitter. Why is Mike? I can't explain because the kids were asking, why does Mike Yastrzemski hit leadoff? I can't explain that. Why does he hit leadoff?
Analytics, I don't know.
What are the analytics?
I don't
His
know.
on base is like 313.
I'm not the one
something.
crunching the numbers.
Who would you bat leadoff?
Who would I bat leadoff on this team? It should be Lamont Wade Jr.
Absolutely, but he can't run.
Yeah, but he sets the table for you at least. I mean, we know that the leadoff hitter is Jung-Hoo Lee when he returns next season. But when you're looking at guys who can get on base, Lamont Wade Jr. is one of the few.
We were getting some anti-Jung-Hoo Lee text saying you're all acting like Jung-Hoo Lee wasn't trash in center field.
Trash in center field?
I know. How about
That's a hot take.
That is a hot
That's
take.
a trash take.
I know. By the way, I'll be honest with you guys, too. Grant McCray last night didn't play, and I was a little bummed. I wanted to see him.
You had
I did.
McCray pangs.
I did want to see him. Why was he at? But I can be honest with you now. I don't mean to be mean about this. I'm trying to be a nice guy here. It's a morning show. Mike Conforto got in the box. I said openly, I said, why is this guy? What are we watching here? Why are we watching this?
I mean, if the plan
this is a waste of everybody's time.
If the plan is to play the prospects, you should probably play the prospects.
You could have put Yaz played center last night. Why didn't McCray play center?
Why not have Luis Matos and Grant McCray in the outfield together with Elliot Ramos?
So the ball that went off the wall that Yaz caught on a fly, somebody asked, would Grant McCray have caught that ball? I said he might have.
Ooh, I'd
He might
say
have.
that there's a chance.
Now-
We've talked about the reads that he gets off the bat.
Here's the thing we got to say before we go to break here. When that ball goes off the wall and gets caught by Yaz, is that an out or a hit?
Young Tony, you want to chime in?
I think we're going there.
Wow.
I think we're going
We're
there.
doing it.
We got to do it. Young Tony, hop on the mic.
gotta
I understand that there was an incident in the suite last night. Diamondback player, I forget who it was. I don't know. Just say it was Jake McCarthy.
Doesn't
I don't know.
matter.
Hits a ball, a soaring shot that looked like it was going to leave the yard to center field. And thud, it bounces off the top half of the padded center field green fence and bounces back in the air to Mike Yastrzemski, who was on the warning track, who caught it off the wall. A 12-year-old kid, I'm going to leave his name out of it. The 12-year-old kid turned to me and goes, "Coach, is that an out?" I said, No, it's not an out. It hit the wall before he caught it. Therefore, he didn't catch it. He didn't catch the ball. It hit the wall. It's like hitting the dirt. It's the same thing. And he said, "Oh, okay, thank you." So then we went on with our night.
Yeah.
And he was 12 years old and he's learning the game. Only to come in this morning and find out the same discussion was going on in the suite.
Yeah, last night in the suite, Tony stands up and he says, "That's an out. That's an out." And then, unlike the 12-year-old who moved on, Tony then doubles down and he starts talking about like rule changes. Like, it should be an out. Maybe we should count it as an out.
Young Tone, you want to hop on here, buddy?
Yeah, it was a little confusing. I've not seen that play a ton.
Okay.
I will say, like, in right field, if it hits off the bricks and the guy catches it off the carom, that would be a in-play ball. That would be a hit. So for me, bouncing in play off the green center field wall felt like it was a different scenario, like it would bounce into his glove and that would be a catch.
Why is that different than the right field wall?
Again, maybe a bit of a brain fart.
Okay.
But I will say at
now
the same
we've got
time,
to the essence of it. Yeah.
Maybe a few
Here's the
beers.
question. Why
It's a rare
here's my
play.
question. Why did you double down on this?
I still feel like, I mean, not comparable whatsoever, but in beer die, if a die hits off the table in like a second bounce and you still catch it, that's a catch.
Did anybody in the suite ride with you? Or were you?
No.
Did the
No.
mob turn on you?
Dude, the mob came
Did
after
the mob
Tony.
turn on you?
But listen, I really don't care.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, that was the line of the night. He goes, "Well, if this was beer die, that would be an out." I said, he's got a point there.
Okay.
He's got a point there.
Okay. We now know, what did Young Tone learn today?
It is a rare play, though, is it not?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, it's,
So if a casual hasn't seen that play,
not exactly
a
unprecedented.
12-year-old didn't think it was.
Well, yeah, he's a
didn't think it was-
12-year-old, and this kid is, learning the game. He's one of those kids.
I'm sure there's someone listening that didn't know.
That's why I brought it up.
Tony is pro wiffle ball rules, where if you catch the ball off the roof, it's still an out.
Should we go? Well, that's true.
It's true in wiffle ball. You catch the ball off the roof, it's an out, right? I got your back, Tony. I got your back.
We just wanted to roll that out there because we were desperate. We didn't have a "What did Young Tony learn today?" I hadn't broken out something from the movie Meatballs with Bill Murray yet. So, all right, on the other side, you guys continue to react to Matt Chapman, and I didn't answer the question that I teased. What does this mean? I should say for Farhan Zidi going forward on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
There we go. You know, the only thing I asked for on September 5 is I said, the guy didn't even let me do a single rejoin, man. So I kind of put my foot down there. I said, I'm going to take the last two and let this play out because, God, you want to talk about a song put you in a time and a place and a headspace, man. Even this has filtered up to your generation.
Oh, this is timeless, Murph.
Little summer barbecue going on.
I got to say, people will rip you sometimes about your musical taste. If I'm at a bar, I'm giving you a quarter for the jukebox.
Atta baby.
Murph knows some good tunes.
Who in God's name would rip my musical taste? I got great taste. And it's wide. I'll go down and what do you need? I'll go anywhere. The only thing I maybe mumble rap, maybe is where I draw the line. I mean, I won't walk out of the room, but I'll be like, you know. Like, for example, I went on somehow Tribe Called Quest came on the other day. And I was like, why doesn't all hip-hop sound like Tribe Called Quest?
It should.
You know what I mean?
It should, Murph.
So you and I bond on that, too. Yeah, I ride with it all the time. And I'll go country. You guys, what do you need, country? I'll go deep on country. Yeah, keep this playing, buddy. Don't let this go anywhere. Everybody wants to rule the world and fire Farhan is what the next lyric is there. So, Farhan Zidi and this contract. So it's my opinion that this contract means that Farhan Zidi is staying. However, a couple of people have suggested that maybe not. Maybe the contract is more about Greg Johnson, Larry Baer, Bob Melvin tying up a guy, and that Farhan has more to do. So here's my reasoning is, first of all, I think Greg Johnson's a fairly cautious guy, and I don't see him making a big move like this. I've told you guys, I don't think Farhan gets fired because I just don't think that's Greg. Do I think he deserves? Almost certainly, I think he deserves to be removed because of the failure yet again. Whether you want to say it's players not hitting with runners in scoring position, or whether you're saying he had bad luck because Blake Snell had a bad 3 months. The results, what is it? Your record, who's it, Bill Parcells? You are what your record says you are, right?
You are what you are on the back of your baseball card.
And this is now 3 straight years, right, of 500 baseball.
Yeah, and 5 out of 6.
5 out of 6, yeah, exactly. So, and also just a consistent lack of bold moves and macro bold thinking moves, and a lack of, as you said in your rant yesterday, just that fantasy football shuttle of dropping and adding and dropping and adding and dropping and adding, and how they've treated all their prospects. All that stuff is grounds for dismissal, right? But I see this contract come down, and I'm like, oh, this to me indicates, finally, like if I'm a boss and I let Farhan do this deal, it probably means that I'm going to let Farhan run the show next year. It's just my instinct. Like, oh, okay, Farhan, you want to sign this guy for 6 years? Let's do it because you're running my baseball team. I wouldn't think he'd say, let's do this, and I'm going to fire you in October, too. I don't know. 808 KNBR, if you guys feel differently. It's my opinion that this contract means that Farhan's staying.
Now, that's interesting because the way that I read into it was more about Bob Melvin than Farhan. It's the belief that Matt Chapman's not signing this contract extension without Bob Melvin being there next year. And look, we see all the texts every day on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. You got to fire Farhan and fire Bob Melvin with him.
There's a lot of anti-Bob Melvin.
Yes, and people are coming from Bob Melvin. I don't think you're going to fire a manager after 1 year. But if we follow the breadcrumbs, guess where those breadcrumbs lead? Back to Farhan Zidi. Bob Melvin got hired by Farhan. So you would think if we're connecting the dots, Chapman to Bob Melvin to Farhan, it seems like they're all in this together, like it's High School Musical all over again, and they're going to be here next year.
Man, oh man. So, and does that? How does that make you feel? You know, as a Giants fan, that's just. I mean, I can get it. Say the one thing I would say is like, Greg, before this contract was signed, that Greg Johnson could have been reading a room where Giants fans. He turns on KNBR and they listen. Mm-hmm. If they're not listening, their assistant is listening or whatever. Somebody's listening. And they're not just listening to us and Papa and Lund and Tolbert and Copes and Carey and whoever's doing overnights. They're also listening to the fans who text in and write in, and they're hearing it, and they hear it on their own, that there's a gigantic wave of disgruntlement among Giants fans. Mm-hmm. And they need to sell tickets, right? So I would have thought prior to this contract that Farhan, let's see how the next few weeks go. And if the bottom falls out, they could have made a move. By signing Chapman here, it feels like he's letting Farhan call the shots for the going future. Mm-hmm. And, as you said, Bob Melvin, too, stays.
Yeah, and this comes after an offseason where Farhan hand-selected Bob Melvin and spent all this money in free agency, and it comes weeks, months after Farhan Zidi got the contract extension. So I don't think he did anything to deserve the initial contract extension, but that's why I think I'm with you and the Johnson family not pulling the trigger on Farhan Zidi, even though everybody had playoff expectations this year, and we talked about not moving Blake Snell at the trade deadline, and we talked about accountability. And if they don't make the playoffs, then there should be some accountability, but I don't know if they're going to choose that path.
415 says, 22,000 in the seats last night, season low, bye-bye Farhan, bro. 415, first of all, dude, September weeknight games, go look around the league. Just go look around the league. They do not draw September weeknight games unless you're. I mean, so I'm not going to judge the counter to that 415 is that they've actually had an increase in attendance all year. Mm-hmm. Surprisingly, now we can talk about why that is. Was it Jung-Hoo Lee? I mean, Jung-Hoo Lee. I was thinking about this because I had the little league team last night, and we had it. And thanks to Kruk and Kai for putting us on TV. That was kind of fun, and the kids had a ball. And by the way, they told us to. I was like, when they were showing our kids, and somebody threw popcorn up in the air and it fell on us. I was like. I didn't get mad overtly, but I was like, why are we throwing popcorn right now? Come on, guys. What are we doing?
Who's the class clown?
I was like, yeah. And then the camera guy goes, yeah. He goes, good. He goes, we're going to go back to you guys at the end of the inning. He goes, and keep throwing that popcorn. I go, what? He goes, yeah, we like the popcorn.
Now he's encouraging bad behavior.
The camera guy wanted the popcorn thrown in the air. I thought it was a bad look. But anyway, the camera guy liked it. So
we have the video and the audio if you'd like to hear and see.
So this is the... Oh, what's it on our YouTube?
Oh, yeah. Throw it on the live stream.
There's the popcorn. See the popcorn go up in the air? Who's throwing that?
Who's throwing popcorn?
I think it might be Davis.
Now we got evidence of who's throwing it.
So and how about Ryder? Older brother holding up the TAM sweatshirt, too. Yeah, well, there we were. But you have the audio, too? All right, let's go.
Well, Brian Murphy from KNBR. There you see him on his left. And he managed this Little League team, Mill Valley. And see some of his coaches in the back.
Well, one thing I can tell you about a team managed by Brian Murphy, at the end of the season, they're going to love baseball.
They're going to know it, that's for sure. Had a chance to meet that group of kids on the field before the game. Bobby Ray signed a lot of autographs. Will Clark. Alyssa Nacken was down there entertaining. Brian Price, that's the Little League team that Brian Price played for as a kid. And he was their host. Yeah, that's going to end the inning. So, Mill Valley. And Brian Murphy. We're thrilled you're here.
I hadn't heard all that. Dude.
That was awesome.
I'm like having a little moment here. How nice, because usually they break my cojones like you read about.
Usually they're making fun of you for sitting in traffic, missing eight innings of the A's-Giants
That was
game.
incredible. The curb, that was super, 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 super nice. Well, those kids are winners, man. Those kids won a lot of ball games. He didn't mention all the championships, but they won a lot of district championships as a group. They won 4 straight as 9s, 10s, 11s, and 12s. Yeah. Kind of an elite group there. So that's pretty darn cool. That was really nice of them.
That's a cool moment for the kids.
See the popcorn going up in the air
I
there?
did. I see the popcorn. I also see Murph taking some hacks.
Well, the camera was on us for so long.
And young Tony's like, what is Murph doing? I was like, oh, he's taking a swing.
I was like, I don't know. I was pointing to the kids. I was like, this kid's a hitter. That's what I was like saying. I was like, this kid can hit. So that was what I was I didn't know what to do. I was like, he's still on us. I'm like, I can't keep waving like I'm the Queen Elizabeth
Murph
or
went
something.
full Talladega Nights. I don't know what to do with my hands. I don't know what to do with my hands.
Could have just jammed my hands in my pockets and just been a dork. Then I was like, no. I was like, you see this kid can rake. So I was like, that was really, really, really nice.
Yeah, and it ends with the positive message about the kids who wanted to see Matt Chapman last night.
I was going to say to you, so the whole reason I brought him up, you know who they would have gone nuts for? Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yeah, I mean,
Jung-Hoo Lee had what the kids like to call aura. I hear that word all the time from the kids. This guy's they thought Jung-Hoo Lee had major aura. I don't know if you guys agree with that. He's cool. He was cool. For whatever reason, they thought he was cool.
And I go out to the ballpark damn near every night, Murph. You see Jung-Hoo Lee jerseys all over the ballpark walking around. People are invested in him, and it goes back to our caller this morning. Who was it, Mike, who said he's going to go out and buy a brand new Matt Chapman jersey because these are two guys that you have locked up for the next 4 to 5 years.
I'm going to go ahead and say that the attendance bump this year had a lot to do with Jung-Hoo Lee. I was going to say that.
I'd say Jung-Hoo Lee and Matt Chapman.
Yeah, I'd say those guys, but Jung-Hoo Lee signed in what, December?
Yeah.
And I would say that they probably pre-sold a lot of tickets. They probably did. He's just got that. He's got the aura.
Jung-Hoo Lee had a bobblehead night in his first season in the bigs. Think about that.
No dog, though. No dog. All right, guys.
decoy.
Well, it's big news. I mean, listen, it was a bit of a surprise. When we went to bed last night, we were going to bed last night, we were like, what are we going to talk about? Well, we'll probably talk Chiefs-Ravens. We'll probably talk NFL. Probably talk a little bit more of a lousy Giants. Like, what are we going to do with Hayden Birdsong, probably, And then at 10:30 last night, the Giants dropped this story, and it's been dominating the morning. Dominating the morning because the reaction has been huge. People and I would say, would you not agree that majority positive?
I would say the majority is positive. There is a slight fraction of fans who are concerned about the length of the contract and it being a 6-year extension, which is fair criticism. And I'd be sitting here lying this morning if I didn't say my favorite part about signing Matt Chapman this offseason was the 3-year contract that he had, taking him up to his age 34 season.
Yeah.
But that's why he had opt-outs. And that's why a guy like Blake Snell is going to opt out looking for that same long-term contract this offseason.
Right. Well, yeah, I do not expect Blake Snell to come back. I do not. All right, guys. On the other side, well, I mean, I don't know. The young Tony, it got hot today. I don't know. It got controversial. But, of course, the Sutter Health, and we'll hand it over to Papa in London. Matt Chapman's here, baby, through 2030. Where will you be in 2030, kids? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I'm not sure what to do with my hands.
All right, we always like talking Bigelow tea. Every season is Bigelow tea season. Bigelow tea is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. We have it right here at KNBR, and it's wonderful to go into our break room and reach for a mug full of English breakfast, especially for those of us who live on the microphone. Take care of those vocal cords. Plus, it's just so tasty and smooth. It's the way to get going, huh? So look no further than our cup of Bigelow tea right here in the studio. And, of course, grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, thank you, Young Tone. Only the single greatest song ever recorded in Western civilization. So that's, you all can fight for number 2, but this is number 1.
What about Eastern civilization?
This might be number 1 in Eastern civilization, too.
Okay, just want to
I think
clarify.
we can head over to Asia and India. They might say, yeah, I'm riding with Francis. So, yes, thank you, Young Tone. Very, very good. All right, now we can be enough of that nonsense and move on to the next day. Who's got the next birthday on the show? Young Tone, November, right?
Ooh.
What's the day? November what?
November 10th.
Okay.
Hey.
Oh, dude, are we?
But hey, I don't know ball, so it's all good, right?
We touched a nerve. I love it.
Birthday month for Tony coming up.
I think November 10th will be a date that we'll have to announce in the future is going to be something happening.
You might be onto something.
We may not be here for you. I mean, we'll be here, but not here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We won't.
That's
a tease.
I gotcha.
That's
I'm
a
with you.
tease.
Spiritually, not physically, Tony.
Right.
Shout out to Murph. Where you see?
Oh, man, where is Zaza today? What's he doing, man? Drinking Georgian wine. Okay, guys, let's get into the Giants Sutter Health Report. Here we go.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, yesterday at the ballpark, Murph had a chance to say hi to Robbie Ray. Well, it looks like Robbie Ray is getting closer and closer to a return to the bump. He threw 2 simulated innings in a bullpen session at Oracle Park yesterday. I wonder if it was before or after meeting the Mill Valley All-Stars, and he is now expected to build up to 3 innings in his next bullpen on September 7th. And that, my friends, is your Giants Sutter Health update. From 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits, Sutter is dedicated to make help patients' lives easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
It's funny, we didn't ask him specifically when he was coming back, but it'd be nice to see him, wouldn't it? And we're assuming he's part of the team next year?
I think after the injuries and the IL stints that he probably opts into that contract. But the interesting thing is, with 2 to 3 years left on his contract, this is the last opt-out for him after the season. So he's going to have to risk it and gamble going either way.
So if you're him, what do you do?
I think you take the guaranteed money with the Giants.
I think you do. I think you do. Because, if he gets banged up again, he wants to get paid.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, well, then Robbie Ray's in your rotation next year, unless they trade him. Somebody has to take on that money.
Which is possible. I mean, look what they did this offseason, flipping Mitch Haniger's contract for Robbie Ray's contract.
Right, exactly. By the way, the Mariners were, speaking of Mitch Haniger, fun little detail from last night, the kids, we had the Mill Valley Little League All-Stars, District 3 champs, at the park, and they noticed that from where they were walking around, they were going around the slide in the center field area, and they were like, Coach, you can see the Oakland Coliseum is lit up tonight, because you could from the Port Walk. You could. And I was like, guys, that's really cool, man. And it doesn't happen a lot. And guess what? This is the end.
It's not going to happen ever again.
So you literally had 4 out of 30 Major League Baseball teams playing just across the water from each other. You just don't get that. It's such a unique thing.
Yeah, it's the only ballpark in the country where you can literally see another ballpark across the bay.
That is true. Yankee Stadium, you can't see City. Wrigley, you can't see whatever the hell they're calling it, guaranteed rate. And Dodger Stadium, you can't see Anaheim.
No.
And so that's it. A little tug of the heart.
And last night was the last night that both the Giants and the A's were playing a night game at the same time.
Man, oh man, heavy duty. All right, well, we'll do Young Tone. And I know you don't want to do it, but we're going to do it, buddy, because Bigelow wants to do it, buddy. Let's go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now.
Okay, it's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And it was wild. The Diamondback last night, I forget who it was. Let's say it was Pavin Smith. I don't know.
Sure, why not?
Hit a long arcing fly ball that we thought was gone. Yastrzemski went back on it. It hit off the top of the padded center field wall and bounced back in the air into Yastrzemski's glove. And I had a 12-year-old kid say to me, Coach, is that an out? I said, no, it's not an out. It hit the fence first. It's like hitting the dirt first. It wasn't caught. So, okay. Well, I guess up in the KNBR suite, which was board op day. Shout out Caddy Day at Bushwood. You guys had the pool from 1 to 115. Congratulations. They had the suite.
Yeah, I brought the baby Ruth.
By the way, I told you I watched that on my flight back, and it's still making me laugh. But anyway, I guess young Tony thought.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we don't want to. I know. Listen, this is a sensitive subject.
You had a 12-year-old asking you questions. I had a 24-year-old asking.
The kid doesn't want to feel beleaguered by this. Do you want to defend yourself at all, Tony?
It's not a sensitive subject at all. I'm happy. I mean, listen, Marty always says, Raph told me, Marty always says you learn something new every time you go to the ballpark.
Well, there it is.
So I had not seen the play, let alone in person, and let alone around a bunch of coworkers. So I may or may not have been laughed at. But at the same time, listen, it's all good stuff. I learned something new. That's all that matters.
Somebody brought up a really good point on the text line that did you know a ball once bounced off of Jose Canseco's head? They're like, that could be a confusing ruling too. What's the ruling on that? That guy told me he thought it was a ground rule double, but I think it was a home run.
It was a home run.
Yeah. So a ball bounced because that ball was not caught. So had that ball, here's a crazy one. If it bounced off the top of the fence and then off of Yaz and then somehow bounced over the fence, that's a home run.
You are correct.
Yeah, that's a home run.
I think you're right. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know physically how that can happen, but that would have happened. By the way, I'm just doing just a check of the attendance number because somebody was coming out, 22,000 season low. I just looked right now. The Blue Jays drew 23 last night. Dude, the White Sox and Orioles and the Orioles only drew 17,000 last night.
Wow.
I mean, we're on a weeknight in September, guys. This is where attendance goes to die. So anyway, all right, guys, fun day. Thanks to Triple E for sending the box of Bob's Donuts, including the apple fritter. Thanks to Mike Holler for the box of Bob's Donuts, too. And meantime, man, Matt Chapman, he took the whole day from us. And we'll get into the football, obviously, tomorrow. Chiefs, Ravens tonight. Waterboy and I already taking opposite sides. I took the Chiefs and laid the 3. He took the Ravens and took the 3.
Not bad for a running back.
And more important, 1 o'clock fantasy draft today.
Ooh.
Let the S talk begin.
Which I believe listeners can hear on the off-air podcast today on YouTube.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I think Walter and Derek are going to be doing a live stream of it. 1 o'clock today.
So that means the things I would normally say to you guys I can't say?
Yeah. Make sure you don't put the chat on the screen, Walter.
Gets a little profane.
Yeah, hey now.
All right, guys, here's the deal. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Last year, the backwards hat dilemma. I don't know if you remember hearing about that.
Brock Purdy. Hey, you guys want to hit some golf balls?
I'm not sure what to do with my hands.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
As he throws a high drive to left. Down the line. Out of here. Chapman with home run number 20.
2-1. Chapman a drive. Hit out to deep right center. Going back Perkins. Onto the track. Looking up. It is gone.
And here is Matt Chapman. He belts one into deep left center field. Back and to his right, and that ball is gone. Beyond Barossa, the center fielder, and into the Giants bullpen. Matt Chapman with a line drive home run.
All right, welcome in. Happy Thursday to you. It's John Dickinson sitting in for John Lund. We got Greg Papa here as well. Busy day in the Bay with the 49ers back in the practice field a little bit later this afternoon, gearing up for the Jets, Monday Night Football. But the big news, Pop, last night after the Giants lost to the Arizona Diamondbacks 6-4, and I was on the air on Sports Phone doing the post game, and the news breaks that the Giants agree to a contract extension, something that sounds as if it's been in the works here for the last couple of weeks. But Matt Chapman and the Giants agreeing to a 6-year extension, Pop, $151 million through 2030. Happy Thursday to you, my friend. Good to be with you.
Happy Thursday to you.
A lot going on.
Yeah, we'll see you later in the day. You're already at Levi's. I'm coming down. Practice is not till later in the afternoon, so we'll get you to Giants baseball, 11:45 pregame. And Blake Snell needs to be better than Hayden Birdsong was last night, and Kyle Harrison, the young guys. Their lack of fastball command right now is bringing them down. And I don't know if it's just fatigue or mechanics or both, probably, but Just a bad game last night. And you knew something was up a little bit, JD, when they scratched Matt Chapman from the lineup about an hour before the game. And you're like, what's wrong with Chappie? He plays every day. I mean, that guy posts, as they say. That used to be the basketball term, get it in the post, and now it's posting every day in baseball. And he's everyday third baseman. And he just doesn't even take innings off when they're way ahead or behind. He just plays. He's like Cal Ripken Jr. kind of, this generation. And so you didn't know what was going on, and then they go out and they got no hit. Zach Gallen, the pitch count got him. There are a couple of long at-bats, but he threw 100 pitches through 6. They couldn't touch that knuckle curve at all, just flailing. As soon as he got out of the game, late-night Lamont, who has not been driving in runs, hits one in the bay and winds up driving in 4, and they come back. But the offense just, why can't they hit starting pitchers? And today they got Merrill Kelly, who has been as hard or harder on the Giants than even Zach Gallen, but more so in Arizona. But in any event, at about 10:30 last night, they send out the release. And this is something we've been talking about, JD, I'm sure you have, because 3 weeks ago or so, Matt Chapman, after a tough loss, sat at his locker as a day game. It was after they were playing Atlanta that day, and Logan Webb was going to pitch, and they had just lost the night before to Atlanta. Robbie Ray had a terrible outing. He lost the first 3 games of that series, and he was telling everybody, Giants, come here. I'm ready. I want to sign a long-term deal to be here. I love the Bay. Played for 5 years across the Bay with Bob Melvin. I love Bo Mel. I want to be here. And we thought, well, Scott Boras works for Matt Chapman. The agent is the guy who facilitates what the client wants, and he wanted to sign here. I didn't know if they would do it in the middle or towards the end of a season. Sometimes it can be a huge distraction. And I don't know if it'll come up today. And we are going to take you live to Oracle for the press conference at 10:30. Farhan Zidi will appear. Stop your booing right now. This is the most unpopular executive in the Bay Area, JD, since Trent Baalke at the end. I don't know. It is venomous for Farhan. But we are going to hear from Scott Boras. We are going to hear from Matt Chapman. They got a day game today. But he wanted to be here, so go get it done. I would have thought do it after the year. I don't like scratching up players. Is that why he was pulled from the lineup last night, because he was signing a contract? We're still playing this season out. It's amazing to me, and I know the math's not good, and they're sliding. And they're not even – everybody's past them. The Cubs and the Mets, I mean, everybody. It's not even – I don't watch as much. Those teams never lose. They win every night, all those teams. The Braves, the Mets, the Cubs, obviously Arizona and San Diego, and the Dodgers, they don't lose. So I know what's coming, but still, you like to be professional and play it out. So I can't remember, probably the 98 lost Giants teams that Bochy had, where you just basically flushing an entire month of the season and saying, we're not competitive. And the numbers are low at the ballpark the last couple of nights. We'll see what it is for a day game today. The ratings now that baseball's cranking up, football is cranking up and baseball's coming down the end. I'm sure the ratings on NBC Sports Bay Area are not strong at our ratings, so it's a little un-Giant-like to do it this way. But just the overall numbers, 6 years, 151, it's nice and tidy, $25 million per through basically the end of the decade. And I love Matt Chapman. He's arguably the best defensive third baseman I've ever seen, and I think Greg Nettles in New York is underrated. And we've had Matt Williams, we've had Eric Chavez, we've had some really good third basemen here. This guy's better than all of them, I think, as deep as he plays. But offensively, he strikes out a lot. He's got decent numbers. On this team, he's the best. He's got 22 homers to lead the team and 33 doubles. But the on-base plus slug is less than 780. It's good, but he's had better years. He's not a middle-of-the-order hitter. He's a linchpin on the left side of the infield. And with all these left-handed starters, you want him getting ground balls on that side of the infield, JD. But it's not a ridiculously high number, but he's a great defensive player. And how would you categorize him as an offensive player? He's going to strike out. He has struck out 141 times this year. He had a season in Oakland where he struck out 202 times. As good as he is pitchable, and he has a hard time with that top rail fastball.
That's true. I think, look, my initial thoughts on this are he wanted to be here, And letting it get into the offseason runs the risk, if you really want to quibble over, maybe 4 years versus 6, that kind of thing. If you let him go to the market and another team, the best offer out there, let's say, is 4 years and $100 million, well, maybe he leaves for 4 years and $100 million. Maybe to keep him here, you had to be the team to go the extra year or the extra couple of years. As far as the player, to me, I love Matt Chapman defensively. I think he's a productive enough offensive player to where in the first half of this deal, I do think it's worth it, but he can't be your best player. I mean, you said it. He like that to me is the big takeaway. He's a tone setter. He's a clubhouse leader. He's a guy that exudes the way you want other players that you bring into your organization to go about their business, whether they're young players that you're trying to develop. He is the guy that you look to as a model for just professionalism and how you carry yourself as a pro. So I think there's an added value in that, even more than just the baseball component. And so you don't want to let it get to free agency, because we've seen the Giants, if they let it get to that point, maybe he does get an offer to where it's close enough for him to go elsewhere. And then, you've got the money potentially to spend. But we've seen the Giants have had money to spend, and they can't get players to take it. Chapman wanted to take their money, so maybe they overpay a little bit in terms of a year or two extra. But I think in the short term, it's the kind of deal where you want the player to be somebody that helps give credibility to your organization as you move forward off of another disappointing season. So from that standpoint, I like it. But, it might not look great the final 3 years.
Yeah, I'm going back to the offseason, and I think maybe it wasn't this past offseason because he had the hand injury, but Toronto offered him a 5-year deal. I think at $25 million per. So he basically got that with an extra year tacked on, 6 years, 151. Buster Posey signed a 9-year deal at 167, but that was years ago, and that was after he fractured his ankle with a compound fracture, and the Scott Cousins play at home plate on May 25th of that year. So. It's a lot of money, but it's not $25 million a year. There are players that make a lot more than that, and we'll see what Juan Soto gets. It's just Farhan. He gave Jung-Hoo Lee the 6-year deal at 113, and that too is a Scott Boras. Scott represents him as well.
Maybe you get Blake Snell now too, right?
Well, Blake Snell. If you go Blake Snell for 6 years, JD, we're talking $200+ million. So. We'll see what they do. It's going to be interesting. It's always great theater when Scott Boras sits down and does one of these, and we're going to take it live at 10:30 from Oracle Park, so you don't want to miss that. And then Chapman will be there and Bob Melvin. But Farhan Zidi will also be appearing, and I do wonder, this is Matt Chapman Day and signing a contract which will keep him here through all the way to 2030. But I wonder if a lot of the questions are going to turn towards Farhan this morning, and what is happening to your baseball team. You said you had the best rotation in baseball. Blake Snell's pitching like it, except for the one start in Seattle. Logan Webb, not as strong. And what's going on with the young guys? Are they just gassed right now? Right now, they have no idea how to locate their fat. They've always struggled with that. They're not finished products, but Kyle Harrison and Hayden Birdsong both are in the same hopper. One's a lefty and one's a righty. They're both young, and Hayden is such a baby face, but they cannot command their fastball at all here late in the year.
No. All right, so we'll get into all of that. We will have the presser coming up at 10:30 from Oracle Park. We'll get into a little bit of 49ers. Andy Baggerly's going to join us after the presser as well from Oracle Park as the Giants and D-backs wrapping up their 3-game set this afternoon. So Papa and Lund here on a Thursday. JD sitting in for Lund. It's all straight ahead right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It sound right, boys.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Susan Slusser joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed Matt Chapman's 6-year contract extension with the Giants. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
All right, welcome back. Papa and Lund here on a Thursday. JD in for Lund. We got Greg Papa here as always. Coming up at 10:30, we are going to go to Oracle Park and the Matt Chapman press conference featuring Farhan Zidi and Scott Boras and Bob Melvin. Matt Chapman, obviously, everybody up on the dais there in the press conference room over at Oracle Park. But the other big story, Pop, and we'll get back into Chapman and what it means maybe for Farhan and the future of the Giants, because I think you could say that the willingness to have ownership allow Farhan to sign Chapman to this deal is an indicator that he will be back under contract for next year and back. We'll get into that part of it coming up, Pop. But the Niners are also back on the field, and this is it. It is go time. I was here on Tuesday, Pop, and it was, Trent Williams was here and Brandon Ayuk was on the field and Christian McCaffrey was back at practice, and they were starting to put the near tragedy involving Ricky Pearsall behind them, with John Lynch addressing it and even saying that he can potentially play this season. It was really, Pop, long story short, the first time since training camp started where for me it felt like go time. It felt like, okay, put all of everything that's happened in the last 6-7 months behind him, get everybody in the building focused on the Jets and trying to get back and win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, without a doubt. But that was a bonus practice. And, Trent landed in the Bay Area in San Jose at like 3:30 in the morning. And he went out. And we'll see if he practices today. Trent doesn't usually practice on a Wednesday, and today is a Thursday. But it's a Wednesday because you're playing on Monday as opposed to Sunday. But I think he'll be out there just in light of how much time he missed. But we'll see. So, this is installation day. So this is the beginning of Jets week. And I'm sure they did some of that on Tuesday. But really, the Tuesday practice was for Ayuk to knock the cobwebs off, and likewise for Ayuk, and just the cathartic healing to bring the team together en masse for a practice after the events of Saturday afternoon at Union Square with Ricky. But now it's go time. This is it. And, we're on the air at 11:45, JD. You're already at Levi's. I'm going to leave right after we get off and turn it over to Giants baseball. And then Kyle's going to talk at 12:40 in the auditorium, and we'll hear probably emotional. You were there for John Lynch. John, his voice quivered a little bit. And Kyle is tight with everybody, but he's tight with the wide receivers and quarterbacks, obviously. And just what's going on with Ricky and then getting Ayuk back and Trent, a lot of questions. Then they're going to open it up, open locker room. And you'll be there from 12:45 to 1:30. And they did a lot of that the other day where players could kind of emote a little bit. But now it's Jets week. It's Aaron Rodgers. It's Breece Hall. It's their, that great wide receiver they have is really difficult to deal with, Garrett Wilson. And then over on the other side, Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner and Robert Saleh running the defense. So it's time to go. And then they'll be on the field at 1:50, and we'll watch the entire practice today. And when John comes back, we'll talk about it tomorrow and then get you ready for a Football Friday tomorrow. We got Tim Ryan and everybody tomorrow. It's all football. But it's also, it's installation day and it's the Jets week and all that. But the season starts tonight in Kansas City. And it's Arrowhead and it's Ravens-Chiefs, a rematch of the AFC championship game. And all the pomp and pageantry of the Chiefs. And they're a great team. They've broken the Niners' hearts twice in the last 5 years and won 3 of the last 5. And to me, it's just, we would be playing tonight. Yeah, the Niners, a couple of plays. And because the NFL Network keeps replaying that damn Super Bowl in Vegas, and they had the America's team last night, we're seeing these plays over and over, and it's just how close are you? You're just 1 millisecond away. That 4th and 1 in overtime with Nick Bosa, and I love Nick. But he's got to stop chasing the back. I don't know what the call was on that, but Andy Reid's his theory is we can't block 97, so you know what? Let's not block 97. Let's just let him run wild. We'll take the cheese. Go back and watch the 4th and 1. Yeah. It's a hard one to defend, but Nick comes down so hard on that plate. It's not stay home. Mahomes pulls it, gets outside. He's got a 2-way go, but he doesn't need to throw the ball to Kelsey because he can just run for a first down. And then, the 3rd down, going back into the end of regulation, and Brock gets the blitz off the slot by McDuffie, and McDuffie blitzes. And I don't know what they're going to do with him now that Snead's in Nashville, JD, but they put him in the slot last year. Snead was there early in his career. Will he be outside more? How are they going to move? But Spags loves to blitz that guy, and he was starting to creep around like he was blitzing. And Brock talked about it. He left Ayuk. Trent McDuffie left Ayuk on that third down play. And if he he looked that way, Brock, but I don't know if McDuffie got his hands up and he couldn't fit it in there, but he tried to go to Jawan Jennings out wider. McDuffie wound up blocking the ball. Anyway, there's so many. I'm going to move on. But partly
get it out of your system before 5:20 tonight.
No, it's just this could be the game at Levi's.
They might have been playing the Chiefs. They might have been playing the Chiefs tonight, for all we know. I mean, it
might have been.
Could have been. They're one of the home games.
It'd be at Levi's. We would be the first team kicking off, not the last team on Monday Night Football against Aaron Rodgers. So we'll put it away. The team is already on. They're on to the Jets, and it's installation week. But part of me is thinking, damn. Just one play here and there, and we're playing tonight on Thursday Night Football in the season opener at Levi's, and they're unfurling a banner tonight.
Yeah, no question, and doing it again and trying, not to make it all about them, but trying to do something that hasn't been done in the Super Bowl era is to win a third consecutive. The Niners obviously, 89 and 90, and then couldn't get it done. 91, Roger Craig with the fumble, or 88, 89 seasons they won, and then couldn't win it in 90. The Giants win that in 90, and the Patriots did not do the three-peat in their great run, and the Chiefs are, that's what's on the line for them now by virtue of obviously, beating the Niners back in February, Pop.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it. They got a lot to navigate, but I think they're better than they were last year. We'll see what the losses on defense mean. So, in any event, we'll be out there today, and we are going to that drive down there. It'll get it out of my system. I'm not going to. But we do have to watch the Chiefs and Ravens tonight.
What's your sense, just real quick, before we pause here to get to the press conference with Matt Chapman, but just what's your sense for just kind of the vibe in terms of putting everything behind the 49ers of the offseason and training camp and just having a couple of days to have everybody here before it really gets going, as you mentioned today?
It's ready to roll. It's David Lee's hashtag full squad. Let's go. There are a couple of lingering injuries that you don't know about. I think Aaron Banks will play at left guard. JD will watch that today. That's where Quinnen Williams lines up. He lines over. He's a right defensive tackle over the left guard, and he'll be there. Garendo, we'll see if he can run back kicks. Just a few things here. But, the coaches and the players don't have time to be like me. And we'll still watch the Chiefs game back and wonder about, a 4th and 1 and a 3rd and 4 blitz, and you got to move on. So they got Aaron Rodgers coming in here, and they're beyond that. So they're focused on the game. That game's not coming back. So they'll just have to start anew and start to try to get to 1-0. And we are going to take you to Levi's in moments here, and it will be interesting to have Scott Boras and Farhan there, and Bob Melvin and Matt Chapman there. But the one thing about Matt, and I fixate on the offense. He's a great defensive player. He really is a great player in every regard. He's such a solid leader, JD. I mean, and Bob Melvin loves him. He's just a guy you can pencil in at third base for just about every day. And then you worry about, where to move him around in the batting order. But he really has been a great pro on both sides of the bay.
No question. So we'll get to that coming up next. Papa Lund here on a Thursday. We'll go out to Oracle Park for the press conference for Matt Chapman, agreeing to that 6-year, $151 million contract extension with the Giants. It's all straight ahead right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. In the NFL, there is no margin for error. One mistake can change the outcome of a game. That's why 8 out of 10 NFL players have a Sleep Number smart bed as the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League. Sleep Number is proud to help players unlock their full potential through the power of quality sleep. Do you have a Sleep Number bed yourself? If not, take advantage of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year, and you can save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus you get special financing. But the sale does end this Sunday when the NFL begins in earnest on Sunday, September the 8th. This is available to you only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL. See store for details.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
All right, welcome back. Papa and Lund here on a Thursday. John Dickinson down at Levi's. Greg Papa here. We await the press conference over at Oracle Park involving Matt Chapman, obviously Farhan Zidi, Scott Boras, Bob Melvin, all addressing Chapman's 6-year contract extension to remain with the Giants. Pop, Chapman, 22 homers, 90 runs scored, 33 doubles, 126 hits. He's driven in 69, all leading the Giants. He's been really their best player from beginning of the season to end. I know Elliot Ramos is the all-star among the hitters, but Chapman's been the guy who really has made them go this year, Pop.
And when he's gone, they've gone. You know, when he's hitting the ball, and he's had a couple of streaks where 2-3 week periods, he really was the best player on the field, not just the Giants, but on the field and the opponents. He would just dominate games. He would do 2 or 3 things a game to help you win. He's one of the very best third basemen I've ever seen, and we saw him a lot, with the A's. But just watching him every day, how deep he plays at third base, and still is able to charge the ball and barehand the ball. Sometimes I wonder if he still plays a little too deep and he gives up a lot of check swing base hits, but he's just, in every regard, he is amazing defensively. He had a streak there where he's a little error prone. We'll have to see what the other third baseman grade out, but I would think he's going to win another Gold Glove this year and be in the conversation for the Platinum Glove as the very best defensive player at any position. I'm not sure what the zone ratings and all your eyeball test just watching him is that this guy is extraordinary. The air total is high this year. He's had 15 this year. Last year, and he missed some games in Toronto. He wound up with 12 errors. But earlier in his career, he had a 20-error year with the A's and a 13-error year. So he'll make some mistakes here and there, but overall, he's phenomenal, JD.
All right, let's go out to Oracle Park and join Farhan Zidi.
For the Giants organization. Just a little bit of a background in terms of how the deal came together. I was thinking about when we signed the deal back in spring training, and I think Matt commented, the goal is to have a great year and to be talking about an extension in mid-August, and I think you nailed that to a T. So, thinking back to why we were so excited to bring Matt here in the first place, I think he's delivered all that and more just in terms of our goals this past offseason of adding more consistency to the lineup, upgrading our defense, just having a guy who can be a leader on and off the field. I think Matt has, as high esteem as we held him in based on, Bob's history with him, my history with him, he even exceeded those expectations. And we just got to the point where it was hard to imagine the Giants in 2025 and beyond without Matt Chapman at third base. So we did start our conversations 2 or 3 weeks ago. I recognize, and I think there have been some comments that the timing is a little bit unusual this close to free agency, but I think it's a testament to our motivation and how important we feel Matt is to the future of this organization, and hopefully Matt's happiness with the situation here and what we feel like we can build together. So again, couldn't be more excited. A deal like this obviously doesn't come together without a lot of communication and support at the ownership level. They couldn't have been more enthusiastic about keeping Matt in the fold. I know how excited our manager is that he's going to have his guy here for the next few years. So really just delighted. And again, thinking back to this spring when we did this deal, I mean, we're a team that's trying to compete every year, and when we have an opportunity to get a great player who's willing to bet on himself, that's always an attractive proposition to us, and that's what Matt did. He bet on himself, and he got a very deserving reward today. And again, I think we're really excited about what the future holds for Matt and the Giants. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Farhan. I just, want to start off by saying how, excited I am to be a part of the Giants for the next 6 seasons. I want to thank Farhan, Scott, Bo Mel, and the whole organization for getting this done. And I couldn't be more excited to just continue to build off what we started this season. And I think this organization has the beginning of, a championship type ball club year in and year out, and that's what excites me. And as far as the contract goes, I'm super excited. I think it's going to work out great for both sides. And this last off season was a little strange with the free agent market, but I was willing to bet on myself, and I believed in myself and believed that the Giants would see my value as the season went on, and what I bring every single day, and just trying to win baseball games and be a good teammate, and give everything that I have. So I'm excited to give everything that I have for these next 6 seasons, and see where it takes us.
Okay, thanks, Farhan and Matt. Questions, just raise your hand and we will get you a microphone. Susan?
Matt, what is it exactly about this team that makes you feel like you may be in a place where it could be championship caliber teams the next few years? And what about San Francisco made you want to commit to San Francisco for this amount of time?
Yeah. Well, first off, the organization, it just feels, this feels like home for me. It feels like I've been here a lot longer than just one season, just from top to bottom, whether it's the players, the staff, front office. Everybody wants to, contribute and do everything they can to help the players and help them win. I think that's a huge part of it. I think playing with the guys here, I really love my teammates. I see the talent. We have a lot of young talent mixed with some guys here that have been around. And, the front office is always going to go out and try to get players to make this place, better every single year. So I truly believe that they're going to do everything in their power to win. And, that lines up exactly with my goals. And being from the Bay Area, playing on the A's, being here, really love playing in California, being on the West Coast, and, feel really comfortable in the Bay Area and just love being here.
Along those lines, do you feel part of your role now as a leader on this team is to kind of help spread that message? Because, as we know, San Francisco, the Giants, it's been a talking point that it's a hard place to sell for some reason.
Yeah, definitely. I've already had people reach out to me saying that, now that I'm here, that they want to come here. So I don't think that it's going to be a hard sell. This organization is amazing. They do everything they can for the players, and we have a lot of good players. And I just think that, we're going to continue to build here. And, I think that people will see that from the outside, and I don't see that ever being an issue.
Hey, Matt, how much did your relationship with Bob factor into wanting to be here long term? And Bob, if you could just speak to, having Matt here locked up in your lineup long term.
Yeah, I guess having Bob here helped a little bit. But no, that was a huge reason of me even wanting to come here in the first place, was just how much I enjoyed playing for Bo Mel in Oakland, and having somebody like that every single day that's as consistent as he is, and is just prepared every single day, makes the environment always a good place to be. The clubhouse is a good place with him in charge, so I want to play for him, and that's a huge factor of me wanting to be here, and I think he has all the same goals as we do.
The performance speaks for itself, but I think it's a lot of the intangible things that kind of make him who he is and make him such a great fit here. The style of play, the tenacity of which he plays, wants to post every day, plays hurt, never says anything about it. And when you have your best players and your leaders playing a certain way, and we have some younger guys here that are learning their way and developing right now, and they watch the way he plays the game, there's a expectation of how it needs to be played, and when he's setting the example for that, guys have to fall in line. So on top of that, it's the Bay Area for him. He loves the Bay Area, and it just feels like he said, it feels like he's been here more than 1 year, speaking up in hitters meetings and in the clubhouse, and the respect that he gets is just the perfect spot for him.
Scott, what was getting this deal like done from your perspective, and doing an extension rather than going back potentially onto the free agent market this winter?
I watched Matt play in high school, and all those years watching the development, the commitment, as Bob says, the intangibles. What you really want to do is, for someone who plays the game the way he plays it, and the respect you have for it, you really want to make sure you're giving him the information that allows him to do what he most wants to do. And I think in this case that, Matt made it clear to me all along that he had every piece of information we could give him, and he knew what he wanted to do. And for me, that's the most rewarding part, is that Matt really got a choice, and he's happy about where he wants to play and who he wants to play for. He had every good reason to do what he did, and I'm really honored that in going through well over a decade watching a player like this, that the game rewards players like this, that they trust players like this, because really it means a lot to me from when we were all ball players that the game is very, very conscious about what the core of teams should be, and I think Matt represents that. So I'm really excited for him.
You've talked some in the past about this narrative that it's tough to sign free agents in San Francisco sometimes. What do you think that this potentially does to that?
Well, the main thing I think is comfort. When a player comes here and he's comfortable, and whenever you have unknowns, the best answer to fellow players is fellow players. And when they can speak of the unknowns and they can address the concerns, they're going to get an ideology that I think is most relevant to decision making for those players. And I assure you that when a ground ball's hit, that there are many pitchers, they smile when they have Matt Chapman on their team, so no doubt.
Matt, we haven't seen you take a lot of days off this year. What was yesterday like for you, just with the late scratch and then having to sit through 9 innings?
This is different. I watched the first couple innings in the dugout, which was strange. But then, I had to go do some physical stuff and some MRIs. So it was obviously not ideal that I didn't get to, go out there and play with the guys. But, obviously it was pretty important to get this thing done. So we got it done, and, now chances are I'm not going to be watching very much.
Right here.
Farhan, despite the extension, there has been some speculation about your future. Does this, the fact that you're making a long-term move like this, give you the confidence that you're here to stay?
Look, I appreciate the question, and but today is really about Matt. It's about celebrating this deal, big day for the Giants and the organization. So, appreciate the question, but I'd like to keep our focus there. Thanks.
Bob, just going back to yesterday with the late scratch for Matt, I know you were asked after the game
if Matt was okay. Was that tough for you to keep the secret?
Yeah, somebody said they didn't want to play poker with me afterwards. But look, nothing's done until it's actually done. So, we all had our fingers crossed here. And the late scratch kind of, put up some red flags. But physically fine. It was just about getting everything done and, the contract figured out and the physical and all that sort of thing. So it's tough not to put him in the lineup, but didn't want to come up with excuses, just late scratch.
A couple more, Shane. Farhan, Matt mentioned that when he signed that a couple guys reached out and said he would like to play in the future. How important is it for you to make sure that there's sort of the building blocks of stability in attracting future free agents or future players?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not just a player of Matt's caliber. Scott talked about his reputation among players and what an endorsement it is that he wants to be here long term. But it's also just what he brings to the team. I mean, we've got, ground ball pitchers like Logan Webb and Jordan Hicks who, having somebody who plays third base the way Matt plays as well as any player in baseball plays any position, that in itself is an attraction. So, I mean, anytime you have a chance to have a building block who's a great player who has that kind of reputation, it can help. And then, beyond what it is without any of those interactions, like Scott said, I do think, players talk to other players, that reputation builds, and certain guys, their word and their experience carries more weight. And for Matt, who's been in a few organizations and has the reputation that he does, I think he can, be really impactful for us with that.
Not to take the spotlight off Matt, but for Farhan and Scott, have there been any conversations about Blake Snell's future here?
Not to take it off Matt.
Yeah, but you did, so.
I'm sure that in any of these things that, every organization wants to do what's best for them. And much like with Matt, is that when teams reach out, we respond. And obviously the biggest and most important thing is that when players play well somewhere, you have to really pay attention to it. And I do. Because we want players to play well in the game and do well, and I think those are very attractive dynamics about, why you would want players in certain situations.
Okay, that will conclude today's press conference. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, so that in the books, a lot to get into, Pop. Real quick, though, you hear from Farhan. You hear, obviously, from Matt Chapman, Bob Melvin, Scott Boras, all there on Chapman remaining here for the next 6 years. And, a bet on himself was a big theme from it. Excited to keep building. And I thought, big takeaway for me just initially, him saying that he already had people reach out to him now that he's going to be there. Saying they want to join. We'll see about that, but I think that's as important as anything to come out of this. That was my big takeaway.
That's another Scott
Pop.
Boras guy, Juan Soto.
Yeah, and obviously Blake Snell. Don't want to take it away from Matt, but what about Blake Snell? Are we going to be having another one of these press conferences here?
We'll
in a couple
get into
weeks?
it because Andrew Bagley is going to join us at 11:15, and Bags normally is on Friday, but we got Niners tomorrow on a Football Friday, wall-to-wall football. So we'll get Bags on today. The timing is great because he wrote a big piece about Scott Boras, and he talked to Blake Snell, and you heard the comment about Susan Slusser. A few other writers were talking earlier about getting rid of Scott Boras. Jordan Montgomery wound up firing him, but in any event, Blake Snell's full on with Scott Boras. He does not blame him for the market being depressed last year. I do wonder where the market's going to be this year. The RSN situation in some markets is worse than it was. Major League Baseball is to bail these out, and they're going to over-the-air carriers and streaming. And but Bags will talk about where it is with Blake Snell. The one line that Scott had was he wants his players to do well, and Matt Chapman wants to be here. That's your job. If I want to re-sign here, let's do it now. I don't like the fact, and they pretty much said that he didn't play last night because he had to get imaging done, and I mean, he is their own player. I understand you're signing him to a 6-year deal. You'd like to be able to still play the game. He does not take days off. So it's just odd that the timing had to come right in the middle of a game. But he is back in the lineup today after signing the deal.
Yeah, I know
so
you don't like saying it, but I mean, this year's over. I mean,
it doesn't matter. You're still a professional. Matt Chapman's going to play every day the rest of the year.
Sure, and that's fine.
You don't act like that. And as an organization, there are people coming to the ballpark to watch and turning on TV. Play your best players. I'm not going to make a big deal out of it, but I think it was weird that he didn't play last night when he re-signed a contract with his own team. If it's somebody you don't know, like Carlos Correa, and you got to do imaging, and there's a history of an ankle and arthritic condition, that's different. But in any event, I'm moving on. I don't care. But I think it's weird, and the Giants don't typically behave that way. But now the bigger picture is what do they do with Blake Snell? We'll talk to Bags about that. And there was one Farhan question that was asked that could have been awkward, and Farhan just deflected it by saying he didn't even answer the question in the affirmative or anything. He just re-signed a deal. When they gave Bob Melvin his contract last fall, JD, a 3-year deal, they extended Farhan Zidi 3 years to be with Bob Melvin. So I think it's pretty obvious that Bob Melvin pushed for Matt Chapman to be here initially. Yeah, Farhan even referred to him as you got your guy. But everybody loves it. I mean, Matt Williams is a big part of it. To me, Matt Chapman is the modern-day version of Matt Williams.
I agree with that.
You know how much Bob Melvin loved him playing with him, what he means to Giant fans. But Farhan didn't even touch that, and you knew he would. But the way he did not answer it was, this is Matt Chapman Day. We're not here to talk about my future. So we'll get Bags' thoughts. He just got a contract extension. What does this mean for Blake Snell re-signing? And what does it mean for the future of Farhan Zidi that he was given the green light last night to sign a player to a 6-year contract?
Yeah, we'll get into all that coming up. Papa Lund here on a Thursday, Baggerly at 11:15, and then Giants and the Diamondbacks coming up. We've got the pregame for you at 11:45. First pitch, 12:45, the matinee over at Oracle Park. All right, we'll get into some more takeaways from the press conference straight ahead right here, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and I got great news for homeowners. Mortgage rates are tanking currently, and my friends at Loan Pronto have rates that start with a 4. This is the best rate in years. If your current rate is over 6%, you could dump it and lower your house payment big time. Loan Pronto was locked in, folks, recently at 4.99% APR. Whether you got your loan last week, last month, or last year, it's time to call Loan Pronto. If you're in the process with another lender, stop now and call Loan Pronto. Ask about their zero-cost rate reduction home loan. You can lock in a lower rate with no closing costs in a matter of days with almost no paperwork and usually no appraisal. And if you act now, you can even skip your next 2 house payments. So call now. Loan Pronto can give you a rate quote in minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like those other guys. Call 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com, 415-808-5721.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The runners go. The pitch. Little bouncer hits slowly to third. Chapman barehanded. One hop throw to first. And Wade makes the grab. What a play on both ends. Wow. The Giants have won it on a miraculous play. The barehanded pickup by Chapman, who was sprinting in for that ball, and then made a one-hop throw to first, and Wade was able to grab that one-hop throw and hold on to it.
The field is confirmed. The runner is out. The game is over.
And there you have it.
All right, Matt Chapman, play of the year, Pop, back in New York, right? Against the Mets in that May series where the Giants took 2 out of 3. That road trip where they probably should have won all 6, but ended up losing a couple of games late, 1 to the Pirates, 1 to the Mets. But, yeah, Matt Chapman
Luciano made some late errors.
He did in the game in Pittsburgh and one of the games in New York as well. But Matt Chapman signed to that 6-year contract extension. We heard from Matt Chapman. We heard from Bob Melvin and Farhan Zidi, and even a little bit from Scott Boras just a few moments ago as the Giants are getting ready to face the Diamondbacks again. Matt Chapman in the lineup, Pop. I know we don't have to get into all that again, but he is back in the lineup today and playing third base. But the big takeaway for me just from Bob Melvin is, and we talked about this a little bit at the beginning of the show, it's the intangibles. It's the fact that he plays through being a little bit banged up. He's somebody that young players, and look, we don't know totally where the Giants are going to go, Pop. Are they going to lean in more on young players? Elliot Ramos is here. Tyler Fitzgerald is here. There are others on the way. They're obviously going to try to have to get some veteran players either via trade or free agency. But regardless, whether it's young, old, or a combination of the both, Matt Chapman is the quintessential player that you want other players to model their game after in terms of toughness and professionalism and just will to do things the right way.
And Bob Melvin, as you know, JD, covering the A's, he raised, Matt Chapman. A lot like Wash, raised Miguel Tejada and Eric Chavez and Mark Ellis and all of them. It was really Bob Melvin that would hit him, referring to Matt Chapman, fungo after fungo after fungo. And they were tight in Oakland, and he became a star there. And he played 145, 156. He had that hip injury in the pandemic year of 2020, which after that, he had a real hard time hitting a high fastball, but he still played. He came back the next year, played 151 games. First year in Toronto, 155. Last year, he played through a severe hand injury trying to steal a bag. He still played 140 games. So outside of the time he was on the IL and he couldn't play, he played. So, and I would say, Ramos was hot there for a while and became an all-star. And Tyler Fitzgerald was hot there for a while. Luis Matos was hot for a week. But the best player on this team, he leads this team in so many offensive categories, is Matt Chapman. And when your best player is your hardest working player, it just makes it easy. The young guys, anybody else on the roster, being around Steph Curry, they see him doing this 2-ball drill. What's he doing? Everybody in the league now is doing a 2-ball drill. I want to be like that guy. And that's just, right before the games with Q. You don't see all the work he does at Brain and Pain. And Steph is so good. Yes, he has God-given ability, but he's maximized his hand-eye and his great skill by working his ass off. And the same for Christian McCaffrey. We'll go out today to watch practice, and McCaffrey will be doing high knees right next to Bosa. They won't say a word. They work harder before practice than guys do in games. And that's what Matt Chapman plays every day. So Bob Melvin loves that. But not only does he play every day, he plays great every day defensively. And I think, what Bob said was, you're trying to, lead a clubhouse here. You want the young guys and everybody, even the older guys who have been around like Yastrzemski's got to look at Chapman and go, whoa, this guy, I mean, what a worker. He's out there taking ground balls from Matt Williams before every game, and he goes out and plays every inning of every game. It just sets a culture. You see it a lot in other sports, mainly because you bring schemes in and you want the middle linebacker. If you're a head coach and you switch teams and let's bring in the middle linebacker, or what Harbaugh's doing with the Chargers, not bringing a lot of ex-Niner players to play, but ex-Niner players on the coaching staff like Navarro Bowman to show these guys the way we do it. And it's that way with Chapman in every way that he does. He's a pro. He's an outstanding player. I fixate sometimes on his inability to hit high fastball, but he's not alone. This is a generation of buggy whippers and, launch angle and, they're uppercutters and they have a hole. He doesn't really have that kind of hole in his swing. I don't know why he can't get on top of a high fastball, but he strikes out a lot, and this whole team strikes out a lot. So I'm on board with it. He's arguably the best defensive third baseman we've had in the Bay Area. He's one of the best I've ever seen. But now what happens? Immediately, early last year in May, when they brought Casey Schmidt up, I was saying a lot of the same things about Casey defensively at third that we're saying about Matt Chapman. Aurelio Rodriguez, you're too young to remember him. The Tigers, what an arm he had at third base. It was insane. He threw the ball like 90-plus miles an hour at third base. Or Sean Dunston. You saw guys just from the left side of the infield, and Casey had that kind of arm. And then he hit bombs, and he was on fire for a short time, and then he tailed off. His defense is still there. That guy can win a Gold Glove at third base. I think he could play short. At second, it's a little more nuanced, and he could get it in time. So just right off the jump, signing Matt Chapman to a contract through the end of the decade, what do you do with Casey Schmidt now? Do you trade him?
Yeah, I think his name could potentially be in play as far as trade talks go. I think what do they do with Tyler Fitzgerald is also interesting. Does he remain a shortstop, or do they look to maybe go get a shortstop and move him to second? Do they look to get somebody who can play second and keep him at shortstop? I think they are going to have to upgrade in terms of offensive production, either in right field. I think Elliot Ramos obviously projects to be the left fielder. Jung Hoo Lee's going to be back in center field. To me, where they have questions is, what do they do in right? What do they do at first base? Is it still going to be Lamont Wade Jr. and then either that second or shortstop spot or the spots offensively? And I think you could make a case they need to upgrade at all of those open spots that I just mentioned. Now, look, that doesn't mean you're going to go sign 4 free agents. You might make a trade. You might have a guy from your system, and then you might sign somebody. It might be a combination of all of it. But I think that's my big takeaway is I don't really have a problem with the deal. Is it a little longer than you'd want for Chapman? Maybe. Is it going to wind up maybe not looking, the best in 28, 29, and 30? Possibly. But I don't really care about that right now. It's 2024 and going to be 2025. My big thing is he can't be the best player on the team next year. And that's no slight at Chapman. It's just a statement to the talent infusion that I think this team needs if they truly want to get back to being contender-like.
Well, I mean, in a good lineup, where does Matt Chapman bat? With the A's, he could hit cleanup. He could hit 36 homers a year.
I think it's 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, 5, 6.
All right, then who are your 3, 4, and 5 hitters? So, as far as Tyler Fitzgerald, and I think the more he plays, the more you see a little uncertainty and jitterness. And is he a major league shortstop? He can play the position, but if you're going to build this thing behind frontline starting pitching and bullpen, you got to catch the ball. You're in the post-Brain and Crawford era. You went Nick Ahmed for defense, and Nick's a great defender. Then he hurt his wrist, and then you moved on. I thought belatedly to Tyler Fitzgerald. But if you want to upgrade at shortstop, and we saw Willie Adames last week when the Giants were in Milwaukee. I saw him on his birthday the other day at Bombs. That guy is a hitter.
It's 3-run homers. That's all he does.
But he does. He's big. He's thick. I don't love his defense. We had Brian Anderson on, the voice of the Brewers, on TV, and he said, the numbers are not there. He's a good defender. He passes the eye test. I don't know if he's going to age well. How much will it cost after Juan Soto? And we're talking, $500+ million for Juan Soto, and unlike Shohei, he's not going to take it deferred with Scott Boras, so that's going to be a whole different deal. So he's going to make more early in that contract than Shohei got. So in some respects, he'd be the highest paid player in baseball. So do you want to get into Soto? I mean, obviously, if you could sign Soto, I'd do it in a minute. Guy's a great player. He's suspect defensively. You'd have to play him in left in this ballpark. But outside of Soto, you're looking at shortstop. And Adames is going to be expensive. I'm not sure I would do that. Ha-Seong Kim is the guy.
Yeah.
And we just heard Bob Melvin talk glowingly about Matt Chapman. Whenever the Giants play the Padres or when he was in San Diego last year, it was likewise with Ha-Seong Kim. So, Ha-Seong Kim started slowly in Major League Baseball. He took a little while to adjust. He had 202 his first year in the big leagues, and then he got so good, and Fernando Tatis is doing reckless things off the field and into his body, and he wound up getting suspended, that they played Ha-Seong Kim at short. Last year, one of Bob's main points of contention with A.J. Preller, he didn't want the Padres to sign Xander Bogaerts. He didn't want him. He wanted to play Ha-Seong Kim at shortstop. Well, they signed Bogaerts. Bogaerts did not have a great year. He played short. They moved Kim to second. Now, Bob's gone. Mike Schultz, the manager, what are they doing? They moved Bogaerts to second, and Ha-Seong Kim's playing short. So Ha-Seong Kim defensively is solid. There's no doubt. But you're talking about upgrading the lineup, and, shortstop's not unless you pay a lot of money for a premium offensive player. But how good offensively is Ha-Seong Kim? He's hitting .233 this year with 11 homers, got 16 doubles. His on-base plus slug is 700. His OPS plus is 97. The average Major League player OPS plus is 100. Yep. So he's a below-average offensive player. So how many of these guys can you have? Can you have an average to below-average shortstop? All of a sudden, we love Grant McCray. Do you really want an outfield of Jung-Hoo Lee and Grant McCray together?
That's not good enough.
How many home runs you going to hit?
No, that's not good enough. Even if Ramos is hitting 30 next year in a full season, that's not good enough. And Jung-Hoo Lee's penciled in, and he's going to be the guy that's going to anchor things defensively and potentially lead off for you and all of that. So, look, I like Kim, but at this, and I would look to sign Kim. But again, I think Kim fits in that category of, okay, if you get him to play short, you move Fitzgerald to second, then you've got two other spots. You've got right field and you've got first base. And the Giants like Lamont Wade Jr. as an on-base guy and as a hitter, but the power, he showed it last night, but the power for the most part after some injuries in the first half of the season has been gone. He still will get on base. He still will work counts and things like that. So, again, you can have defensive-oriented players and players that are right at the average line or maybe even slightly below if they're going to be excellent defensively. That can still help you win. But if you sign Kim, and I'm not opposed to that, then that only adds to, well, you got to go get a right fielder at that point and or a first baseman or both to help compensate for it, Bob.
Well, I think they like Yaz, and we'll see what they do financially with Yaz. People are down on Yaz, and I got the same problem with Yaz that I have with Chapman. A lot of guys on this team,
he's a solid player, but how does this team get better?
No, he's a fundamentally, he's better than solid. He's a tremendous defensive outfielder with a great arm. He runs very well. He has baseball instincts. Hell, he's a Yastrzemski. I mean, he bunts when it's there. He cannot hit a high fastball. And Brandon Belt, he drove me nuts for years because he could not hit a high fastball. He got keyholed in and up, and he struck out just too much. And then all of a sudden, Brandon Belt solved that, and he was able to close that hole, and he was the best player on the team. And the 107-win team, even with the Buster and the other Brandon, Belt was great. And then he got hurt. But anyway, can those guys solve the high fastball? Because it's plaguing them. But it's not just them. And then as far as Lamont, and I love Lamont. I remember when he came up Memorial Day against the Angels in 2021. Hell, I'm the one that gave him the nickname Late Night Lamont because I had to come on the air with John the next night. It's late night. I got to get to bed. And I love the Late Night Lamont alliteration there. But he had 4 RBIs last night. 4. Drove them all in. You know how many he's got for the year? 27 RBIs. Yeah. He had 23 and he spent time on the IL. So don't tell me RBIs are an outdated stat. They're about scoring runs. They're driving in runs.
Well,
That's all
ask
that
the
matters.
Diamondbacks and their offense.
You're
if
on
driving
base.
in runs are important.
Getting to first base doesn't get you a point. you need to touch home plate. You need to drive in runs. So, and that's, he does not drive it in runs. He's not driving the ball. I think he's hurt again this year, and he's been with the hamstring. Yeah, he misses too many games. I think it may be time to move on from him completely, or he set up a platoon with a power-hitting right-handed hitter. Rhys Hoskins talked about coming here. Susan talked to him last week in Milwaukee, JD, and he is from Sacramento, as you know. She kind of intimated that they were thinking something bigger. I mean, right now, Vladimir Guerrero, after Aaron Judge and Juan Soto, look at the year bad Vlad is having. He's going off. And he started slowly. Now, how do you get him out of Toronto? They got to make a call on signing him long term. So, if you could get Vladimir Guerrero until Eldridge is, but even then, what do you do with him? But anyway, just Lamont Wade Jr.'s season, I thought he was a certain all-star until he, the hamstring. His on base was 480 at that point. His on base now is below 400, 398. So, and a lot of it is just he shouldn't be playing because he's hurt, but he's been a shell of himself. But he had 4 RBIs last night. He had 23 RBIs up until last night. That's unbelievable.
Not nearly enough. And again, it goes to the predicament that the Giants find themselves in, Pop. It's, they have players that you like, to a certain extent at a lot of these positions, and they've just committed to Chapman. But at some point, if you say, and you kind of did it, we'll get into it with Bags as well. It's like, well, I like Yaz, and I like what Wade brings here, but not here. And Jung-Hoo Lee's going to be here, and obviously Ramos is going to be playing left field most likely, and Fitzgerald's in the mix. And so the question then becomes, how do you get better? Because the one thing that we know is this team has not been good enough, and that's only one side of the ball. Obviously, they have to be able to pitch and be better defensively and all of that. All of those things are key, but you can't keep everybody and then get better. And I think that's where, if it's Farhan who ultimately is the guy who's making the decisions, and it sounds like he will be, then, he's got the most important offseason he's had, I think, without a doubt.
Yeah. And we'll get into it with Bags in a few minutes here. The other position, just glaring, is catcher. Offensively, do they have the worst production at catcher? I mean, Shea Langoliers of the A's. How many home runs that guy got? I mean, Patrick Bailey is a great defensive player, but his OPS plus again is 80. The average major leaguer, maybe for catcher it's a lower number, JD. I'm not sure how that works, but still, he's just falling apart in the second half of years. You didn't have a backup. Joey's gone. Tom Murphy hurt his knee in the rain in Philadelphia. Kurt Casale, we love him, but he's not the player that he was in 2021 here. How much should Bailey be playing? I think, first of all, you got to have a conversation about, and I'm sure they already have, you got to stop switch hitting. It's just too much. You're wearing down, junk the right-handed swing and just swing from the left side. Work on that. It's a lot of work pregame to get ready for your right-handed swings, left-handed swings, go over this pitcher's report, the catching report and how they're going to pitch guys. It's hard, but they got to get more production from catcher. I mean, one thing is Murphy signed a 2-year deal. So do you bring him back when his knee heals and that's your catching duo next year is Patrick Bailey and Tom Murphy?
Well, look, I think defensively, as far as Bailey, they're counting on Bailey to hit too. I mean, you talked about what he did defensively, but they're counting on more of the first half Bailey for deeper into the year, and maybe it's giving him some off days. Maybe it's he's got to get in a little better shape and get his body at a little better point. I think that could be part of it too. But whatever it is, I think he's somebody that they're counting on, and you look to as not necessarily having a replacement or a player to play with them. Although you obviously have to have a backup. To me, it's more on him. I think he's the one guy. It's you're being kept. We want you here, but you have to improve as a young player, whether it's your body or your approach, or maybe deciding only, to not switch hit. Whatever those things are. Well, let's get in it with Andrew Baggerly coming up next. Greg Papa, John Dickinson sitting in for John Lund here on a Thursday. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Hall of Famer, Steve Young, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday and discussed the return of Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams and the impact they can have on Week 1 against the Jets. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Papa, Lund, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
Welcome back. John Dickinson sitting in for John Lund. Let's go out to the UMA guest line. Greg Papa here as always, joined by Andy Baggerly out at Oracle Park. Giants and the Diamondbacks, Game 3 of the 3-game series. Bags, how are you?
Hey, JD. Hey, Pop. How you guys doing? I'm good.
We're doing well. Let's just get right to it. The Matt Chapman contract extension, 6 years, $151 million. Big takeaways from that, and also what you heard at the press conference there leading up to the game here about an hour ago.
Yeah, well, last night, he gets scratched about 45 minutes before the game starts, and almost always you get a reason for why a guy gets scratched. He tweaks something in the cage or whatever, but there wasn't really a reason given, and so I said to one of the PR guys, Matt Chisholm, I said, well, he must be taking the physical for the big extension he's signing, and I'm not going to play poker with Matt Chisholm because he totally played it off perfectly, and I'm kicking myself a little bit because you look at it in hindsight, and that was a real possibility that's exactly what was happening. There was a reason he was scratched, and I'll tell you, I just did not think that it was going to happen with a Scott Boras client. You're this close to free agency. He's second behind Shohei Ohtani in Baseball Reference's version of WAR among NL West players. I mean, he's having a great platform season. There are teams out there that definitely would be in the market for him. And, generally a Scott Boras client, doesn't do anything to make the free agency less free and sign an extension on the cusp of free agency. But, that really is a testament to how much Matt Chapman wanted to be here. And he's the client. He's the guy who's, he tells the agent what to do, not the other way around. So, when you fold in this extension to what he's making this year, it ends up being 7 years and $168 million. So, that's pretty good for a guy who had to bet on himself and certainly, got the contract that got it all out of the way. There's no standoff, no showdown, nothing that's going to drag through the off season. This got done for all parties. And I think, it's probably going to benefit all parties.
Yeah, I mean, all the questions except for two were regarding Matt Chapman to Scott Boras and Bob Melvin and Farhan Zidi. There were a couple of awkward ones that were not involving that, which we'll get to the second one in Farhan's future. But the other one is Blake Snell. And you wrote a big piece recently about Blake Snell, and he's obviously represented by Scott Boras and how Jordan Montgomery fired him, and he didn't like what he said, and he's fully behind him. So, one thing that Scott did say today is that we want our players to be where they want to be and where they achieve success. And although it started roughly for Blake Snell, largely or not solely because he signed so late, Bags, but now, I don't know when I've seen a pitcher more dominant. That curveball's so lethal and the changeup, everything. He's just so good. What do you think it means? Obviously not between now and the end of the year, but once the offseason commences, that they've got Chapman, a Boras guy under contract. Bob Melvin knows Blake, maybe not as well as Chappie, but he knows him. What do you think it all means to re-signing Blake Snell this offseason?
Well, I mean, I think it probably does make it maybe a glimmer more hope that it could possibly happen. There could be common ground. But, the biggest reason that Matt Chapman signed an extension is because the Giants put a big, huge check in front of him and, paid him, essentially market value. And, the reason that they signed him in the offseason or at the end of spring is because they got him to the market wasn't there, and the Giants were opportunistic with both players. So if they're willing to give Blake Snell, a similar type contract, something that he was looking for last offseason, when sort of a lot of the projections had him going for 6 years and $180 million. If they offer him that, they could definitely take him off the market potentially. But it's not a situation where he's going to sign for pennies on the dollar. So do they have the appetite to do that? I mean, you could argue that they should. I mean, when you look at the Chapman money, it's still half of what they were going to pay Carlos Correa, right? And he's a guy who's, on the injured list right now and probably isn't aging as well as Matt Chapman is. So, the Giants have the money. They've got enough financial flexibility. It's going to be a need for them. So if they decide, let's make life easy on ourselves and, go ahead and offer this guy the top of the market, yeah, they could definitely get something done. But, it's all up to them and just how they read the market versus all the other needs they might have in the off season, because Matt Chapman can't be the finishing touch to this lineup. They got to ideally he's a guy who's a 6-hitter in a really, really good lineup, and right now he's the cleanup guy. So the Giants still have a lot more work to do, obviously, but if they were to find a way to get some common ground with Snell, they could find it. They just have to make him a big offer.
All right, Andy Baggerly joining us here on KNBR. Greg asked about the one kind of awkward little moment. I'll ask about the other. I mean, the obvious indication here is, hey, if Farhan has the ability to sign Chapman to this kind of a deal, he's going to be here at least for one more year. Is that how you read it, or should we have already been maybe reading it that way to begin with?
I know everyone wants to put all the tea leaves out there. Well, what does the attendance mean? What does the fact he signed a contract extension in the offseason, what does that mean? That they could get a deal done like this that's a long-term sort of big furniture type contract with their third baseman. What does that mean? I don't think any of it really precludes the Giants or handicaps them or is predictive at all for what they're going to do. I mean, to me, it's what do you do if you decide to move on? What do you do if you decide that you've seen enough? And to be honest, if there's something that you can really hold up and scrutinize Farhan Zidi and his administration for the most, it's that there hasn't been more production in the player development pipeline after 6 years, and that they don't have more internal sort of difference makers. And that's a criticism. It's also, you point to Tyler Fitzgerald and Elliot Ramos, and these guys are looking like everyday players now. So even that criticism has to be tempered to some degree. But if you do decide that you want to just reboot, well, who do you reboot with? I mean, because frankly, and Ken Rosenthal wrote a really good piece about this the other day, everybody in baseball kind of thinks the same way now. So is it really worth sort of upsetting the apple cart and starting over? I just don't know if this ownership group is going to feel that way, based on the fact that attendance is up, 2,200 a game, and they're probably going to have their highest attendance since before the pandemic. And in a lot of ways, it's still a pretty healthy organization, even though you're more than 10 games behind not one but three teams in your own division. So it's been a disappointing year in a lot of ways, and I'm sure there's going to be some recriminations, and there's going to be some comeuppances and all that stuff. And but I don't know. If I had to handicap this at this point, I'd say that they're probably going to stay the course.
Bags, what is this Matt Chapman signing, which essentially takes him, throughout the rest of the decade, do for Casey Schmidt? Third base is blocked. He can play short. He's okay at second base. You think they make him available in the offseason?
Potentially Schmidt. I think potentially Marco Luciano. One of the reasons I think that they haven't moved him off shortstop for as long as they did is because they know he's got more value there. And if they want to use him as a trade piece, he's more valuable as a shortstop. And, obviously that hasn't really worked out. Schmidt, I think, has gotten a fair amount of chances. And, he's still, in terms of swing decisions, expanding the zone, the slider away, it just seems to be a place where pitchers know they can get him out, and he hasn't really made that adjustment. So, we've seen guys look like they're just completely hitting a brick wall, and you wonder, why are they even still on the 40-man roster, and they still go on to do something and surprise you. I mean, Ramos being, a primary example of that. So you don't give up on players until you have to. But, you get to a point where you're going to have to, when you get those opportunities, force them to give you more opportunities. And I don't know if you can say that Casey Schmidt's done that to this point. And those opportunities may, start to dry up a little bit, especially if, they move Fitzgerald to second base. Maybe they sign Ha-Sung Kim, which I think we've been talking about forever. There may be very few options in that infield for a young infielder. So, yeah, it very well could be that he's packaged in a trade or just has to make the most of opportunities when he gets them.
Bags, great stuff. Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. We'll talk to you again soon.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right, Andrew Baggerly joining us here on KNBR. Pop, we'll wrap things up here before we get to Giants pregame at 11:45. Maybe get into a little bit more on the Niners. I know it's going to be a heavy Niner and football show tomorrow. We got the NFL opener tonight. We'll get into all that coming up. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. In the NFL, there is no margin for error. One mistake can change the outcome of a game. That's why 8 out of 10 NFL players have a Sleep Number smart bed as the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League. Sleep Number is proud to help players unlock their full potential through the power of quality sleep. Do you have a Sleep Number bed yourself? If not, take advantage of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year, and you can save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus, you get special financing. But the sale does end this Sunday when the NFL begins in earnest on Sunday, September the 8th. This is available to you only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL. See store for details.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
All right, final segment before Giants pregame. Pop and Lund here on a Thursday. John Dickinson, I'm out at Levi's Stadium. Pop, I know you're heading down here in just a moment. We got the Giants and the Diamondbacks over the air. But we're going to be at practice as the Niners gearing up for the Jets today, tomorrow, and Saturday leading up to Monday. Week 1 is here, and as we talked about a little bit earlier, the opener. And we got 2 games before the full day on Sunday, and then the Niners and Jets on Monday. We got the game tonight and then the game tomorrow between the Eagles and Packers.
Yeah, and we have a rematch of the AFC Championship game, obviously Baltimore, Kansas City, and this time it's at Arrowhead because they won. I'm not going to say it's going to be a preview of the NFC Championship game because we don't want that to happen. But I think 2 of the top rivals for the Niners, the Lions, would also be in the mix, and a few other teams as well. I think Green Bay is adding Josh Jacobs. People aren't talking enough about his acquisition. They've changed coordinators on defense, and we'll see how they mesh that all together. But Philadelphia also loaded up, getting Saquon Barkley. Think about those 2 running backs. So they're going to be playing against each other in Brazil.
I think they've had a really good offseason.
They have. Their defense is young, and we'll see, what the change of coordinator is there going to Lord Fangio. But anyway, that'll be tomorrow, and then obviously the game tonight. is Chiefs and Ravens, and it does bring up just watching Kansas City unfurl their banner again. I mean, in 2019 when they beat the Niners, we kind of, it was hard to lose that game being up by 10 with 7:13 to play, but you felt good for Andy Reid breaking through and finally winning. He had the label that Kyle has now unjustly, although, Kyle's had his chances in Super Bowls, both in Atlanta and here, that he couldn't win the big one. But Andy got to so many big ones in his game management. And then the Chiefs, they didn't win a Super Bowl since Super Bowl IV, and Hank Stram and Lenny Dawson, and then to come back and win in Super Bowl 54, you thought, if we can't win, it's, I do like that franchise. And they were a bitter rival to the Raiders, and still are, obviously. But they've won enough now. That's enough. They've won the last 2 and 3 of the last 5. They've been in 4 of the last 5, so we'll scout them because they're coming in October 20th, as you know, but we always keep an eye on that team wearing red and gold. But today, and you're already there, and as soon as you get off the air with me in 5 minutes, you're going to go over to the auditorium, and I'll drive down and be there. So Kyle Shanahan's going to meet the media at 12:40, right, when the Giants and D-backs start today, just about 12:45 first pitch, and Kyle's always fashionably late, so it'll probably be at the same moment. And there's so much has happened since Kyle last talked to the media formally. I mean, Brandon Ayuk has done a deal.
Yeah.
Trent Williams has done a deal. The Ricky Pearsall situation, how much is Kyle going to open up about that? And then you're going back into the open locker room. But what do you think the line of questioning is going to be from the Matts and Eric Branch and David Lombardi and all of them when Kyle starts taking questions at 12:40 today?
Well, I mean, I think you hit it. I mean, it's the big 3 things that have happened since the last time that he spoke. It's going to be a conversation about Ayuk and not only the deal, but the process and leading up to finally getting it done. Maybe a question about the fact that Brandon acknowledged with that wry grin that he maybe made things a little bit harder than they needed to be at the end of that. I mean, what was Kyle's opinion of all of that? And then obviously getting Trent Williams back in the fold. And I think how much we know Trent will be out there for sure. And at that left tackle spot and protecting Brock Purdy and all of that. But I think, Ayuk's playing time and Kyle won't obviously divulge, but how many snaps for Brandon Ayuk getting back, in the building with the contract signed a week ago today, and then, on Tuesday, and then the 3 days, leading up to the game in terms of the practices. And then obviously, I mean, the big one too is still, what could have been just a tragic scenario with Ricky Pearsall. I mean, those are the things I think that are definitely going to be touched on here in just over an hour.
And then from the Jet perspective, I'm sure Mike Silver will be front and center, and we'll ask about, their pursuit of Aaron Rodgers. A couple of years ago when A-Rod was still in Green Bay, it was the Trey Lance draft, leading up to that. Weeks before, there was a report that they reached out and Matt LaFleur wasn't happy, and Mike's written a book about it. So we'll see if they open up about Aaron Rodgers. But the other side of it, JD, is Robert Saleh. And Kyle's gone up against guys that he's worked with, obviously being in the NFL as long as he's been, Dan Quinn, Raheem Morris, you can go on and on. But nobody that's been on his staff here in San Francisco that's as close to him, because we'll see Mike McDaniel later, but this is Robert Saleh. And Kyle, I think Kyle wanted Raheem Morris initially to be his defensive coordinator, a few other guys, but he hired Robert Saleh to run the Pete Carroll cover 3. And he was so good at it after some missteps early on, and they didn't have the right personnel. But when they got Nick Bosa, it all changed, and they went all the way to the Super Bowl. And now Robert Saleh is coordinating the Jet defense. And, they got Rodgers back to try to solve their offensive woes. Their defense has been really good since Saleh's been the head coach. He does not call plays. Jeff Ulbrich does. And also Kyle, wanted to hire, reportedly, Jeff Ulbrich to come back to the Bay and run the defense. So Kyle going up against Robert Saleh and Jeff Ulbrich, I think and we'll get into it more as we, the weekend and next week on Monday when the game actually is played. But this is an interesting dynamic because it's not guys that Kyle worked with many years ago in other cities. This is Robert Saleh, JD.
It is, and the Jets are a fascinating matchup with their defense. And to me, you don't really know what to expect because everything last year was thrown off by them losing Rodgers as quickly as they did. So I think they're a hard team to read. I don't think the Niners are as talented as any team in the league. They can beat and have basically beaten everybody, with maybe the exception of the Chiefs here. But it's an interesting week one matchup in that, you got to be dialed, I think, to beat them and to score on that defense. You got to be buttoned up. And I think, this week and ultimately what we see Monday night, Pop, is going to be, it really is going to be an indicator as to just how quickly, given everything that's gone on, the 49ers can get on the same page. Like, can they get Ayuk effective? Can they get Trent Williams to be Trent Williams? Can it all be cohesive against a defense that projects to be really good? I think it's a hell of a first test. And, week one, you never know what to expect anyway. But I think that's even more the case with Salah's knowledge of Kyle and Kyle's knowledge of Salah, but also a pretty talented Jets defense going up against a Niner offense that is loaded, but trying to get everybody back and in rhythm here over these next 3-4 days.
And it's so interesting that the NFL scheduled this for the opener. Again, if the 49ers won the Super Bowl last year, we'd be playing the night and not Monday. And to your point, maybe it's against Kansas City in a Super Bowl rematch, or maybe they save that for later in the year. You never know.
Could have been it could have been Dallas. Could have been, could have been.
If it's moving on,
yeah,
we didn't win the Super Bowl. We went to overtime of the Super Bowl and scored first and somehow lost the game. That's
I know. We've all had that. We've all had those thoughts, Bob.
So they scheduled this game. And they did it on a Monday night. We heard rumors all offseason it would be on Sunday night. It's the last game standing. We're going to watch the entire league tonight, tomorrow in Brazil, the full schedule on Thursday, right to Rams, Lions on Sunday night, see how they all handle the dynamic kickoff rule. And, now that it's for real. But your first game, when you get that schedule, you're getting ready for everybody, but you start to get ready for the first game of the year. And I think it's just Kyle knows this defense so well. It's the defense that he identified that he wanted to have be his. He hired Salah to run the defense. They do it a little differently. They've got Sauce Gardner, who's a great man guy, but they do play a lot of cover three. Kyle's got, three beaters, deep overs from the inside guy, the number one guy closest to the line of scrimmage, that wide receiver over. A lot of times the other side linebacker has to pick that up. Can C.J. Mosley and Quincy Williams really run enough to deal with that? Can they match with McCaffrey? And that's fascinating. And then the other side of it is Salah, just knowing Kyle's offense so well. I mean, these guys have, since the schedule came out and they's out officially, and maybe they knew a couple of days before, but in middle May, that our opener, I got you, Salah, and you got me. Let's go. And they've been working on this for months. So maybe I'm overthinking it a little bit. The players will decide it. But it is fascinating. They've had the entire off season. It's not like we're playing them on a Thursday night and all of a sudden it's the Jets. We got to get ready. They've been working on this game plan in their own minds, Kyle and Salah, for months and months and months.
No, I mean, that's the beauty of it. And the even the playoff history with Rodgers against the 49ers during his time in Green Bay. And obviously Rodgers growing up a 49er fan and the Niners not drafted. I mean, it's storylines galore in terms of the X's and O's component of it, but also in terms of the ancillary stuff. And it's big markets and big brands and Salah, this is a huge year for them. I think you could make the case the Jets have to make the playoffs for Salah to keep his job as well. So he's got a lot on the line in terms of expectations and keeping his team together. So no picnic, I would imagine, when he thought, oh, we got to go out there week one and play on Monday night. That's a tough task, I think, both ways, and we'll see how well the Niners are ready for it.
Yeah, but knowing him, this is good for him. If they can come into Levi's on Monday night and take down the defending NFC champions in their house and whole roster, we'll see if they have Hassan Reddick. That'll validate now the tri-state area. They're already on fire about the Jets and getting Aaron Rodgers back. And hell, they won 7 games last year with Rodgers playing 4 snaps. Their defense is that good. So can they get up to 10, 11, 12? Win the AFC East? We shall see. We'll talk about it tomorrow. But for the Giants, it's the anti-broom game. Well, what do you do when you try to avoid this? They cannot get swept at home by the Arizona Diamondbacks. You got Blake Snell on the mound.
And Blake Snell on the mound. And can he continue his dominance from August on into September? I mean, history would tell you he absolutely will. And then, the further evaluation of some of the young players here, they just have to play cleaner. I mean, that's been the big thing for me. I know we got about 30, but they just have they just haven't played clean baseball too often this year.
Oh, they've been sloppy. They have been sloppy. Marco Luciano, by the way, not in the lineup today. But Matt Chapman in the lineup today playing at third base.
All right, so the Giants and D-backs coming up. Pop, good to be with you. We'll talk again soon. We'll see you down here. Yeah, see you down here in an hour.
Save me a seat.
Absolutely. For Pop, I'm JD, and for Lund, Giants and D-backs coming up next right here on the Sports Leader.
Beautiful Thursday afternoon here in San Francisco. It's Giants baseball, the Giants and the Arizona Diamondbacks wrapping up this 3-game series before the Giants head out on the road. Giants will give the ball to the left-hander Blake Snell. Pitcher of the month in August in the National League. Man, has he been dominating up against a guy who has seemed to always pitch well against the Giants, the right-hander Merrill Kelly. I'm Dave Fleming along with John Miller. Giants Diamondbacks full pregame show to come. We've got baseball on the radio.
Hey, everybody, it is September 5th in Giants history, and we're going back just 3 short years to 2021 when the Giants won a lot of games, 107 to be accurate. It remains a marvel of a season that will never be explained by scientists or archaeologists centuries from now. September 5, 2021, let's listen to some of the names. Giants-Dodgers. Rubber game of 3 at Oracle Park. They're in a flat-footed tie for first place in the National League West. They're both 86 and 50. Crazy. It's almost like surreal, that whole season. And they're facing a tall task going against Dodgers ace Walker Buehler. He was throwing really well that year, but the Giants do scratch out a run in the first inning. Dodgers tie it in the top of the second. Then the Giants go back to work in the bottom of the second. Brandon Crawford grinds out a walk. Mike Yastrzemski with the big swing of the bat. He doubles. Crawford to third. Kirk Casale flies out. And so here comes this young center fielder. The Giants drafted him out of Clemson, Steven Duggar.
Now the 1-1 pitch. Swinging a hard ground ball past first. Fair ball! Headed down into the right field corner. It goes right by the wall and into the corner. One run is scored. Here comes Yaz. He scores and streaking into third with a triple. Steven Duggar. Welcome back to San Francisco, and he has an impact right now. A 2-run triple and has put the Giants back ahead.
Yeah, some called him Stevie Doubles when he had a little double run. How about Stevie Triples as the Giants take a 3-1 lead? More to come. Giants had another run in the inning and 2 in the third. They knock Walker Buehler out of the box. Great game. Giants leading 6-2 into the ninth. You guys remember Jake McGee? Yeah, he was a name in the 2021 season. Now he does come into the ninth inning and give up a 2-run homer to Albert Pujols to make it 6-4. And then he gets Trey Turner to pop out. Then he gives up a single to Max Muncy. It's getting a little dicey, but Gabe Kapler sticks with him. And after striking out Mookie Betts in a huge at-bat, he's got to face Justin Turner.
And the 1-2 pitch from Jake McGee. Swing and a high fly ball along the right field line, slicing foul. Yastrzemski goes all the way over. He reaches up. He makes the catch. And the ball game is over. And the winds of Oracle Park, which tend to blow a ball like that back toward the field of play, may well have blown that one back into the glove of Mike Yastrzemski.
It was electric. It was crazy. It was hard to explain. The Giants' 107-win season, and Jake McGee survives a harrowing ninth inning. Giants back in first place all by themselves on September 5th, 2021. Hey, before we go, birthday boy Randy Rodriguez, 25 years young today. So have a little September 5th cake, Randy. Enjoy the day. And this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history.
It is the Giants and the Arizona Diamondbacks, again from Oracle Park in San Francisco. It's game 3 of the 3-game series. Giants trying to avoid the sweep. John Dickinson with you, and let's go up to the broadcast booth at Oracle Park, joined by Dave Fleming. Dave, how are you?
I'm great. It's a beautiful day. I did my normal bike ride in and swung by the Liguria Bakery in North Beach and got my sort of day game focaccia. Then I came in here. Dan Fouts is up here in the booth, one of my favorite people. So we were just visiting with him, saying hi to one of the all-time great San Francisco athletes. So anyway, I'm doing great. Thank you.
Yeah, beautiful day for all of that, and the Giants trying to avoid the sweep. But let's go back to the news from last night after the ball game. Matt Chapman and the Giants agreeing to the 6-year, $151 million contract extension. The press conference before the game today. Just give me your initial thoughts on what was going to be a big box that the Giants were going to want to get checked in the offseason, and now they don't have to. It's done.
Well, I think when a player who is such an obvious fit, and Chapman is just has been a perfect fit here. I know this season has been disappointing for the Giants, but Matt Chapman's been just fantastic. And when you have a player who just seems to fit what you want so well, and he comes out publicly and says, the ball's in their court. I want to be here. I don't want to go anywhere else. I think I don't want to say you're obligated to just find a way to get it done, but it felt that way to me. Like, figure this out. Like, find the number. Don't haggle. And I think that's exactly what the Giants did, and I think they handled it very, very well. So I'm impressed on both sides. I'm always impressed when an athlete takes charge of their own career and prioritizes, okay, where am I happy? Where do I want to be? Where do I feel comfortable? As opposed to, like, I think some of these guys just play the game of, it's all, my whole validation is about that number, what the top number is going to be. And I don't think Chapman was about that. He wanted to be here, and everybody figured out a way to make it happen. And he's going to be a great fit here for a long time. And JD, I think it's not a stretch, because Matt is closer than you think to being on the brink of Hall of Fame discussion. Like, the way that players get evaluated now for Hall of Fame candidacy is different than they used to in the past. And the advanced metrics truly believe that Matt Chapman is on a trajectory to go to the Hall of Fame. And if he can keep up playing well for the majority of this contract, I think there's a reasonable chance that he's going to go to the Hall of Fame wearing a Giants hat, because I think it's in play for Matt Chapman. That's how much I think of him.
Well, and he's been an incredible leader, and obviously a Bob Melvin favorite going back to the days across the Bay with the Athletics, and somebody that the Giants are definitely going to depend on in a lot of different ways. So we'll have more coming up from Oracle Park with Dave Fleming right here on KNBR, the sports leader. Back here on Giants pregame, John Dickinson joined by Dave Fleming, and we talked about Matt Chapman in the first segment. Another guy I know the Giants are going to want to try to keep this offseason is the guy on the mound today, Blake Snell, as dominant as anybody in the game in August, the NL Pitcher of the Month. And Giants need a stop job from Snell here, trying to get out of this 4-game losing streak.
Yeah, since he came back and healthy and ready to go, and this version of him, the Giants have essentially been a 500 team over that time, and they've gone 8-2 in his starts. So it gives you an idea of when he's been on the mound, the Giants have been their best version of themselves, and when he hasn't been, they've really struggled. So he has been critical for this team in the second half, and I know they're going to come up short of their ultimate goal, but that is not because of anything Blake Snell has done. He's been absolutely fantastic, and it's much more complicated to get him signed. But look, if you're trying to build a championship team, That's what it looks like to me. Like, how do you go win a World Series? Not just kind of get in or be a what. How do you win a World Series? You win a World Series with a guy like that on the mound. So whether it's the Giants or somebody else, that's a guy who can help you win a championship.
Has there been anything just since July, really, because it does go back to that July 6th start? What have you noticed just in terms of, like, anything that surprised you just in terms of how he's been dominant? We've all watched it, but is there a part of his game that maybe you didn't think he had that he showed you that over that time?
It's probably not, because I have seen him at his dominant self before, but I will say this. There have been a lot of starts where he's only had 2 pitches and only needed 2 pitches, and he's one of those guys who, because so many of the pitchers I think right now in this game who are succeeding are doing it with wide repertoires, with a lot of weapons and keeping hitters off balance. I think if you go through the leaderboard of the pitchers who are the most accomplished this year in the game, a lot of them fall in that category, and Blake Snell is not bad. Like, he's got other weapons, but there have been a lot of games where it's fastball, curveball, and then there have been a few games where the curveball hasn't felt as good, and so it's been fastball, changeup, and he's good enough to pull that off. So that doesn't shock me, but I think it's been noticeable, and I would say above all else, it's the curveball that has stood out to me. Like, it's just, last year the changeup was even more valuable for him than the curveball. This year the curveball has been the nastiest pitch I think that anybody's had in the big leagues all year.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Final one for you. I heard you guys last night on the wrap, and it's been too common a theme for this team this year. Just general sloppiness, errors, walks. You mentioned it, guys just running wild on the bases. Now there's an infusion of young players, obviously, in September with where the Giants are in the standings. But how do they clean that up in an attempt to just finish strong and just play better baseball?
Yeah, some of it is an off-season project. Like, some of it is an off-season spring training project. Some of it, I truly believe, is like a cultural thing of you have to speak it into existence. If you want something to happen, you gotta show the players, show everybody in your organization, this is what we are prioritizing. And I think the Giants need to have a real painful discussion in this offseason about the whole running game thing, and how do we tighten this up on both sides? Like, how do we exploit these rules that everybody else seems to be exploiting that the Giants aren't? And then how do we prevent teams from just running rampant against us? That needs to be an off-season project for this team, and there needs to be some soul-searching about how to accomplish that, because that, to me, that's been a factor this year for the Giants, that they haven't reached their goals, and part of it is because of that discrepancy.
All right, Dave, have a great call. We'll talk to you again soon.
Okay, you too.
All right, appreciate it. Pre-game Diamond Notes coming up next right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. John Dickinson back with your award-winning pregame Diamond Notes, Giants and the Diamondbacks from Oracle Park in San Francisco. It is Game 3 of the three-game series. The Giants trying to snap the four-game losing streak and avoid the sweep at the hands of the D-backs. Blake Snell on the mound for San Francisco. As we get to your starting pitcher, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. And Blake Snell on the mound for San Francisco. On the bump for the Diamondbacks is Merrill Kelly. Merrill Kelly, 4-0 this season with a 4.3 earned run average last time out against the Dodgers. Kelly did get knocked around a little bit, allowing 4 runs on 10 hits with 1 strikeout in 5 1/3 innings. Kelly historically has given the Giants problems over the years. And for the Giants, it's been their most reliable pitcher going back to that July 9 date, and it's Blake Snell. Snell 2-3, but as Dave Fleming mentioned earlier, 8-2 the Giants are since July 9 in the 10 Blake Snell starts. Since he's been dominant, 3.56 ERA overall. But again, last 7, it's a 1.42 ERA with 68 strikeouts. We'll have more on Blake Snell, the reigning NL Pitcher of the Month for the month of August, coming up here in a little bit. Who's Hot now? Sponsored by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar, locally and family owned for 62 years. And the talk of the Bay over the last 12 hours has been Matt Chapman. The Giants inking third baseman Matt Chapman to that 6-year, $151 million contract extension. Keeps the Gold Glover with the Giants through 2030, and he has been hot over the last 7 games, 346 average. He's got OPS over 1,000 with a couple of home runs and 6 driven in. Stay hot for San Francisco, Matt Chapman. Keys to the game in this one, sponsored by Stevens Creek Infinity, where luxury is affordable. Visit StevensCreekInfinity.com for obtainable luxury without the high price tags. And keys to this one, limit the strikeouts. Giants struck out 14 more times, 13th time in the last 20 games that they've had 10 or more strikeouts. And not so coincidentally, the Giants have won just 2 of those 13 games with 10 or more strikeouts. So limit the strikeouts, competitive ABs, and just play a little cleaner baseball for San Francisco. Time now for the X Factor, sponsored by Casino Matrix. Casino Matrix, progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER in 5 home starts since returning from the IL. It's Blake Snell, our X Factor. In this one, an 0.29 ERA, 1 earned run in 31 1/3 with 45 strikeouts and a whip of 0.61. That 0.29 ERA, the lowest by a Giant over a 5-start span at home since Juan Marichal, going all the way back to August and September of 1969, when Juan Marichal allowed 1 earned run in 45 innings. So we'll see if Blake Snell can keep that up in this one this afternoon. More Diamond Notes coming up right here on KNBR, the sports leader. More award-winning pregame Diamond Notes here as the Giants and Diamondbacks go from San Francisco. Hitting the lumber time, sponsored by Dolan's Lumber Doors and Windows, the number one choice for Bay Area building industry professionals and homeowners since 1965. Visit dolanlumber.com. And who do you think has been carrying the lumber? It's Matt Chapman, leading the Giants this year in hits, doubles, homers, runs driven in, runs scored, walks, and total bases. There is no better on the Giants this season in all of those categories, and he got the big deal for his efforts agreed to in that contract extension for the next 6 years after 2024 last night. Player to bank on, sponsored by Poppy Bank, located throughout Northern California. Poppy Bank, here to help you hit your financial goals. Member FDIC, equal housing lender, and there really could only be one guy to bank on for the Giants. It's got to be Blake Snell, reliable. And that strong month of August we talked about. In August, Snell leading the majors with 53 strikeouts and a 1.64 ERA. Of course, the no-hitter in 6 starts. That first career no-hitter, just 16 hits and 144 batters faced last month. Now, let's go places on the Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. Light schedule with the NFL season kicking off tonight. Right now, Cincinnati, a 1-0 lead on Houston. That's top of the 8th in Cincinnati. Minnesota has a 4-3 lead at Tampa Bay. The A's and Mariners over at the Coliseum coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. Pittsburgh hosting Washington, Miami, and Philadelphia. Colorado is at Atlanta, the Angels and Rangers, and along with the Tigers and the Padres later this evening. That'll do it for Diamond Notes, Giants, and D-backs coming up right here on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, it's Around the Park with Crooked Kipe, and today Kipe and I are going to talk about a topic that is hot off the presses. That's right, we're going to talk about no-hitters, and we'll do that when we come back.